The Lover by Gregorio Martinez Sierra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Queen, read by Jen Broda.
The Lover, read by Todd.
The Lady in Waiting, read by Sonia.
Stage directions, read by Larry Wilson. Salon in a royal palace. Although of extreme richness, the furnishings preserve an atmosphere of simplicity. The stage is empty when the curtain rises. Loud shouts and cries are heard outside, as if an accident were taking place. Then various noises follow, clamor and confusion. After a moment the Queen enters, followed by the Lady in Waiting. The Queen is a beautiful woman, gowned in faultless taste. She is about 40 years of age. Her hair is very dark, except for a solitary white lock which appears almost directly above the middle of her forehead. But this she does not attempt to conceal by any artifice. She enters in full regalia, as if attired for some court ceremony. From her shoulders hangs the royal mantle. The Lady in Waiting is about 60 years of age, rather nobly plain. She also is in full court dress. The Queen, as she leaves the Lady in Waiting, who attempts to support her.
No, let me be. I am not hurt. It is nothing.
Has your Majesty suffered no injury?
None, I assure you.
Oh, but the shock, the fright! Be seated, your Majesty.
She assists her to remove the court mantle.
Your Majesty must rest. At least drink a glass of water.
The Queen, sitting herself in an armchair.
You may bring the water, but I will have nothing in it. Let it be as pure as God made it.
The Lady in Waiting brings the water from a table which stands near by.
But, your Majesty, it is cold. Your Majesty is overheated.
Give me the glass.
She takes it from the Lady in Waiting.
You are trembling all over.
Ah, your Majesty, you have no idea how frightened I was, how frightened we all were, when the horses reared in the traces. Your Majesty can imagine the overturn, the coach shattered into pieces, your Majesty thrown upon the ground.
The Queen, smiling.
Fortunately, there was somebody waiting to receive me. How fortunate that that man,
Laughing.
my knight-errant, was so near.
Lady in Waiting, displeased.
Certainly, your Majesty.
The Queen, looking at her for a moment, then laughing.
We shall have to award him the Grand Cross. Are you frowning?
Your Majesty.
But what is the matter? What is on your mind?
Your Majesty, that man was unmannerly and impertinent. Your Majesty will not be displeased, but his deportment was horribly incorrect. To catch your Majesty in his arms without permission.
Yes, if he had allowed me to break my neck, his conduct would have been more correct. In that case, he would not have committed a breach of etiquette. No, indeed. It is not every day that a woman, even if she is a queen, is in peril of her life and has the experience of being saved from death in a gallant's arms.
Your Majesty amuses herself.
Perhaps I do, but not unkindly. Poor fellow. However, you may malign him as much as you like.
Your Majesty, I do not malign him when I suggest that it is incorrect and impertinent for this person to follow your Majesty wherever you go.
The Queen, laughing.
Like my shadow.
Like a rude, ill-bred fellow who is ignorant of decency and of the requirements of etiquette. Your Majesty never leaves the palace but that he is standing on the pavement opposite. You cannot go to church, or to the theatre, or visit the parks, or attend any public ceremony, but that he is there in the front row, yes, or nearer than the front row, as he was to-day.
Fortunately for me.
Your Majesty, Loyal vassals were not wanting to fly to your Majesty's assistance.
The Queen gently.
Yes, so I saw when the horses reared. Half a dozen dukes began to run, but what with etiquette, which kept them at a safe distance, and rheumatism, which would not permit them to run, my royal person was in grave danger.
Laughing.
Indeed, if it had not been for him.
Skulking in a bramble bush, like a lover in comic opera.
Love is no respecter of hiding places. It is foolish to laugh at hidden lovers, even in comic opera. Besides, what you say was a bramble bush appeared to me to be a laurel, and men take as naturally to laurels nowadays as they did in the time of Petrarch. Some of the leaves have even clung to my robe.
Picking off 2 or 3.
Almost enough to weave a crown for my lover.
Your Majesty surely does not imply that that man is in love.
Why not? Don't you think so?
He is utterly deficient, lacking. How do we know? Perhaps he may be...
An anarchist. But how stupid! In the 20 years he has followed me, he never yet has found an opportunity.
Your Majesty!
The Queen laughing.
Of showing disrespect.
Does your Majesty consider that this extraordinary persecution shows no disrespect?
But what has become of him? Where is he?
He has been detained.
Where? For what reason?
For having introduced himself without permission into the palace gardens.
To save the life of his queen, the end justifies the means.
Your Majesty, he could scarcely have been advised beforehand that your Majesty's coach was to be overturned, and at that particular spot in the palace gardens.
Then you do not believe in presentiments.
Your Majesty, I am too old for such things.
The Queen with a note of melancholy in her voice.
So am I, for such things.
Your Majesty!
No, we both know how old I am, and so does the world. Decreeing her age is not one of the prerogatives of a queen.
Taking up a hand-glass, she gazes into it attentively.
Horrible, is it not?
Your Majesty is marvellously young.
Even so, marvels do not last long. Whenever I look into the mirror, I am aghast at the wrinkles which I shall find there very soon. I know, too, where they will come.
Indicating her eyes and mouth.
They show already when I laugh. Ah, when she is 20, how carelessly a woman laughs.
Putting down the mirror.
When I laugh, I cover my face with my fan. When I am 40, I shall have all the palace mirrors broken.
She recites simply,
When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow. You recall Shakespeare's sonnet. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tattered weed of small worth held. Then being asked where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thy own deep sunken eyes, were an ill-eating shame and a thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use, if thou couldst answer, this fair child of mine shall sum my count and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. This were to be made new when thou art old, and feel thy blood warm when thou feelest it cold.
Sighing.
I have never had a child.
Your Majesty!
Affectionately but disapprovingly.
Your Majesty has no right to consider such a thing.
No, of course not. Ah,
Smiling again.
do you suppose he could be a poet?
Why a poet?
Why not? In any case, we shall soon know.
We shall? How?
I shall ask, and learn his answer.
Surely your Majesty does not intend...
To receive him? Precisely.
But, your Majesty, he is nobody.
In that case, we shall become acquainted more easily. I shall offer him my thanks.
Your Majesty's government will thank him officially.
But he has saved me personally, and I shall thank him personally. I will receive him now.
Your Majesty.
If there is nothing else that you wish to suggest.
Unless your Majesty has changed her mind.
No, do not be alarmed. There is nothing to fear. Ah, and I will receive him alone.
As your Majesty commands.
She goes out. The Queen again takes the mirror and gazes into it fixedly. With a woman's instinct, she rearranges her hair, then laughs at herself and lays the mirror down again.
When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow.
The lady-in-waiting and the lover appear in the doorway. He is 40 years of age, neither well nor badly dressed. He wears a black sack suit. His beard is pointed, his hair somewhat long and slightly touched with gray. He comes forward greatly agitated. The lady-in-waiting retires.
Your Majesty.
No, come in.
The lover, advancing a step, then making a reverence.
Your Majesty.
Come nearer.
Your Majesty.
I have sent for you to offer my thanks.
I do not deserve them. Your Majesty will command.
It was a happy chance that brought you into the garden.
Yes, Your Majesty, yes.
And I am deeply grateful to you.
No, Your Majesty, no.
But I am. Indeed, I am.
Your Majesty will decide.
But how is it that you were able to gain admission to the gardens?
Very simply.
In spite of my guards.
Your Majesty, it was not the fault of your guards. I climbed the wall at the rear by the plane trees, out of sight of the guards.
In broad daylight.
No, Your Majesty, last night. Your Majesty must not be alarmed.
But the wall is very high there. You might have injured yourself.
No, Your Majesty, I am used to it.
Used to it?
Yes, Your Majesty, on Saturdays. The factory shuts down over Sunday, so I am not obliged to work. I have plenty of time. I can sleep where I like.
Do you spend the night in the open air? In the garden?
It is very pleasant in the summer-time.
Do you mean that in winter?
Just the same, yes, Your Majesty.
She makes a gesture of astonishment.
Only when it freezes, I go into the house with the orangutan. Your Majesty keeps him now on the further side of the parterre. Don't be alarmed, Your Majesty. We are great friends. He is very fond of tarts and roast chestnuts, so you see there is no danger.
Great heaven! Is it possible? Are you in your right mind?
Yes, Your Majesty.
But my good man, what is the object of exposing yourself in midwinter in this fashion, in such singular company?
Your Majesty, really, I don't know whether or not I should tell you.
But you must.
Your Majesty, every night before you retire, and when you get up in the morning, Your Majesty comes out upon the terrace before your apartments. In the evening you look up at the stars. In the morning you feed the white doves.
Yes, I do. Poor things. I like to toss them a few handfuls of corn.
The lover interrupting.
Indian corn.
How do you know?
The wind usually carries some grains off the terrace.
Do you pick them up?
Yes, Your Majesty, when I can, which is not often. The paths are swept every morning, so when night comes they are no longer there.
What? Do you keep them?
Yes, Your Majesty. I have a collection of souvenirs. The grains of corn, a feather from Your Majesty's hat, which blew out one day while you were driving, a piece of fur from one of Your Majesty's boas, which you wore at the last carnival. It caught in the railing as Your Majesty left the stand. A coin Your Majesty threw from your coach to a little beggar boy in the street. A tortoiseshell hairpin which fell into the garden one morning along with the corn. A pair of gloves. 2 of Your Majesty's slippers. I purchased them from a maid of one of the ladies of the wardrobe. and I don't know what else. You see, it is a little museum. An Englishman offered me £1,000 sterling for it.
The Queen, interested.
What did you do?
Your Majesty, the heart is not for sale.
You must be rich.
No, Your Majesty. I was, that is to say, rich enough. I have made a good living. But now I am poor.
Have you lost your money?
Yes, Your Majesty, but we will not speak of that. It is of no interest to Your Majesty.
But it is. It interests me very much. May I ask?
How I lost my money? Yes, Your Majesty, it is not a secret. Even if it were, since it is Your Majesty. I spent it upon railway tickets, sea voyages, rooms in hotels. Your Majesty is such a great traveller.
Were you following me?
He nods his head in assent.
But this is incredible.
No, Your Majesty, no. Travelling is very expensive. As long as Your Majesty remained in Europe, it was not so bad. But when you made a voyage to India, and another to the fair at Chicago, and immediately after a pilgrimage to the Holy Land—
Did you follow me even as far as India?
Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty will remember that the voyage was undertaken on account of your health. Your Majesty may not know it, but the doctors agreed that it was a question of life and death. It was necessary for you to have a change of climate. Thanks be to God, Your Majesty recovered, but you might have died on the journey. Your Majesty will understand that, under the circumstances, it was impossible for me to remain in Europe.
Impossible?
Absolutely.
But I cannot consent to have you spend your fortune like this.
Your Majesty, do not give it another thought. It was not exactly a gold mine. A few thousands, that was all. The factory which I had the honour to mention to Your Majesty, the unrivalled makers of butter and cheese, purveyors to Your Majesty, yes, indeed. It was mine. Now it belongs to another. That is all.
But you—
I'm assistant bookkeeper now. I check up the accounts.
That must pay you very little.
Pshaw! Nothing to speak of. It is a humble position. Believe me, Your Majesty, I am capable of much more than that. If not proprietor, I might still have been manager, or foreman at least, only—
Only—
Your Majesty will not be displeased, but I must keep my time free. The fact is, well, I have taken this position because it gives me a living and—
Looking down at his clothes.
And enough to appear respectable, because it requires only 2 hours a day, from 9:30 until 11:30 in the morning, precisely the hours at which Your Majesty confers with your ministers. Your Majesty will understand.
The Queen laughing.
Certainly. At that same hour we are both at the office.
No, Your Majesty. Your Majesty misinterprets my meaning. I never presume to think. The fact is, well, between those hours my mind is most free. I am able to work without distraction, to apply myself. I am sure that Your Majesty is not upon the streets.
How long do you expect to continue this life?
As long as I am able, Your Majesty, and Your Majesty does not prevent. Your Majesty is not offended at what I have said?
Offended? No, but you must be very unhappy.
No, Your Majesty. Very happy. Very happy. That is, not as happy as I was, because now, when Your Majesty leaves court, I am not always able to travel. Rascally coin. But, fortunately, now Your Majesty travels less. It will not do to ask too much of a fortune. Your Majesty, after what happened this morning, I am repaid for everything which I have suffered in the world. Your Majesty cannot imagine how happy it makes me that is, Your Majesty cannot imagine how glad I am that this incident, although I would have given my life to have prevented it, I mean, Your Majesty understands what I mean.
Yes, I do. Do not distress yourself. I too am glad that it was you.
Your Majesty.
Because I have noticed your face for so many years. I have seen you for so long a time.
Your Majesty has noticed me?
Naturally.
Perhaps your Majesty thought that I was a photographer for one of the illustrated papers.
I thought that you were a poet.
No, your Majesty, no, never.
Have you never written verses?
The lover disappointed.
Does your Majesty like verses?
Yes, I am very fond of them.
Goodness gracious. No, your Majesty, no, never, never.
A brightening.
But I know by heart almost all the verses which have been published about your Majesty. Birthday verses, verses celebrating your victories, your works of charity, and so on and so on. There are so many of them. Your Majesty, of course, knows them too.
Not those verses.
Smiling.
God bless us.
But you must not be troubled. One may be a poet and yet not write verses.
Does your Majesty think so?
Certainly, we may write poetry or we may live it.
Deeply affected.
And devotion and self-denial, illusion and dreaming, the sacrifice of one's life to an ideal, an impossibility, these things are also true poetry, great poetry, are they not?
The lover not understanding.
No doubt, your Majesty, no doubt. Of course, since your Majesty says so.
And you are a great poet of life.
Your Majesty says so.
And I, because you are, in memory of this day, of this event, which also is an extraordinary one in my life, I am going to give you a present to add to that collection which you tell me of, and I hardly know, because of your delicacy, your sacrifices really, will you accept this remembrance from me?
She offers him a jewel which she wears upon her breast.
No, no, your Majesty, no, by no means. Really, not that jewel. No, no.
But why not?
Because a jewel is a jewel. That is, it has value in itself. And no, your Majesty, no, no.
I do not wish to give offense.
No, your Majesty, no. It is not that. It is the way I feel, a caprice. If your Majesty would deign to give me some reminder, something personal, perhaps, of no value.
As you wish.
If you would let me have that mirror, your Majesty, after looking into it once.
The Queen looks into the mirror and then hands it to the lover.
There, your Majesty. Thanks. Your Majesty will permit me to kiss your hand?
He kisses it.
Thanks. Thanks, your Majesty. Believe me, your Majesty.
Deeply moved.
This is the happiest day of my life.
I, too, am greatly obliged to you, and I wish to ask you a favor. If at any time you desire anything which is within my power to grant, you will do me a great kindness by coming to me.
The lover hesitating, wishing to ask something.
Your Majesty.
Now, tell me truly, is there nothing that you wish?
Your Majesty, since your Majesty has been so kind, if your Majesty would exert your influence with the Minister of the Interior to have him grant me a pass over the railways of the kingdom?
You shall have it this very day. Is there nothing else? What is your name?
Matthew, your Majesty. Matthew Brown, your Majesty's humble servant.
The Queen repeating the words so as to fix them in her memory.
Matthew Brown. You shall have it this afternoon. Now you may retire.
She strikes a small silver bell.
And many thanks yet again.
To the lady-in-waiting who enters.
Let this gentleman be escorted to his home, and a note be made of his address.
She bows, dismissing him.
Your Majesty.
Bowing very low, he is about to disappear. But as he reaches the door, he turns and says,
It need not be first class.
Goes out. The Queen, disturbed, pacing up and down the room, without knowing whether to laugh or to cry.
Matthew Brown. Matthew Brown.
To the lady-in-waiting who re-enters.
Has he gone?
Yes, your Majesty. But your Majesty is unwell. Has this man given offence? He has been impertinent.
No, no, on the contrary. Poor fellow.
Was he a poet?
A poet? No. That is, yes, in his way. Imagine, but how can you imagine? My God, this poor man has given his life for me, for to him his cheese factory was his life. 4 centuries ago he would have fought under my banners. He would have conquered a kingdom for my sake. He would have discovered a new world and have laid it at my feet. And now, to see me feed corn to the doves, he sleeps in a cage with the orangutan, and his name is Matthew Brown. Matthew Brown, the lover. The poet was right. We have been born too late into a world which has grown too old.
Curtain. End of The Lover by Gregorio Martinez Sierra.
England's Easter by George Logan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Jesus, read by Larry Wilson.
Martha, read by Lydia.
Mary, read by Sonia.
Britannia, read by Michelle Eaton.
Narrated by David Purdy. England's Easter by George Logan. Scene 1. Bethany, Anno Domini 33.
Hadst thou been here, my lord, my brother had not died. But e'en now ask of God, it shall not be denied.
Thy brother shall rise again.
I know, Lord, he shall rise, as thou dost say, in the resurrection's latter day.
I am the resurrection, and can give unto the dead new life, that they may live.
Mary, weeping.
If thou hadst been here, my brother had not died.
She wept, and all the mourners with her cried. Jesus wept.
Take ye away the stone from off the grave.
They rolled away the stone from off the cave. Then Jesus spake, and Lazarus obeyed. The word, Come forth, which Jesus to him said. Scene 2. England, Anno Domini 1894.
Those poor submerged, I shudder at their fate. If Christ were here, he'd save them from that state.
She weeps, and all her mourners with her weep, o'er those submerged, sunk in the mire so deep. Jesus weeps.
I am the resurrection, and can give unto the dead new life, that they may live. Roll ye away the stone.
The stone is rolled away, and you can see today full many a resurrection from the dead, of many dossers whom, from out their submerged tomb, to them is spoke, Come forth, which Jesus said. 'Tis Easter in our land. Around on every hand the buried flowers are rising from the earth. The birds are singing too, and sinners not a few are proving now the joys of second birth. End of England's Easter by George Logan. The Bloomer Costume, or The Figure of Fun, by Edward Stirling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bloomer Costume, or The Figure of Fun, an original farce in one act, by Edmund Stirling. Remarks. There is no weapon so formidable as satire, ably directed, against any innovation upon the accepted rules of society. Turn anything successfully into ridicule, and it ceases to exist. This universally acknowledged power of ridicule has accomplished more to laugh down the bloomer costume than any unwarrantable interference by rude and vulgar minds with the right of all to dress as they think proper, provided they dress with modesty, can ever effect. Persecution invariably creates proselytes. It is this view of the case which has induced the publisher to add this farce to the list of his minor drama. The part of Martha Bailey affords a good actress ample scope for the display of comic talent, while Cockles, the showman, his boy Nobby, and the false-hearted tailor, Joseph Jumps, are sketches capable of being well filled up in able hands. The whole point of the piece consists in the unfortunate position in which the wearer of the bloomer costume is placed as one of the supposed curiosities in the collection of Cockles. Mr. Stirling seems to have adopted the title merely ad captandum for a very amusing farce. F.C.W. Cast of characters.
Christopher Cockles, a showman. Read by Andrew Gauntz.
Nobby Nick, his boy.
Read by Adrian Stevens.
Joseph Jumps, a tailor, false and fickle. Read by Mike Menalakis.
Martha Bailey, a victim of circumstance and the bloomer costume. Read by Devorah Allen.
Miss Eliza Todd, a baker's daughter. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Stage directions, read by David Purdy. Costume. Modern dress of 1851. The costume of Martha Bailey, when changed, is the most grotesque style of bloomer dress. Consequence of wearing the breeches. Extract from the Kirk Session Register of Perth, showing the consequence in former times of putting on the breeks. April 16th, 1632. Conformed to citation. Compared Jane Gibson, a servant lass, and is accused of indecent wantonness in putting on men's clothes upon her. She answered that she simply drew upon her a pair of breeks and cast them off immediately, and she promised never to do the like hereafter. She is committed to ward to remain the space of 3 hours. The bloomer costume, or a figure of fun. Scene. Interior of a caravan of waxwork. An opening with a curtained center leading to steps. A small door. The scene is enclosed and the roof low, resembling a show. Figures stuffed and in profile stand round the stage, separated from the interior by a rope. A packing case on the stage. A placard in large letters on the walls. Cockles Royal Original Waxwork. Noise of drums, trumpets, Pendean pipes, etc., outside, and loud shouts. Cockles discovered opening packing case. Cockles taking up a printed bill and fixing it.
Notice to the fairer sex, look out ladies, she's come, the bloomer. Just arrived from New York in 2 ships. That's a hit or I know nothing of management. This bill must do the trick. Once work upon the feelings and the British public's little sixpences are sure to drop in. Dancing dogs, panoramas, and cant have sent tragedy weeping to the tomb and put comedy to bed. Waxwork is the best dodge now. People like to see heroes and housebreakers reduced to wax. It makes a lasting impression on them.
Calls.
Nick, where the devil are you?
Nick, without.
Here, Governor.
Enters from trap, left hand.
I've been under the caravan, mending an hole, where the boys peeps in and sees the images for nothing.
You must bustle about. Fair Rosamond wants a bowl of poison, Mary, Queen of Scots, her nose mended, and Bonaparte has lost his crown.
Serves him right. He's such a restless image. Gives me more trouble than the lot put together.
The Emperor of Rushi's head's a little out of order.
It's always hard enough about the pole.
Now for the great feature of the collection, the wonder, excitement, etc. See public press. The new female bloomer dress for the ladies. Regardless of expense, I've imported a real figure and dress direct from America, a model of the coming fashion and revolution among the petticoats. Goodbye to frills, flounces, and street-sweeping trains. There will be a certain 100% save to the husbands in haberdashery bills. The thing must end in...
Opens case. Starting.
Murder. Ruin.
Holds up a figure in the bloomer costume. Broken.
I guess, and calculates she's gone to immortal smash. Oh, yes.
Laughs.
Unfeeling rascal. What excuse can I make to the anxious public?
Say, she's been smashed on the rail. People are used to it nowadays.
Cockles, pacing stage.
What's to be done? I must show the dress. You won't do for a bloomer.
No, I'm only a blossom. Besides, corduroys and Wellingtons don't suit the new dodge.
My rival, Monsieur Gamonini, will draw all the money to his exhibition if we don't hit the right nail.
You're not over ugly, master. Suppose you try the bloomer.
Who's to beat the gong?
I will.
And attend to the money?
I'll give it earnest attention. I'll ease 'em, I'll coax 'em in. This way, walk forward, here.
No, I prefer keeping my own account. It saves chalk and adding up.
Noise of voices, music, etc.
The fair's began.
Runs to center.
Shall I open the doors and tell 'em to walk in? There's a rush on the steps of a gal and a basket. Let's take her in.
For nothing. No, we dared not. The caravan would be torn to pieces, scattered to the winds. Read that.
Points to Bill, which he shows.
The bloomer beauty. Beauty's the principal feature.
Sits disconsolately.
It generally is, everywhere.
Shouts and drums without.
They've all the money next door. Tell the public that the steamboat burst and the wax ran away.
It is useless.
Voice without. The only waxwork. Cockles rushing to the opening.
No, I'm the only real waxwork. The royal Cockles, the genuine Cockles. Rush forward, be in time. Look at the prices, only 6 pence.
Nick blows the Pandean pipes. Nick, left hand, removing packing case.
The governor's recovered his spirits.
It ought to be a shilling, but I'll make you a present of 6 pence.
Huzzas.
That touched 'em up. Try the speaking trumpet and coaxing. Offer 'em an inducement.
They won't take it. Gamonini's drawing them all. Beauty's ruined us.
It's ruined a rare lot besides us, master. Tell 'em none but members of Parliament, and the newspapers are admitted free, gratis.
Genius is without a feather to fly with or a copper to spend.
Take off price.
And destroy the dignity of the art? No, I love my profession too much for that. I'd rather shut up and take a national theatre.
Exits left hand. Nick stands at center door. Patty appears on the steps, astonished.
Oh my! Oh dear! Well, I never.
This way, Mum. Walk up, be in time.
If you please, sir, are you the royal waxwork?
I am, my dear, all alive, oh.
Am I too late, sir?
Not a bit. We've kept the King of Rushy and Prushy waiting for you, and put the performance off accordingly.
Much obliged to you, sir. How much is it to pay?
6 pence is the paltry charge, but we generally leaves it to the feelings of the gentry to give what they likes.
The gentry? He takes me for missus. I have borrowed her best gown. You won't think a shilling too much?
Not if it were twice as much, my lady.
Takes it.
This is the first show I was ever in. When I came up the steps I felt quite timbersome. My heart jumped about like a mouse in a mustard pot.
All nature, my love. The mind naturally sinks under the stupendous event. It must be a strong mind that can stand against master's tongue and trumpet.
But I was determined to come. Mrs. wanted me to go a teetotaling. No, mim, says I. To the fair I'll go, if I die for it. 22 and see nothing but play actors and dancing dogs and such like flim-flams.
You're a gal of spirit, I see.
That's a mistake. And nothing stronger than weak tea passes my lips, ally coals. I abominate having accepted the pledge. When will the show begin? Because I'm tied to time.
We generally are tied to it, sometimes behind it. I'll exhibit the collection myself and earn a 6 pence. You may behold the finest, the largest, the best royal waxwork in the world. It costs more money than you can count.
It ain't in earnest, is it, sir?
Real earnest, and twice as natural as life.
Dear me, how wonderful. Do they speak?
With their eyes. We've shut up their mouths and given their tongues an holiday.
Points with wand.
Now we'll begin.
Hadn't we better wait for the King of Rushy and Prushy, since he was so polite to stay for me?
Not a minute. He's gone home to hot dinner.
Nick goes to the opening. Center.
Now, Governor, let 'em all in.
Enter Cockles with a quantity of visitors, male and female, children, etc. speaking as he enters.
This way, my pretty dears. You pays your money here, and then you sees the show.
They each give him money, and he exits center, calling,
This way, just going to begin.
Look to the right, my little dear. You will observe the delight of the nobility and gentry. The old ancient lady, the Countess of St. Vitus, she was christened after the dancer, and died dancing mad of the island fling at 195 years of age. The animal is the Royal African Russian hyena, measuring 14 feet from the tip of his nose to the end of his tail, and the same distance back again, making in all 28 square cubic feet. He hurries in the woods in the night season like a human being in distress, and then devours all that comes to his assistance, a sad instance of the depravity of human nature. Turn your eyes to the left, my little dear, and there behold a famous female poisoner, Queen Katherine de Medicine. The physic was named after her. She artfully poisoned her victims by giving them small doses of quicksilver and pickled salmon, but they were cured by Holloway's pills. To the right, my little dear, stands Julius Caesar, a great Irish general, as he led in the foot guards against Boney at the Battle of Waterloo. Near him, on the left, sits a lovely maid of honour to King Solomon. She unfortunately fell in love with a curly French lapdog, caught the phobia, took to barking, and died in the dog days.
How affecting. Are there any maids of honour alive now, sir?
Very few, my dear. There's no honour among the maids, only tricks. Now don't touch the images. Eyes on, hands off.
I'd give anything for my young man to see this sight. He'd never shut his eyes again.
You've got a young man, then?
Bless you, I'm never without one. Sometimes two, but I only regularly keeps company with one at a time. Joseph Jumps a tailor is my fond admirer now, though sometimes the butcher will whistle, "Can't you come out tonight, down the Airy?" which makes Joseph quite lunatic, and he threatens to hang himself in a jack-towel.
Now, miss, you shall see the murderers and cutthroats in our Chamber of Horrors. Walk round.
Takes her hand, Patty breaking from him.
No, I'd rather not, if you please. I've had quite enough for my money. There's plenty of murders in the papers, and I get the horrors at home. Mrs. gives me them, worritin' about cold meat and candles. I wish she was at old...
Cockles, without.
Nick.
Talk of the devil.
Crossing to right. Cockles re-entering.
Sound the gong. We mustn't go to sleep. Turn 'em all out, and then they'll be ready to come in again.
The visitors all depart, center. The boys shouting. Nick beats the drum and blows the Pendian pipes. Nick giving money.
I've exhibited such a green un. She's fallen in love with the images.
Aside.
6pence for myself. This way, walk forward.
Exit up the steps with speaking trumpet. Patty sighs.
Oh, I can't bear to tear myself away from these lovely dresses. What gold and silver, while I'm obligated to put up with paltry cotton. Why wasn't I made of wax instead of clay? My case would have been different then, and beaux would have waited on me, instead of my waiting on the confounded bells.
You admire the figures, eh, my love?
Beyond expression. I could live here forever, on board wages.
How long can you stay out?
Till the flying horse comes round with the 9 o'clock beer.
An idea strikes me. She's young and pretty and would make a nobby bloomer. I'll try. Should you really like to be dressed finely?
Where's one of our sex that wouldn't?
I could help you, if you'd consent.
Don't tempt me, sir. Ribbons and laces are my weaknesses.
In a word, one of my best figures, the Star of the West, by an unlucky accident has had her head knocked off, and her legs amputated. This ruins my prospects. Now, if you will put on the dress of the last fashion, and stand amongst the figures for an hour or two, I'll give you 5 shillings.
Make a figure of me?
Of loveliness, in the most becoming dress in the world, the beautiful bloomer.
Shan't I be found out?
Not if you remain still, and keep your mouth shut.
That's a difficult thing for a servant of all work.
Considering.
If I wasn't afraid, I should like the fun of the thing.
Who's afraid? Think of the honor. You're the only person I would allow to stand among such high nobility. Why, the Queen herself would willingly change her crown for your 5 shillings.
Would she, though? But ain't it wicked to sham and make believe?
Nonsense. Sham's considered a virtue. All the world are making believe nowadays. Let me persuade you, miss.
My young man's so particular and evangelical. It ain't conjured at play acting, is it?
Play acting? Nothing so unfashionable. It belonged to the fine arts, sculpture and chiseling. Do it, and I'll give you an extra joey, my lollipops.
I think I will. Mind, only for an hour.
Not a minute over. Step in there.
Points to door right.
You'll find the dress on the figure. I'll paint your face.
No, you won't. I'm not going to have it smudged over with brick dust.
Anything you please. Be quick with the dress. I can put it on the bill now.
Runs to door.
Here, she's come at last, just arrived, the lady's delight, the original bloomer. Blow the trumpet, Nick.
Exit down steps. Shouts and music.
What a scene of wonder and agitation. I can scarcely keep my equilibrium. Everything is running round. A total change for a shilling. Kings and queens and princes' mixture for a back kitchen. How my dreams have all come round. Last night that ever was, I dreamt that I dwelt in marble halls. A gypsy fortune-teller once told me I should live to be a somebody besides myself. Keep company with nobility? What a statty for the natural gallery! Jumps would be struck with admiration and wonder, and for the first time be impressed with the value of the prize he has won in the lottery of sweethearts. He's getting impatient, and wants me to name the happy day. I'm in no great hurry, fearing matrimony's something like wedding cake, all the sugar at the top. I dreamt I dwelt at Madame Tussaud's, with cutthroats and kings by my side. And all the wax figures in those abodes at midnight were horrified. I dreamt William the Fourth sat down to smoke with Collins who aimed at his eye. And I also dreamt King Hal, what a joke, danced the polka with Mistress Fry. Dance the polka with Mistress Fry. Dance the polka with Mistress Fry.
She dances 8 bars of a polka. Comic.
I dreamt that Napoleon Bonaparte was waltzing with Madame Tay. That O'Connell, to study the regicide act, had a gossip with Faychier. And Penn making eyes with Queen Bess I saw, and Pitt taking grog with Fox. And I also dreamt the sun melted Ola, the nose of Lord Brougham and Vaux. The nose of Lord Brougham and Vaux. The nose of Lord Brougham and Vaux.
Dances, at the end of which brigands' arms move. Blow on drum, exit right rapidly. Nick peeps in center through the curtain.
She's dressing up. Years ago, a live waxwork, a novelty in natural history. It beats the Singing Mouse and the Circus Hollow. What insinuating ways Master has with him to persuade the ignorant young creature to make such a fool of herself, though it certainly don't require much sense to make the poor gals do that. Their heads are soft like lumps of putty, and can be wheedled and squeezed into any shape. All right, governor, she'll do it. Beauty's the thing to tickle their fancy.
Cockles enters center, laughing, rubbing his hands.
Hush, you'll frighten her. If things go well, we shall get up an excitement and pocket the tin after all.
Suppose she moves.
Say she's hung on wires.
She might cough.
All the better. Made to imitate nature, that's the ticket.
If she runs away?
Let her run. The heart melted the wax. Never think of failures. Success is our only object, my boy. Once get the discerning public inside, gammon and imagination will do the rest. Nature's the philosophy I study, my boy. It's the showman's alphabet.
I studies mischief, and it comes naturally.
Patty, within.
I can't put on these queer things, if you please.
The lady's delight bothers her. We mustn't hear her. Hush, we're deaf.
Runs upstage.
What a genius master has. Lying comes easier than the truth to him. Such a face too, all brass. Then I never heard so much done with a speaking trumpet before, and his rolls on the drum drive one into fits. Wouldn't I give something to equal him? But it ain't in me. He's at the top of the ladder. Well, I'm obliged to hold it up.
Is she quiet?
Nick nods.
Capital.
Peeps right-hand door.
The dress becomes her, a real beauty, looks the character to a T.
A rare lot of them beauties have no character to look, master.
'Pon my word, she's a nice article to mind the doors. We shall be ready to begin directly, not a word.
Nick, going.
I'm dumb. I'll tell all the boys in the fair.
Aside.
Crikey, here's a go.
Exit.
Really a charming little girl. Her smile makes the very halfpence dance in my pocket. I wonder if she's got any trifles in the savings bank, and happens to be of a confiding, trusting disposition.
Conceals himself behind figures. Patty re-enters speaking, dressed a la Bloomer, walks round the stage.
In waxwork, if you please, I'm very uncomfortable in these outlandish things. My feelings don't simulate with them. You never mentioned them to me.
Cockles points to the trousers.
Oh, no, we never mention them. You'll become the envy of your sex, the glass of fashion, a living wonder.
All the folks will stare at me in waxwork.
I hope so. Place yourself near the dying brigand.
Next that ugly man with the dagger? I should faint, sir.
Stand by the hero of 100 fights.
No fighting for my money. It's gone clean out of fashion, thank goodness.
You're right. Peace and plenty is the motto to live and die under. This will suit arm and arm with Mrs. Fry.
Fry? I'm in a nice stew already. These tomfool things harass me. If Mother or Mrs. ever heard of this, they'd turn me out of doors.
They never will.
Places her among the figures.
It's nothing when you're used to it.
Oh, don't, if you please. I can't bear it. Pray let me go. My mind gives way.
Nick, peeping center curtain.
Such a jolly lot on the steps, master.
Hold up your head. Remember the money and the honor.
What a figure of fun. Walk up, this way, this way.
Beats the drum. Brigand's arm moves. Patty screams and falls on a figure. Cockles pulls her up.
Damn it, don't.
I'm beginning to go.
Nick laughs.
Keep your eyes shut.
I can't. Look at the digger. Ugh.
Do be sensible. There's a good girl.
I ain't a good girl. I'm a bad girl to do this. Let me go.
She'll spoil all. Listen to reason.
I won't. Give me my lawful things. These ain't fit for a Christian serving gal with £6 a year and 4 Sundays out.
Tries to move.
Woman, unfortunate woman.
She starts.
Move an inch or speak, and Guy Fawkes shall blow you up.
It ain't the 5th of November yet.
Do you see that dagger?
Don't I? Oh, Lord.
Another word, and it is buried in your heart.
I want my mother.
It's coming.
There's 2 on the steps, won't stay any longer. The tellers are spending their money in the cockshies and lucky bags. We shall lose 'em. Do make haste, governor.
Peeping through a hole in the curtain.
You hear, woman? No more nonsense. I've hired, bought,
Aside.
but will never pay, for you. Don't rouse my anger. Don't beard the lion in his den.
Exit left.
A lion?
I believe you, and I'm one of his pups.
Exit center, laughing.
Merciful gracious. In a wild beast den. They keep him underneath, I suppose. What will become of me? There's no getting out. If I scream, they may let him loose to devour me.
Weeps.
If poor mother knew how I've been deluded from the right way, what could have induced me to come to the horrid fair? Why wasn't I contented at home? Jumps would have bought a fairing, and I might have seen the butcher on the sly.
Nick opens center. Joseph Jumps and Miss Eliza Todd, showily dressed, enter. Patty shuts her eyes.
Walk forward. Now you behold the delight of the nobility and gentry, the best and most magnificentest collection of the uninhabitable world. There they stand, great men, little women, giants, dwarfs, patriots, and cutthroats, all more natural than life.
Pointing to a stuffed figure of a sailor.
That's the original William that married Susan, enlisted in the Blues, and settled among the fleet in the Downs. That chap there's first cousin to Macbeth, and the eldest son of Rob Roy. He invented the bagpipes and blowed himself to death. I'll take your money now, if you please. This is the act that holds it. None for myself, unless he likes to give nothing extra. There's the waxwork we shall show directly. That's...
Points to Paddy.
The Bloomer Dodge from Kentucky. It looks like wax, and it whacks life hollow. Be in time, be in time.
Exit center.
Dear me, it's very peculiar. Nothing superfine about it. A sort of betwixt and between garment. Like a pot of half and half, and either one thing or t'other.
What a delicious pair of ducks.
The figure's awkward and not half as natural as the others.
That voice.
Opens her eyes. Starts.
Jumps, my own Joseph.
Look, the eyes open and shut.
They all do when they pull the wires behind love.
His love? I thought I was his only flame.
How do you like her nose?
Not at all. It's a pug.
Paddy, forgetting.
It's false. Everybody knows it's a Roman. Oh dear.
Shuts her eyes.
I forgot. I'm a figure.
Eliza looks round.
Did you hear anyone speak?
The noise? No, it's only an echo of imagination. Those dresses are prime cloth, aren't they? I hope you relish this little treat.
Little treat? My mind is filled with rapture. Music and monkeys are delightful. I shall always think of the monkeys when I look at you, dear Joseph.
Dear Joseph. Snake.
Blessed Betsy.
Paddy starts and groans.
Oh, how I long to call you mine forever, to make you a jumps.
Embraces and kisses her.
Don't, I beg.
She means do, and begs for more. I shall scream out soon. My flesh begins to crawl.
Rather lucky to escape the ferret eyes of that Martha Bailey. She's always on the watch. I can't move for her evil glances.
Ferret eyes have I, sir. Very good.
She bores me to death, morning, noon, and night.
The world says you're rather fond of her, Joseph.
Fond of poison? I hate her.
Wretch! And he vowed I was the idol of his soul.
Confess you paid her some attention?
Never. I've paid attention to the cupboard.
Suppers every night, free gratis. Ooh.
Threatens.
Besides money for beer.
I fear you are a deceiver, a gay trifler.
I know he is.
No, on my honor. Hear me register an oath.
Hush! They will hear us outside.
Let 'em hear and see. You're mine. I defy the world in arms.
Kisses her.
Oh, how I long to stitch you to my side.
Don't. Paul will be angry if he finds us out, and will stop my pocket money.
He shan't.
He shall. I'll tell him.
I've bought the ring that's to bind our loving hearts.
Shows ring.
Fits to a hair.
Tries it on.
I lent him the money, for one to bind our two loving hearts together.
Oh, how I've pined for this opportunity to open my mind and pour out the truth at your feet. Blessed Betsy, you are an angel. Let us swear to be true to each other, like Romeo and Juliet in the play.
They kneel.
I swear.
Paddy in a hollow voice.
So do I.
You've got a cold in the head, sweet.
I never spoke.
Rising.
But I did.
Throws Brigand's head at them.
Monster.
A blow on the drum. Brigand's arms move rapidly.
Oh, the place is haunted. There's a ghost. I shall faint. Oh, Joseph, Joseph.
All stuff. They're only in plays. Who's there? I'll call the inspector. Who are you?
A murdered maid.
Makes wry faces.
Mercy! Oh dear! I want my paw!
Jumps, trembling.
Who did it?
Jumps. Joseph jumps.
Oh, Joseph! What have you been and done with it?
Nothing. It's false. I never did anything but cabbage a waistcoat.
Give me back my young.
An infant, too? Oh, Oh, false Joseph!
My young affections that you stole away.
You never had any to steal.
Music from Don Juan. Patty advancing slowly with Brigand's dagger.
False traitor.
It was only in fun.
Murder! Oh! Oh!
A picture of horror is here formed. Patty in the center with dagger. Patty standing over him.
Prepare.
I ain't prepared, if you please, sir.
I'm no sir, but a miss. Unfortunate Miss Bailey. Now do you know me? Villain? Deluder, eh?
No, or do I wish?
Patty sticks him with dagger.
Let this stir your memory up. And this.
Stop, I know you now. Dear Martha, you've touched my heart.
Dear Martha, poor pitiful hedgehog. Hate me, eh? And you, stuck-up Miss Lizzie Todd, how dare you inveigle him here, spending my money, eh?
Your money? He borrowed a shilling of me, besides making me treat him to the dancing dogs and spice nuts.
Somebody must die for this indignity. Who so fit as you?
To Lizzie.
Jumps! He deceived us both, promising to marry me and fly to California.
That's where he promised to fly with me.
Wretch!
Beats him.
Tiger.
Throws Brigand's head at him and beats him round the stage with the powdered wig of one of the figures, knocking down the stuffed figures.
Murder! Help! Help!
Cockles and Nick rush in, followed by mob, male and female. Nick, laughing, he falls over the figures.
Here's a wind-up for the ladies' delight. Oh, crikey. Here, only a penny.
Capers about.
What the devil is all this uproar about?
Bigamy. Marrying double. Call the police.
No, I'm single and mean to keep so.
Eliza, shaking him.
Then pay my shilling back, sir.
And give me my ring, too, to bind my loving heart to somebody else.
Snatches it.
Who's to pay me for my broken images?
Holding up a head.
Ask that image of despair.
I'm out of work and can't.
Somebody must do it.
Take it out of the 10 shillings you promised me.
She's a nice girl. The ring's ready without expense. I want a partner. How should you like to settle among the royal waxwork, my love?
Waxwork? My heart melts. I'm an abandoned one. Cockles is amazingly ugly. Old Mrs. is sure to give warning without character after this.
Points to clothes.
I might do worse.
Consent. Say the word. Let me call you Cockles.
Would you be constant and attentive?
As a tax gatherer.
I think I'll venture, Cockles.
Leans on his shoulder. Nick strikes the drum loud.
Here's the ring. Pray, how do you feel now, Mr. Jumps?
Never better. Let me give you away. Take her with my heart's blessing.
Aside.
And glad to get rid of her.
Nick beats drum.
Be in time. Just going to begin. Only a penny.
Shut up the show. I invite you to our wedding. We'll have a rare day of it.
Huzzah! One word, if you please, Mr. C. I believe I've a voice in the concern now. There's a great point to settle before we're married, especially as I ventured to assume a new style of dress. Ladies.
In a whisper.
Permit me to whisper in confidence. Mind how you try these new notions, as our American sisters term them. They might laugh. I don't mind it. In fact, I rather like it, being used to it, and I'm always ready to make a figure of fun of myself, or assume any shape or dress that may prove acceptable to you, and raise a cheerful smile.
Finis. Curtain. End of The Bloomer Costume, or The Figure of Fun, by Edward Stirling.
Short and Sweet by Adolphus Charles Troughton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
Mr. Sweet of the Stock Exchange, a friend of Short's. Read by Todd.
Mr. Short of the Stock Exchange, a friend of Sweet's. Read by Mike Manalakis.
Stephen, a footman. Read by David Purdy.
Mrs. Sweet. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Mrs. Short. Read by Anamika.
Maria, Mrs. Sweet's maid. Read by Sonia.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson. Scene: Short and Sweet's lodgings near the Crystal Palace. A handsomely furnished apartment. Door center, backed by landing and staircase. Doors left, first entrance and second entrance. Fireplace left in flat. Looking glass over mantelpiece. Vases and ornaments on a mantelpiece. Fender, fire irons, etc. Door right, second entrance. A large round table, right. Laid for luncheon for 4. Chairs, an easy chair, left of table. Sofa against right in flat. Sideboard against left in flat. A work table and chairs left. Footstool near sofa. Mrs. Sweet is seen right, arranging the remains of a luncheon, from which she and Mrs. Short are supposed to have just risen. Mrs. Short sitting working at table left.
That tiresome husband of mine, what has he done with himself?
Compose yourself, my dear. Men of business, you know, are not always their own masters. My good man, you see, has not found his way back yet.
Are you quite spoiled, Mr. Short? You know we don't agree upon that subject.
Calls.
Come, William, come take your lunch.
Sweet within right door.
In 1 minute, my dear. I'm only just drying my hands.
Vexatious! We shan't get the things cleared away all day.
Enter Mr. Sweet.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Couldn't help it, upon my honor. Just as I was leaving the office, as the deuce would have it, in came a gentleman on business. Large transfer of stock, etc., etc. And so I lost my train. Never mind, there's plenty of time, so I'll just snap up a bit of something and be ready in the crack of a whip.
Sit at table right and eats voraciously.
Why, how you're eating, William! One would think you hadn't tasted anything before today.
No more I have, to speak of. I was so late this morning that I was obliged to run away without my breakfast.
Oh, Mr. Sweet, how can you say so? Why, I helped you to 6 kidneys at least. There wasn't one left in the dish for Mr. Short when he came down after you left.
Ha 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 ha!
No. Did you, though? My impression was I only took a cup of tea.
Eats voraciously.
But the fact is, I have so much upon my stomach, upon my mind, in the way of business, that really these things make very little impression. However, hang business for today, at all events. We shall have a splendid afternoon for our ride. You'll enjoy it, I know, Mrs. Short, immensely.
Oh, yes, that I shall of all things. I haven't been out for a ride once since my marriage, and I used to be such a horsewoman.
No, Short doesn't like it, I know.
I would like to see Mr. Short on horseback, amazingly. Since Gilpin's ride to Edmonton.
Checking herself.
And yet, though Henry is rather inclining to be stout, you must admit that he carries himself remarkably well.
Sweet to Mrs. Sweet.
Really, my dear, you are too severe upon Short.
I beg your pardon, Louise, I'm sure. I'm such a simpleton. I must always laugh when I shouldn't. However, I think you had better make your arrangements independently of him, for although I don't want to be a wet blanket, I am convinced he won't go.
No. I'll undertake to persuade him when he comes in.
Stephen is seen to cross center from right to left.
Isn't that Stephen going downstairs? Here, Stephen.
Enter Stephen left center.
Step over the way to the livery stables and tell them to send round the horses I chose on my way to town this morning. Then go on to Mr. Billington's, my compliments, and we shall be happy to join him this afternoon for a ride at the appointed time, 2:00. Let's see, where did that note say we were to meet him?
Mrs. Short eagerly.
In front of the Crystal Palace.
Ah, exactly. Don't forget, Stephen, 2:00 precisely.
2:00, sir? Yes, sir.
Exit left center. Sweet rising and rubbing his hands.
Come, that's nicely arranged. We shall have a charming ride over to Dulwich, see the pictures, and get back in plenty of time to dress before we start to dine with Billington. And then, with the box at the opera, which he has so politely presented us with, we shall have made out the day in a very superior, and I think I may almost venture to say, aristocratic manner. Come, ladies, make haste. Get your habits on, or the horses will be here before you are ready, and you know I can't bear to be kept waiting.
I like that vastly.
What's the matter?
You can't be kept waiting. But you don't mind keeping other people waiting. Then, too, I am to be ordered about at beck and call. Everything arranged for me beforehand. I think at least you might have inquired whether I felt disposed to join you.
Oh, I'm sure, Fanny.
Why, my dear Mrs. Sweet, you heard the whole thing canvassed this morning between me and Mrs. Short, and you never made the smallest objection. Besides, haven't I only just made you a present of a magnificent riding habit? Cost me £10, and one of the most wicked little wide-awakes in the world, with a bunch of cock's feathers all drooping over the crown? Come now, you know you are dying to put them on.
You think so, do you?
Yes, to be sure I do. You know you're an arrant coquette.
I, sir, a coquette.
Ah! Didn't I surprise you trying your hat on 50 ways before the glass this very morning? You are caught there, I think.
It's not true. You did nothing of the sort. You're always saying something of this kind, and since these are the sentiments you entertain of me, I positively refuse to stir a foot with you. So you may go without me.
Doggedly, seating herself. Mrs. Short eagerly.
Oh, Fanny.
Now, really, my dear, you can't be in earnest.
Mrs. Sweet pettishly.
No, I won't go. Not an inch.
Crosses and sits right.
Very well, Mrs. Sweet, very well. The old story. You haven't contradicted me before today, and so you think it is full time to begin. Was there ever such caprice?
Crosses to left. Mrs. Short anxiously persuading her.
My dear Fanny, now do be reasonable. You are not going to take offence without a cause. A mere word and joke. Mr. Sweet was only in fun. Were you, Mr. Sweet? After all Mr. Billington's politeness, too. Surely you'll go. It would seem so personal.
To be sure. Insult a man like Billington? One of the first houses in the city? Most respectable, delightful creature like Billington? Why, he keeps 2 carriages, a couple of saddle horses, and a buggy.
Come now, Fanny, say you'll go.
Do. That's a ducky.
Well, perhaps I've been too hasty. Say you didn't mean it, William.
Oh, no, my love. Upon my honor, I didn't mean it.
Well, then, as Mr. Billington will be expecting us, I suppose I must go.
Now, if my husband would but come.
Oh, never mind him. If he is not in time, we'll go without him. Come, we haven't a minute to spare. The horses will be here directly.
Exit Mrs. Sweet, door left, second entrance, and Mrs. Short, door left, first entrance. Sweet looking after them.
We'll go without him. Exactly. That's the way she carries it. And if I had been the absentee, and had only been a quarter of a minute behind time, she would go on without me, as leave as look at me. She treats me as if I had been married 20 years instead of half as many months. But all that applies to Short just as well as to me. And yet how he lords it over his wife! She actually seems to dote upon him, fondles him, pats him, gives way to him, whereas Mrs. Sweet expresses her affection for me by snapping and snubbing in constant contradiction. It's extraordinary. I never perceived it before we took these joint lodgings down here for the sake of being near the Crystal Palace. Or if we did sometimes quarrel, I always coaxed her into good temper again. But since I have witnessed Short's happiness, I confess my eyes are open to the different stage of things existing in the 2 families, and I acknowledge that it irritates me, annoys me, for I begin to feel myself in a very false and ridiculous position. Oh, I must turn over a new leaf. I really must. I wonder how Short does it, for he is nothing like so good-looking as I am. On the contrary, although he is my most particular friend, he's a confoundedly ugly fellow.
Enter Stephen, left first entrance.
The horses are at the door, sir.
Very well. Get my whip.
Stephen takes one off sofa and gives it to Sweet and exits left center.
It's astonishing what an excitement I've worked myself into.
Lushing the air with his whip.
I hope my wife won't happen to come in just now. I am hardly safe to be trusted with his whip.
Short outside.
Are the lunch things taken away? I am almost famished.
There he is, happy man.
Enter Short, door left center. Short speaking as he comes in.
Here, give me a chair. Give me a chair. I am tired to death, fussed and worried out of my life.
Why, how late you are. We had almost given you up.
You're a pretty fellow to complain. Here have I been chasing about the city all day on an empty stomach. I can't neglect my business as you do, and then I'm to be told you had nearly given me up, forsooth. Here, Stephen, bring me up something or other to eat. Why, you have hardly left a scrap upon the table. Stephen, some cold meat.
Sits in easy chair left of table right.
What? Are you going to make a heavy luncheon at this hour of day? I am surprised at that habit of yours, Short. I rarely take anything between breakfast and dinner.
Nor more do I when I get down first. Who devoured the whole dish of kidneys and left me nothing for my breakfast but half a round of cold toast? But what's all that about outside? They're parading 4 horses up and down before the house. One great brute nearly ran over me as I was crossing the road.
Sweet sits right of table left.
That's exactly what you said when you knocked down that Shetland pony in the burrow and trod upon it, and then came fainting into a pastry cook's shop, swearing you had been run over. What? Didn't I tell you then that we are all going out for a ride?
What do you mean by all? I am not going, I can tell you. Do you think at my time of life I would trust myself to the back of a horse from a livery stable? Why, when I was 15 or 20 years younger, in my wildest days, I never permitted myself anything beyond a donkey on the sands at Ramsgate, and then only a quiet one. I never could bear a fiery donkey.
Come now, you are not going to spoil sport. Your wife has set her heart upon it.
Rises and goes to Short.
My wife, Sweet, never sets her heart upon anything but what mine set on too, so you may send back 2 of the horses, I promise you.
Do you mean to say you are going to take this step without first consulting your wife?
Of course I am.
What, on your own private authority, refuse Mrs. Short?
Refuse? There will be no necessity for that. I shall just say, I don't go, and she won't go either.
Sweet imitating.
Oh, you'll just say, you don't go, and she won't go either, eh?
Aside.
Bluebeard.
Aloud.
Now really, Short, you are joking with me.
You'll soon see whether I'm in earnest.
What? Do you mean to pretend that she'll give in without disputing the point, without a quarrel?
Not the slightest. My wife always does as I wish her.
Oh, so does mine. So does mine when we both wish alike. Come, I bet you £5 she goes.
Done! I tell you what it is, Sweet. When a woman once falls violently in love with a man, there's no end to the influence he has over her.
Sweet aside.
Conceited old hippopotamus.
Aloud.
You'll lose your money, depend upon it. She'll not give way.
Well, we shall see about that, for here she comes.
Enter Mrs. Short in hat and riding habit, through door left first entrance.
Well, here you are, my dear, at last.
Patting his cheek.
You naughty hubby to be so late.
Crosses to Short.
Yes, Lou, here I am, very tired, I can tell you, and ravenous for something to eat.
Oh, dear, dear, what can I tell them to get you?
Never mind, there is something coming. I have taken care of myself, but bless my heart, Lou, how smart you are. Why, you look as if you were going to ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross.
Fanny and Mr. Sweet have been proposing.
A ride on horseback, yes, I know. Quite a cavalcade, Sweet has been telling me. But shouldn't you have waited for my return before you gave your consent?
Sweet aside.
What a terrible crime.
Well, Henry, dear, I didn't think you would.
You know, Louisa, I am not fond of equestrian exercise. I never even go to Astley's. But since you have been at the trouble of dressing yourself, why, I suppose I mustn't disappoint Mrs. Sweet and her husband.
Thank you, Harry, that's kind.
Sweet aside.
There's £5 in my pocket.
Short ill-humoredly.
At the same time, of course, it will be very dull and uncomfortable for me to be left all alone here while you are out pleasuring. Just like you wives, you always think of yourselves first.
With increasing ill humor.
Who the deuce was it put the idea into your head?
Why, I did, I believe. But to confess the truth, I should never have dreamt of the thing if it hadn't been for Mr.
Mrs. Short alarmed and checking Sweet.
No, never mind. It's of no consequence. Don't let us talk any more about it.
She begins to pull off her gloves.
Why, Mrs. Short, what are you doing?
Rises.
I see my husband doesn't wish me to go, and I feel now it wouldn't be right to leave him. So, although he has given me full permission to go, I shall not avail myself of his kindness.
Short looking at Sweet.
Ahem.
Sweet aside.
How on earth does he do it? What can be the nature of the influence? He must do something to her.
Well, since I am not going, I may as well take off my things.
To Sweet.
You'll explain matters to Fanny.
Aside.
What a fright he gave me, just as everything was arranged so nicely. How vexatious.
Exit through door left first entrance. Short balancing himself with his thumbs in his waistcoat, looking triumphantly at Sweet.
I told you so. Hand me over £5.
Sweet taking out his purse and paying the money.
It isn't enough that I am to be made sensible that I'm not half such a happy man as you are, but I'm to pay for the conviction into the bargain. You're a sorcerer.
No, the girl's devoted to me, that's all.
Go along with you. Don't tell me. It won't bear thinking about. Zounds. I shall become unhappy if I do. I won't stand it, Short. Hang me if I go to Dulwich either. Hang me if I do. And yet that will be no punishment to Fanny, for she didn't wish to go herself.
Pray don't let me prevent your going.
Enter Stephen left center with cold meat. To Stephen left center.
Come, what a time you've been.
He sits down and begins to eat.
Stephen?
Yes, sir?
Tell the man to take back the horses to the stable. We are not going.
Enter Mrs. Sweet, as he is speaking, dressed in riding hat and habit, through door left second entrance.
What do you mean, not going?
No, my dear. I have changed my mind.
Stephen lingers for further orders.
What for? We're all ready, and here's Mr. Short come home.
Yes, but you see, he is busy.
Pointing to Short, who is eating voraciously.
He doesn't wish to go, and his wife remains at home to keep him company.
But what in the name of goodness has all this to do with us?
I tell you, Short doesn't want to go, and I desire, Mrs. Sweet, that there may be no further discussion on the subject. You understand?
Imitating Short.
I don't go.
Aside.
That's it, I think, as near as a toucher.
Aloud.
Stephen, do as I ordered you.
Stephen is about to go.
Stop a moment, Stephen.
How, Mrs. Sweet, you venture to counter-order?
No, but tell me, how strange you are. Just now, when I didn't care about going, you were violently in favour of it. And now I have consented and dressed myself to please you, you want to stay home. My dear William, what nonsense. Of course we must go, now you have sent to say so. What can you be thinking about?
Sweet aside.
There she is again, arguing the point with me. How different with Short. And yet that great hulky fellow, insensible of his own happiness, sits there stuffing ready to burst himself.
Short looking up from his knife and fork.
Well, have you settled the point?
My dear, Stephen is waiting for orders. You know I have already given way to you, Willie. It's now your turn.
Sweet aside.
I feel that I am yielding, and I can't help it.
Aloud.
Well, that's true, so you did.
Aside.
Short's laughing at me, but I mustn't exact too much from her at once.
Come, we shall be keeping them waiting.
Ah, to be sure, I didn't think of that. You know, that makes all the difference, Short. We have friends waiting for us. Stephen, you can tell the man to take back only 2 of the horses.
Yes, sir.
Exit left center.
There. That's like a man of sense. You may give me a kiss, and then you get your hat, and let us be off.
Certainly, Fanny. That habit of yours is monstrously becoming to you.
Kisses her. Aside.
That's all very well in its way, but I'm a great ass for my pains notwithstanding.
Now then, are you ready?
Sweet putting on his hat and taking his whip.
Goodbye, Short. Take care of yourself. We shall find you at home, I suppose, when we come back.
Oh yes, no fear of that. A safe ride to you. Goodbye.
Exit Sweet and Mrs. Sweet left center.
Ha 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 ha! There he goes, poor tame snake. A model of a husband.
Re-enter Mrs. Short, door left, first entrance, without her habit, as at first. Mrs. Short aside, looking after Mr. and Mrs. Sweet.
There they go. How I should like to be with them.
I wish them joy. Ha ha! Sweet will make more than one wry face when he comes to sit down to dinner.
Seeing his wife.
Why, Lou, I'm afraid you don't stay at home with a good grace.
Oh, don't say so. I am sure I am always delighted to be with you. Besides, it is no less a duty than a pleasure to me.
Short eating heartily all the while he is talking.
Now I ask you if we are not 10 times better off comfortably at home here with a good luncheon before us than if we were jolting about on the backs of those brutes, exposed all the while to the danger. Why, my dear, you are in a brown study.
Mrs. Short recollecting herself.
Eh? Yes, certainly. What did you say?
Who is it they are going with?
Mrs. Short getting uneasy.
If you talk so much, you'll spoil your luncheon.
Well, I don't know how it is, but my appetite's beginning to fail.
Mrs. Short bustling about the table to draw off his attention.
Have a glass of sherry. Here, let me pour some out for you.
Pours out wine for him and goes round to the right of Short.
Well, I have rather a weakness for a glass of sherry.
Having drank it.
Another.
She pours out another. Aside.
If Sweet could but see me now.
Aloud.
What a nice little parlour maid you would make, Lou. Why, you are prettier than ever.
Chucks her under the chin and takes her by the hand to draw her towards him. Mrs. Short with disinclination to meet his advance.
Oh, how cold your hand is.
Breaking away from him and running towards the bell left.
Let me ring and tell them to light a fire for you.
No, never mind. Come here, I want to talk to you. Pour me out another glass of wine.
Mrs. Short observing him.
My dear, a third glass before dinner.
Why not? It warms me and does me good. Come, give me a buss.
Drawing her towards him. Mrs. Short breaking away from him.
Oh!
Why, what on earth's the matter?
Only a sudden stitch.
Keeping at a distance.
I tell you I want to have a chat with you. Come, sit by me.
Mrs. Short taking her work and sitting at table left.
Very well. What shall we chat about?
Don't sit so far off.
He is about to rise to go nearer to her, but sinks back again into the chair.
There's my leg again. Phew, what a grinder. I haven't got rid of my gout yet.
About to rise. Mrs. Short running to him with footstool.
Don't get up. You'll hurt yourself. Here, take this footstool.
Short rubbing his leg and putting it on footstool, and then sits left.
Ah, that's better. That's more comfortable.
Aside.
If that silly fellow Sweet could but see me.
Aloud.
I am as snug now as a bug in a rug. What would poor Sweet give to exchange places with me? This spring cushion instead of a hard saddle, and his leg up at his ease. Talking of him reminds me, you haven't told me who's their friend this morning.
She seems to hesitate.
What, don't you know?
Yes. Oh, yes. Mr. Billington, I believe.
Oh, Mr. Billington, is it? A friend of the Sweets? Let's see, we dined there today. A remarkably nice young man, that Mr. Billington. He is particularly civil to me lately whenever he meets me in the city. I am sure nothing could be more polite and attentive than his behavior to us that night at the Sweets, in town just before we came down here. By the by, how is it he never comes to our house?
Mrs. Short confused.
Why, I never asked him. You know you are so much away from home. I am so often alone that I...
You are quite right, my dear. Perfectly correct, certainly. Appearances must be attended to. Very proper conduct on your part. Delicate and correct in the extreme.
Aside.
Ecod, Sweet's right. I am the happiest fellow under the sun.
Enter Stephen left center.
Oh, sir. Oh, mum. Such a shocking thing.
Good gracious, Stephen, what's the matter?
Oh, the poor gentleman. Poor Mr. Sweet.
Why? What has happened to him?
Oh, horrible, sir. Tremendious. Throwed from his horse. Dashed hisself to pieces.
Oh, good heavens, where is he?
This comes of steady men of business taking to riding when they're turned of 5 and 40. Poor fellow, poor fellow.
Enter Sweet left centre, frightened out of his wits, leaning on his wife and Stephen, apparently in great pain. Mrs. Short and Short run to meet him.
Oh, oh!
My dear friend, what is it? Tell me.
Thrown from my horse.
Mrs. Sweet with the greatest solicitude and affection.
My poor husband! Quick, quick, the sofa!
Stephen wheels sofa to centre.
Lay him on the sofa, gently. There, place your head upon my arm. Where is it you're in pain? Do tell us.
Oh, here, there.
Seated on sofa centre.
Run, Stephen, as fast as your legs will carry you for Mr. Sawbone.
No, I won't see him. He'll cut both my legs off.
Mrs. Sweet to Stephen.
Get your hat. We'll send you word if you are to go.
Yes, mum.
Aside as he goes out looking at Sweet.
Well, he has gone and smashed hisself.
Exit left centre. Short examining and bending first his legs and then his arms.
Courage. Come, let me see where you're hurt.
Oh.
Have you broken a limb?
Examining.
No, your legs are all sound, and so are your arms. Come, sit up, man. You're more frightened than hurt.
Mercy be praised, how thankful I am.
Short to Sweet.
What a turn you have given me. Pour me out a glass of wine, Lou.
Mrs. Short pours out a glass of wine, and as she is carrying it to him, Mrs. Sweet takes it out of her hand and gives it to Sweet, who drinks it. Mrs. Sweet to Mrs. Short as she takes the wine.
Thank you.
That was meant for me.
Mrs. Sweet to Sweet, not hearing Short.
How are you now, my dear?
Well, I feel a little better, but there's something gone. I'm sure I felt it go.
Unbuttoning his waistcoat and feeling.
Yes, it's one of your brace buttons, don't you see?
Mrs. Short to Mrs. Sweet.
How pale you are, Fanny.
Mrs. Sweet recovering from her alarm.
It is passing off now. I have had a little fright, that's all.
Short to Sweet.
You would go showing off your horsemanship and see what has come of it.
Not at all, I assure you. I was going along as quietly as possible, getting gradually more confident and comfortable, when all of a sudden a cursed little brute of a cur ran out of a yard close by and flew at the horse's throat. I thought something was going to happen by the look of the mare's ears, and just as I was about to let go of the bridle and catch hold of the mane, up went her heels into the air, and I was shot like a bullet from a gun slap over her head into the road.
And poor little Pug was kicked to death, I suppose.
No, I had my revenge.
How do you mean?
Why, I came down in a sitting posture, plump on his back. One squeak, and it was all over.
Mrs. Sweet, seeing that nothing is the matter with her husband.
Come, William, I think you are nearly all right again now.
Yes, my dear, thank you. I shall get round again in a day or two, I dare say. You were far more frightened than I was.
Mrs. Sweet smiling.
Oh, come, William. I am not quite so sure about that. Now that the danger is over, we can afford, to laugh about it. You were not at all alarmed, were you, dear? And the droll manner in which you fell.
Exactly. It certainly broke his fall and the dog's back at the same time. Much better than falling the other way.
Only picture to yourselves my husband's attitude after his descent, comfortably sitting in the middle of the road without his hat.
With all the dirty little vagabonds in the parish gathered around him.
Sweet, getting offended.
I'm glad you're amused. I really don't see the joke.
Mrs. Short, aside to Mrs. Sweet.
Don't, Fanny. He don't like it.
Mrs. Sweet, thrusting her handkerchief in her mouth.
I ought laugh, perhaps, but I positively can't help it.
No, it makes one laugh in spite of oneself. Ha 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 ha!
Sweet, more offended.
Really, Mrs. Sweet, I consider this behavior of yours very extraordinary, not to say disgusting. Here have I been within a hair's breadth of losing my life, and you are turning the whole thing into ridicule.
Nay, now, don't be angry. I can't help myself.
Just imagine our friend here magnificently enthroned in the gutter on the body of his prostrate enemy. Ha 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 ha!
Mr. Short, sir, leave off.
Well, it is not my fault. It was your wife set me off. Ha ha ha!
Sweet looking angrily at his wife.
Yes, I know it was. And her preposterous merriment exposes her great want of feeling, the stony nature of her heart.
Mrs. Sweet trying in vain to repress her laughter.
Nay, now, Willie.
Yes, ma'am, I repeat it, the stony nature of your heart.
Now, Willie, it's ill-natured of you to say that. If I could for laughing, I should be very angry with you. I cannot stop myself.
Damn it, madam. Will you leave off?
I can't, William. The whole thing seems so absurd to me now it's all over that I can't really contain myself. I shall do myself an injury. I'll go out of the room since it offends you.
Exit bursting with irresistible laughter, Sweet pacing the stage in a passion.
Such scandalous want of feelings is abominable, revolting.
Mrs. Short tried to pacify him.
Mr. Sweet, pray—
Sweet interrupting her and crossing to left.
No, Mrs. Short. I appeal to you. I appeal to you, ma'am. Suppose this misfortune had happened to Short. Do you think for one moment that you would have been capable of such behavior?
Crosses to right.
Ah, Sweet, but there's no arguing by comparisons. All women are not of the same sensitive disposition as my Louisa. I flatter myself they don't all feel things alike.
But Fanny is the most affectionate creature in the world, and I am sure Mr. Sweet is very sincerely attached to you. It was evidently quite an hysterical affection, wholly beyond her power to control. One of those irresistible fits of laughter that we are all of us subject to at times.
No, I shan't pass it off so easily, I assure you. How does she know what may be the end of it? There may be after symptoms.
Oh, don't let us think of that. I trust that you are not seriously hurt. Come now, I'll go and fetch her. You must kiss and be friends. You must indeed.
Enter Maria, door left.
My mistress wishes to see you, ma'am.
Very well, Maria. I'll come directly.
Exit Maria. To Sweet.
There, you see? She has sent for me to make it up with you.
Mrs. Short, listen to me.
No, no. I'll not hear another word. You must be reconciled to your wife this very minute on pain of my severe displeasure.
Sweet is about to object.
No, no, I can't hear you. Not half a syllable. I shall run and fetch her.
Exit door left, second entrance.
What a treasure you have in that woman, Short. She is a perfect pattern, a model, an incomparable model of conjugal devotedness. It's a good thing for you I didn't see her first.
Sits on sofa center.
My dear friend, women are neither more nor less than what we make them, at least in marriage. Louisa was not always the docile, obedient wife you now see her. Not, of course, till all the tomfoolery of the honeymoon was over, and I began to take the proper tone.
Sweet rises.
Ah, why didn't I take the proper tone?
Exactly.
Rises.
But it requires a peculiar tact. The method of proceeding, I believe, is a secret not possessed by all.
Take pity on me, Short. Tell it me. Show me how you do it, and you'll bind me to you for life.
You want firmness? You give way. And when once a married man, you know, allows two voices in his house, it soon ends in there being only one, and you'll excuse me, Sweet. The result is he is led by the nose by his own wife. As Iago says in the play, as tenderly as asses are.
Yes, I am afraid I have been a very great ass, but Shall I suffer this state of things to go on till I become the laughing-stock of all my friends? No, no, never. I can't sleep at nights for thinking of the difference between your wife and mine. Sounds. I'm resolved. I won't put up with it any longer. I'll be as much master in my own house as you are. Every jot as much. Who the devil are you that you should carry it over me in this sort of way? Do you hear what I say, Short? I insist upon being as much minded as you are, sir. I insist upon it. What can I do to show my authority? I have it. I won't go to the opera tonight. I won't dine at Billington's. What do I care for his mock turtle? Damn his milk punch. I know she has set her heart upon it, but I won't go. There'll be a precious kick-up. She'll fly into a passion. Fall a-crying, perhaps. Have a fit. And shall I give way? No, I'll stand like a rock.
Well said. Bravo. But you'll be sure to give in again.
Give in? You shall see.
If only you keep your word, you'll be sure to succeed.
Oh, I have been too much of a nincompoop all this while. Too good-natured. Too indulgent. Too...
Hush, they'll hear you. Here they come. Now mind.
Sweet left.
Don't you trouble yourself. I'm just in a humor for her.
Enter Mrs. Sweet and Mrs. Short, door left, Maria following with an evening dress on her arm. Stephen enters, left center, and wheels back sofa to right, in flat.
Never mind, Fanny. Why, what a child you are. Don't let the dress put you out of temper. I am sure I can alter it for you.
To Maria.
Lay it carefully on the bed.
Exit Maria, door left, first entrance. To Mrs. Sweet.
You must come and dress in my room.
Was there ever anything so vexatious? Stupid creature.
Sits left. Stephen removes luncheon and exit, left center. Sweet aside to Mrs. Short.
Well?
Mrs. Short not at first understanding him.
Eh? Oh, yes.
Aside.
Well, I spoke to her about it, and I'm sure she is very sorry for what took place, so you mustn't think any more of it.
Short aside to Sweet.
Be firm. Show determination.
Mrs. Short aside to Sweet.
You promised me, you know, to make it up with her.
Short aside to Mrs. Short.
This is no place for us just now. Hadn't you better go and dress?
Wait a minute. I want just to speak.
My dear.
Very well.
Sweet observing them.
Astonishing. One word, and he is obeyed at once.
Short aside to Sweet.
Recollect.
Sweet aside to Short.
Never fear.
Short to his wife.
Now, if you please.
Exit Short and Mrs. Short, door left, first entrance.
Mrs. Short is right. She seems vexed. Perhaps she is really sorry.
These things only happen to me.
Whose fault is that, ma'am?
How was I to know I should be so misunderstood?
You should be more particular in what you say, then. Think before you speak.
Well, so I thought I did. I am quite grieved about it.
Rings bell. Enter Maria, door left, first entrance.
Has Mr. Billington's aunt sent the book of the fashions she promised the other day to Mrs. Short?
No, ma'am.
Send Stephen for it directly, then, and as soon as it comes, bring it to me. Don't make any mistake now. Bring it to me, you understand?
Very well, ma'am.
Exit left center. Sweet aside.
She is off at a tangent now about her finery.
Aloud.
Your grief appears to be of short duration, ma'am.
I am sure I was quite in despair about it, but Louisa has kindly undertaken to put matters to right for me.
Mrs. Short, then, has undertaken more than she has any authority for, and may find the task more difficult than she supposes.
Oh, I hope not. But if she doesn't succeed, I shall go another way to work. A sharp knife will soon settle the business.
A sharp knife? You alarm me. What for?
What for? Why, to rip up the seam of my dress, to be sure. I want the upper skirt open at the side, trimmed with flowers. There's nothing more becoming.
Trimmed with flowers. Fool, to suppose that I was in any way concerned in your vexation.
You? Of course not. How should that concern you?
You have the face to ask me the question after your scandalous behavior just now?
Oh, that's what you've been driving at all this while. I didn't understand you. You don't mean to say that you are still in a bad temper about my joking you? There. I ask your pardon. Shall I go down on my knees?
No, no, by no means. Laugh again, ma'am, if you like. Pray don't restrain yourself, but you will find for the future that I shan't give way to all your whims and fancies quite as easily as I have done. It doesn't answer.
Crosses to left.
Come now, Willie, I didn't mean to offend you. The danger was all past, you know.
No, ma'am. I am not in a laughing humour today, and as I see nothing amusing in what has happened to me, and don't feel disposed to go out, you will be pleased to stay at home tonight, ma'am.
Very well.
Yes, but I mean it, Mrs. Sweet. I am not well. I am suffering from the effects of my accident, wounded both in mind and body.
Crosses to right.
Where? Why didn't you see the doctor, then, when I wished you?
Zounds, ma'am. A man may be wounded without having all his bones broken. Besides, I am not obliged to give a reason. I don't choose to go, and I request you not to go either. I order you not to go.
Oh, very well, sir, as you please, of course. But since you feel yourself so very, very ill, why on earth don't you go to bed?
Because I prefer to sit up.
Sits right.
Then you must allow me to say that your not going tonight is a mere caprice. You would be just as well at the opera as sitting up in this room.
Possibly, but I don't mean to put it to the proof.
What? Not for my sake, Willie? Not if I coax you? I do so wish to go. It is so seldom I have an opportunity of going to the opera.
No, it's of no use. I tell you I won't go.
Really, this behaviour is most unpardonable. Why, you are a completely altered man. I am surprised at you.
Yes, ma'am, I am altered. Totally altered.
Crosses to left.
I have given way for the last time, and you'll be much more surprised when you find that I am firm, determined, fixed.
Well, I have never seen you in such a detestable temper before in all my life.
You provoke me, ma'am. I am tired of being contradicted, tired of it.
What can you mean, William? Why, if anyone saw us, we should be set down for the most unhappy couple in the world.
So we are, Mrs. Sweet, so we are. Although I wasn't aware of it till we came down here a month ago to these lodgings with the Shorts, I was contented enough before then, happy as the days were long, sometimes giving into your way, sometimes getting my own. But I was a fool then, and didn't know any better. Look at Short. My eyes are opened now. See how much happier he is with his wife than I am with you. I wish, ma'am, to be obeyed like Short, to be observed like Short, to be doted on like Short, to be caressed like Short, to be petted like Short, to be patted like Short, to be fat like Short. Why ain't I of as much consequence as he is? Why is he always obeyed when I am not?
Crosses to right.
Because he is less extravagant in his desires, I suppose.
How, ma'am?
Or else, perhaps, because he has a more amiable way of making his wishes understood. In a word, because he doesn't resemble you.
This is downright personality. I give you fair warning. I am getting into a most enormous passion.
Enter Stephen left centre.
Mr. Billington is here, ma'am.
We're not at home.
Crosses to left.
What does he want?
He says, sir, he waited this morning for nearly an hour in front of the Crystal Palace, according to appointment, and finding that you didn't come, he has called to inquire if there is anything the matter.
We can't see him. We're not at home.
Impossible! You can't mean it. What now? He is in the house?
Sweet to Stephen.
Do you hear what I say?
Exit Stephen, left centre.
I never would have believed that you could have behaved like this. What will Mr. Billington think of us?
What do I care?
You must go tonight now, if it only be to apologize to him, after keeping him waiting, too, all the morning.
It will be time enough tomorrow. I shall see him in the city.
I don't understand your conduct, William. It must be simply to vex and annoy me that you refuse to accompany me this evening.
No, ma'am. I'm acting advisedly on principle.
Very well, sir. I see your object. You have determined to make me unhappy, and you have perfectly succeeded. I am not accustomed to these insane transports of passion without the slightest motive. Your cruel treatment has wounded me to that degree. What have I done to deserve it?
Sweet softened.
Why, I can't help feeling...
So happy as we have always lived together, till we came down here. You'll repent of this behaviour before long, depend upon it. I see how it is. You want to make me your slave, the mere echo of your own lordly will. Very well, sir. I submit. Henceforward you shall find me the most submissive of wives. Every wish shall be acquiesced in, every command obeyed. But I shall never love you any more.
Crossing left, Sweet follows her, entreating, and crossing down center.
But, Mrs. Sweet, Fanny, my dear, don't cry. You shall go to the opera. I'll go with you. We'll all go to the opera.
Oh, how unhappy you have made me. I'll go and dress myself, William, and then perhaps when you're left to yourself, you'll be so sorry for what you have done.
Exit sobbing through door left, first entrance. Sweet wiping his eyes.
I have behaved like a barbarian to her.
Enter short door left, first entrance.
Well, did it succeed?
No, it didn't.
You astonish me.
I am 10 times more unhappy than I was before. I made her cry, and I can't bear it.
Well, it is rather painful at first, but it will come easier by and by.
I'll tell you, then. I feel I have been making a brute of myself, all through your confounded advice.
How, Sweet? What's that you say?
Certainly. Haven't you been boasting about your happiness and your influence over your wife ever since you have been down here? What the devil was that to me? What was it to me whether she contradicted you or not? My wife was in the habit of contradicting me, and I was accustomed to it.
Come.
I shan't. I say you have destroyed all my domestic peace.
Crossing to left.
You misunderstand me, Sweet. Is that the way to talk to a friend?
You are no friend of mine. You're an interfering, meddling old fellow. That has always been your great fault. Interfering in what doesn't concern you.
Sits left.
Come, I say, that's a little too strong. Weren't you everlastingly boring me with your complaints? How I did this and how I did t'other? Why, I was always able to get my own way when you couldn't get yours. Well then, since you're so ungrateful, since you put me to it, I'll tell you why. Simply because your wife doesn't care a straw for you.
Sweet rises.
Short.
No, not a button, depend on it.
It's false. She does. Give me your reason for saying so.
What better proof of it can you have than the fact of you not being happy with her? You see how happy I am with mine.
Not happy with her? Do you mean seriously to insinuate that I am not happy with her? Take care what you are doing, Short. Don't try to disenchant my life with horrible suspicions. But even if it were so, I shall never win her back to me by violence and quarreling.
Sits left.
Of course not. I never think of quarreling with my wife. And as to violence, I hate it. On the contrary, I sometimes show her little delicate attentions which women know well how to appreciate. For instance, she is going to the opera tonight. Well, what do? Why, I send up to Covent Garden Market and buy her a bouquet. Billington was going to buy some for himself, and I entrusted him with the commission.
Sweet rises and runs center.
Where are you going?
To buy something for my wife.
Buy something? What?
I don't know. Anything. 6 things. Everything I can find.
Stay.
Don't hinder me. Let's see. Have I any money? Yes, all right. I'll tell them to send in their whole stock for selection, the first shop I come to.
Short detaining him.
Sweet, don't be a fool. The first shop you come to is a pork butcher's.
Enter Maria, left center, with the book of the fashions.
Well, what do you want?
I beg your pardon, sir. I thought my mistress was here.
She's in Mrs. Short's room. What's that?
The fashion book, sir.
A capital thought. Give it to me.
My mistress told me most particularly, sir, not to give it to anyone but her.
Never mind. I'll take it to her myself.
Maria gives the book.
There, that will do. I'll see to it.
Thank you, sir.
Exit door left, second entrance.
I am glad I've got hold of this first. Perhaps I shall be able to find something she might take a fancy to. I know her taste.
Opens the book. Short aside.
He'll never get on with his wife. He has no tact, not the slightest.
Observing Sweet.
Good gracious, Sweet, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?
What's this?
What is it? Why, you see what it is. The book of the fashions.
Sweet left.
What can it mean?
Short, right, looking into the book.
A note.
Written in pencil, without address or signature.
Where are my spectacles?
Why am I afraid to read it? Why do I tremble from head to foot? I am in a cold perspiration. Short?
Written in pencil?
I have seen that hand somewhere.
Whose do you think it is?
It strikes me all at once. It's Billington's.
Stop an instant. Let me go and find my glasses.
Sweet seizing hold of his arm.
Did you mark what the girl said? That she was to be sure and give the book to nobody but my wife?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Let me read.
Reads.
I waited for you all the morning. So he did.
Go on.
Sweet reads.
I am afraid to ask why you didn't come. It is now 5 days since I have seen you. This is cruel. But I implore of you to give me an interview tomorrow in the lane at the back of the house at 2 o'clock, if it be but for 10 minutes. We shall meet this evening, but I shall have no opportunity of being alone with you. You will not refuse if you return the feelings that are consuming me.
They look at each other, then after a short pause, Sweet falls into Short's arms.
Take care, you'll have me down. Bear it like a man. There, take this chair. Try and recover yourself.
He supports him to a chair right. Sweet sinking into the chair.
Oh, Short.
Never mind, my dear fellow. I'll stand by you. I'm your friend.
Oh, for some vent to my feelings. Something to tear.
He snatches Short's handkerchief from his pocket and tears it.
What the devil are you doing? That's one of my best half-dozen fresh cambric.
Gathering up the pieces and putting them into his pocket.
Short, are you a good pistol shot?
A good pistol shot? No, I never fired a pistol in my life.
You'll revenge me if I fall. I expected of you as my friend. You said you'd stand by me.
You don't mean to say you're going to challenge him?
What? Not after he has seduced my wife's affections?
Short aside.
What a lucky thing Louisa never asked him to call.
Fight him? Yes. Across a handkerchief, in my shirt sleeves, with a pistol in one hand and a sword in the other. You surely don't mean that you would be likely to take any active steps to prevent that meeting?
Certainly not, if you don't wish it.
What you wouldn't, for instance, you think, be likely to go before a magistrate or anything of that sort?
Short laying his hand upon his heart.
You may rely upon my friendship for not interfering.
Sweet aside.
He can't be in earnest.
Aloud.
Why, you are as bloodthirsty as I am. The traitress! That was why she was so anxious to see him when he called. That was why she wanted to go to the opera tonight. But let me seek for some further proof against her. Something to utterly confound her.
He begins to read the letter to himself. Short also trying to read the letter over Sweet's shoulder.
I can't see a word without my glasses. What can I have done with them? Wait a moment, they must be somewhere in the room.
He goes to the back of the stage to look for his glasses, and discovers to the audience that they are hanging at his back. Sweet reading to himself in a low tone, while Short is searching for his spectacles at the back.
Ah, if you grant my request, carry the bouquet of violets tonight, which I have taken measures for your receiving from a safe hand, which can awaken no suspicion. The viper!
Short giving up the search and coming forward.
What have you found? Anything fresh?
Sweet showing him the letter.
Look, read, judge for yourself.
Short trying in vain to read the letter.
No, it's no use, confound it. I can't make out a word.
A signal, Short. Think of that. They are actually carrying on a secret correspondence by means of signals.
What signals? Why the devil don't you read the letter?
She shall go tonight. She shall go. But I'll watch her like a lynx.
Now be prudent. Let me entreat of you to do nothing rashly.
Sweet vehemently putting back the letter into the book.
I'll give it her with my own hand, and see how she takes it.
Short restraining him.
No. Let me beg of you. In your present state of excitement, it would be madness. Let me give it to her. I shall be able to see more than you will. I am cooler, more collected.
Do you think so? Well, perhaps you are right.
Gives Short the book.
Leave me to deal with her alone, sweet. You are not fit to be trusted just at present. Go and dress. Go to your own room and endeavor to calm yourself.
Calm myself? I have a good mind to jump out of the window. Don't leave me long, or I shall do myself a mischief. I'm in a state of desperation.
Seizes a knife from the table. Short takes it from him. Exit through door right.
Poor fellow, he's in a pitiable condition. But he has brought it all upon himself by overindulging his wife to that absurd extent that he has completely ruined his own domestic happiness. It might have been just the same with me if I had been fool enough to walk in his footsteps. I wish I could make out the contents of this letter, though. Stay.
Enter Mrs. Sweet and Mrs. Short, as he is about to open the book. In evening dress, both carrying bouquets. Mrs. Sweet looking down at the dress she wears.
The dress looks as well again, so I am delighted with the alteration.
Short aside.
What tranquility and guilt. She's a cool hand.
Mrs. Sweet seeing Short.
What? Not ready yet, Mr. Short? Won't we be late? Where is my husband?
Short with an absurd assumption of dignity.
He is dressing, madam.
Mrs. Sweet surprised at his manner.
Well, that is a very singular manner of telling me so.
I am not aware, madam, that there is anything more singular in my manner than in another's.
With ridiculous significance, after a pause.
Allow me to give you this book.
Mrs. Sweet taking it quickly.
Oh, here it is at last. Thank you.
Short aside.
How she betrays herself.
I am afraid, Mr. Short, something has put you out.
Possibly something has, madam.
Exit door right. Mrs. Sweet looking after him.
What is the matter with your husband, Louisa? He appears to be in the high ropes about something.
Mrs. Short anxiously.
I haven't the smallest idea. He seemed very strange.
He's an oddity. I could scarcely keep my countenance, although I am by no means in a merry humour. The gentlemen are bewitched, I think. My good man is not in a very amiable frame of mind either. Ah, well, we must leave them alone, and they'll come around at their leisure, I suppose.
What can be the reason, I wonder?
There now, you're going to torment yourself about that. Why don't you treat these things as I do? You're always in a state of adoration of your husband, to his face, too. It is really very absurd of you, and is quite spoiling him. Besides, it is not only bad policy as far as you are concerned, but it does me a positive injury also. Here have I had a regular scene with William, and have been indulged with some charming comparisons in your favour.
She carelessly opens the book and looks at the pictures.
Oh, come, you have succeeded most admirably with my dress. See, look here.
Comparing the dress she has on with the one in the book.
It is exactly as you have done it.
Mrs. Short in an absent manner, scarcely looking at it.
Yes, I see.
Mrs. Sweet picking up the note which has fallen out of the book.
Why, here's a note, Louisa. You are dreaming. See, here's a note.
A note?
Yes, fallen out of the book. Is it for us, do you think? I seem to know the hand. To be sure, it is Mr. Billington's.
Mrs. Short glancing at the writing.
No. Put it back again. Put it back again into the book.
What for? What a hurry you're in.
Mrs. Short trying to get hold of the note which Mrs. Sweet holds from her.
No, my dear Fanny, we have no right to read it. Consider, it may have been sent in mistake.
There appears to be neither address nor signature. Oh, it's some message about returning the book.
Reads,
I waited for you all the morning. I am afraid to ask why you didn't come. It is now 5 days since I saw you. This is cruel, but I implore of you to give me an interview tomorrow in the lane at the back of the house at 2 o'clock, if it be only for 10 minutes. We shall meet this evening, but I shall have no opportunity of being alone with you. You will not refuse if you return the feelings that are consuming me.
Mrs. Short interrupting her in great confusion.
Fanny, how can you? Pray put it back again.
Mrs. Sweet continuing to read.
If you grant my request, carry the bouquet of violets tonight.
She stops and looks at Mrs. Short's bouquet, then goes on.
Which I have taken measures for your receiving from a safe hand, which can awaken no suspicion. An extraordinary epistle.
To Mrs. Short, who is in great confusion and hangs down her head.
That bouquet, those conscious blushes, very pretty, upon my honour. Louisa, what am I to think of all this?
Mrs. Short, with energy, looking up.
Think of it! Why think that I have been persecuted with the attentions of a coxcomb, whom I have never encouraged by word or look?
Persecuted? Poor martyr!
How could I for an instant imagine that he would presume to take such a liberty?
Come now, you had better make a clean breast of it. This has been one of your quiet flirtations.
Flirtations? If the man would persist in his attentions, how could I help it? You know I could not be absolutely rude to him.
Mrs. Sweet bantering her and holding up the letter.
Is this one of his attentions?
No, the most extravagant height of consummate impudence. And if I were not frightened out of my senses, I should go into fits of laughter.
Come, Mrs. De Mille. I'll have no more of this. I shall take the liberty of destroying this delectable note.
Tearing it to pieces and putting them in her pocket.
Don't scold me, for if I have been silly and a little indiscreet, which, mind, I don't confess, I have been sufficiently punished for it, for I haven't had a minute's peace of mind ever since we have been down here. And after all, is there no excuse for me? See how I am treated. He starts at the sight of a rat, runs away from the bark of a dog, and couldn't be induced to mount a horse if his life depended on it. But he is not afraid to coerce and bully a poor defenseless wife.
Wiping away a tear.
I am sure if my husband would only be a 20th part as kind to me as dear Mr. Sweet is to you, I wouldn't give him a moment's vexation for the world.
Nonsense, Lou. It isn't worth a tear. And you know I have always told you it is all your own fault. You don't go the right way to work with him. I tell you what it is, my dear. You are too amiable by half, both at home and abroad. But don't alarm yourself. There is no great harm done, if we can only keep the knowledge of all this ridiculous nonsense from our husbands. But judging from Mr. Short's delightful air just now, I am not quite sure that will be altogether so easy. But mind, ma'am, no more persecutions, no more flirting.
Only help me out of the scrape like a good dear creature, and if ever I expose myself to anything of the kind again, may I—
Mrs. Sweet aside, making a sign to signify that their husbands are coming.
Don't be seen with that bouquet in your hand. Let us exchange. Take mine.
They exchange bouquets.
How shall we find an excuse for not going?
Never mind that now. Don't be frightened. Keep close to me, and if I give you a hint, be sure to take it.
Enter Sweet and Short through door right, in evening dress. Short aside to Sweet.
Be careful now what you say.
Sweet seeing the bouquet in his wife's hands.
There it is. Under my very nose.
Short aside.
What?
Sweet aside.
The bouquet.
Short looking through his eyeglass.
I can't make it out very well at this distance, but there is nothing extraordinary in her having a bouquet. So has my wife.
Mrs. Sweet affecting an air of gaiety.
Well, you see, we are dressed first.
Sweet struggling to keep down his feelings.
So I perceive.
So we perceive, ma'am.
Mrs. Sweet aside to Mrs. Short.
My husband is in the secret, that is quite clear.
Aloud to Sweet and Short.
You are such beaux, you see, that you have kept us waiting.
We must have been a very long time dressing, Short, or else the ladies must be very impatient to set out.
True, Sweet, your remark is obviously correct.
Sweet looking at his wife.
Minutes seem hours when the mind is on the stretch of expectation.
Short aside to Sweet, pulling him by the skirts of his coat.
Ah, that's all wrong. Take care.
We shall be in plenty of time, ladies.
Short aside.
That's better. Keep to the plural number. It sounds less particular.
We shall not be the last to arrive, I dare say.
Rings the bell. Enter Stephen left centre.
Is the coach at the door, Stephen?
Yes, sir. I was just coming to tell you as you rung.
Sweet aside.
I am suffocating.
Mrs. Sweet to Sweet.
My dear, do you still feel disinclined to go?
No, not at all.
To Stephen.
Give me my hat.
Stephen takes up his hat from the sofa, which he keeps in his hand.
Not at all.
Aside.
If Stephen, now, would but let my hat fall to give me an excuse for going into a passion.
Aloud to Stephen.
What are you doing with my hat, sir?
Me, sir? Nothing, sir.
Ah, sir. Do you dare to answer me, you scoundrel? Leave the room, sir, or I'll kick you downstairs.
Stephen aside, putting down the hat.
Master's mad. I wasn't doing anything with the hat.
Exit centre left.
Well, why don't we go?
We none of us seem very well inclined to do that.
Why not? I never felt more disposed to go out in my life. I am in ecstasies at the thought of it. So is Short.
Very much so, indeed, Sweet.
Sweet looking at his wife.
Short and I, it is true, are no great hands at flirting with the ladies, but we can look on and see others doing so.
Short aside, pulling him by the sleeve.
Sweet, Sweet!
Sweet disregarding Short and looking hard at his wife.
Yes, ma'am. I say we can look on and see others doing so.
Short aside.
He'll spoil all. It's impossible to restrain him.
Mrs. Sweet aside to her husband, and covertly pointing to Short.
Don't, for goodness sake, make matters worse.
Make matters worse? Short, ma'am, is in my confidence.
Mrs. Sweet aside, perplexed.
I am lost. I can't make it out.
Mrs. Short aside.
What does he mean?
Sweet to his wife.
It was on my account, doubtless, that you were so particular about your dress, to please me.
Well, yes. Don't you like it?
And this bouquet, that, too, was to please me, I suppose?
Short aside to Mrs. Short, after crossing behind to left of her.
What did you give her my bouquet for?
This bouquet, that you have been feasting your eyes on ever since I have been in the room, that you haven't had a minute out of your hand. Give it to me.
Snatching it out of her hand.
See how I prize it, too.
He raises his arm and is about to dash it violently to the ground. Short crossing to Sweet and seizing hold of his arm.
Stop, stop, I say. What are you about? Don't destroy my wife's bouquet.
Sweet after a pause of amazement.
What's that? Your wife's bouquet? Do you mean to say that this bouquet belongs to Mrs. Short?
To be sure I do. Didn't I bring it all the way from the city on purpose to make her a present of it?
Sweet aside.
Oh.
Embraces his wife.
Laugh at me again, Fanny. Scold me, snub me, turn me into ridicule. I'll never contradict you again as long as I live.
Mrs. Sweet aside, jogging her husband, and covertly pointing to Short.
Hush, hush!
To herself.
A light breaks in upon me.
To Mrs. Short.
You are safe. There's some mistake.
Short aside, looking towards Sweet.
What's the matter with the man? Has he taken leave of his senses?
Sweet significantly to Mrs. Short.
Let me restore this bouquet to the rightful owner.
Mrs. Short aside to Mrs. Sweet, taking the bouquet in confusion.
What am I to say?
Mrs. Sweet aside to Mrs. Short.
Nothing. Now mind.
Aloud.
Louisa, dear, what is it? She'll faint. Here, Mr. Short, come and help her. Here, smell the salt. There, there.
Fanning her, Mrs. Short sinks fainting into a chair left. Mrs. Short, while Mrs. Sweet is fanning her.
Oh, dear. Oh, something has come over me so suddenly. I am afraid I shan't be able to go tonight.
Nonsense, my dear. It will soon pass off.
Go indeed? Impossible! She is more fit for bed than the opera.
Aside to Mrs. Short.
Now, no yielding.
No, I feel it would be quite out of the question.
Short authoritatively.
Why, what is the meaning of all this? You were well enough just now.
Aside in a threatening tone.
Are you going to take a leaf out of Mrs. Sweet's book?
Mrs. Short aloud in a totally changed manner.
My dear?
As Louisa seems so unwell, Willie, and as Mr. Short, of course, can't possibly leave his wife, suppose we send an excuse. I know you don't care about going.
Just as you please, my dear. Whatever you like. I am agreeable to anything. Come now, I tell you what I propose.
Looks significantly at Mrs. Short.
As the place doesn't seem to agree with Mrs. Short, and as I think we have had enough of the Crystal Palace, I'll stand treat for a month at the seaside. Change of air will do us all good. What do you say?
Short significantly to Sweet.
Yes, the sooner we leave, the better.
Aside.
For you.
Significantly to Mrs. Sweet.
What do you say, Mrs. Sweet?
Mrs. Sweet pretends to be confused, turns away her head, and smiles. Aside.
Amusing.
Sweet significantly to Mrs. Short.
What do you say, Mrs. Short?
Mrs. Short forces a laugh, turns away her head, and frowns. Aside.
Provoking.
Short, aside, looking contemptuously at Sweet.
The idea of his putting up with the affront in this sort of way. Poor Sweet.
Sweet, aside to the audience.
Capital joke, isn't it? Poor Short. Do him all the good in the world when he finds it out, won't it?
Mrs. Sweet advancing and addressing the audience with her finger to her lips.
But keep the secret. Don't laugh till the curtain's down. And if it should happen, you won't be offended, that there is anything at all like this going on at home. Depend upon it, you might have done worse than coming to see.
Short.
And Sweet.
Curtain. End of Short and Sweet by Adolphus Charles Troughton. Hester's Mystery by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
Mr. Owen Silverdale of Silverdale's Academy for Young Ladies. Read by Tricia G.
John Royal. Read by Thomas Peter.
Joel, a farm labourer. Read by Son of the Exiles.
Nance Butterworth, a widow. Read by Sonia.
Hester,
her daughter.
Read by E.J. Lavery.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson. Time, the present. Scene: the dairy and stable yard of Nance Butterworth's farm. On the right, the exterior of the stable, with a half door leading into it. Below the door, down stage, a stack of straw and some straw litter. Above the door, a three-legged stool. In the center of stage, a small pump, with the handle towards the right. Against the pump, a basket, bottom upwards, covered with a horsecloth. On the left, an open shed, under which are some wooden benches, with butter tubs on them. Milk cans, etc., standing about. At the further end of the shed, a small door leading to interior of dairy. Down stage left, outside the shed, a small table and stool. On the table is a scrubbing brush, and under it an iron pail. Opening up the stage right and left, with hedgerow and meadow, and view of distant country at back. The whole scene to be quaint and old-fashioned and as bright as possible. At rise of curtain, Joel is discovered asleep on stool upright. Joel is an old farm labourer with straggling grey hair and a withered face, wears a dirty smock frock, worsted stockings, and very large heavy boots. John Royle enters from up the stage left, carrying some harness over his shoulders. He is a fine strapping young fellow, wearing no coat, a very white shirt, breeches, and leather gaiters. He crosses over to stable and sees Joel. John, shaking Joel.
Joel!
Oi, oi, Mere.
Rouse yourself, man. You are always sleeping about the place, like a cat in the sun.
Music ceases.
Mrs. Butterworth will send a milk pail at your head if she catches you.
Joel, arising.
I don't care for that. The missus' tongue is harder than any milk pail I ever come across.
John, crossing to stable door.
Well, get to work, man, get to work. You know well enough that the mistress's daughter is coming home from school today, and everything is to be made as neat as a new pin.
I'm not a-going to do another stroke till I have had a glass of ale. I'm nigh perishing for a glass of ale.
I'm ashamed of you.
You'd best be a bit ashamed of yourself while you're at it. I've been on Butterworth's farm for nigh 17 year, and you've been here less nor a week. When you've had 17 year of Nance Butterworth's tongue, you'll be dommed glad of a glass of ale. So get into the stable and do your work. You're a new hand on the farm, and I'm not proud of your acquaintance.
Thank you for nothing, Joel.
Goes into stable right. Joel comes down.
Bits of boys. I ain't got no patience with 'em. That lad thinks too much of keeping his shirt sleeves clean.
Sits on basket centre.
Work and dirt always go 'longside, I say. There's not a farm labourer for 10 mile round as dirty as I am.
Closing his eyes.
But I should like to wash myself out with a glass of ale.
Puts his head against pump and dozes. Nance Butterworth enters up stage left, carrying a wooden pail under her arm. She is a tidy-looking woman of about 40, dressed in a neat print dress coming down to her ankles, and showing a clumsy pair of hobnailed boots. She wears a bib apron, and her sleeves are turned up over her elbows. Her manner is sour and harsh. She comes down to table and puts her pail upon it. Nance, seeing Joel sleeping.
Bless my soul and body, there's that lazy hunks dozing again.
Takes scrubbing brush from table and throws it at Joel.
Get up, you lazy vagabond.
Joel rises.
Where's my scrubbing brush?
On my chest, missus.
Returning it to her.
What do you mean by sleeping about the yard till the very pigs blush at you? You rob a poor widow by taking her money and eating her victual, and all you do for it is to gape at her with a mouth for all the world like the poor box at the church yonder. I'll let 'em know what an idle thief you are, for 10 mile round.
Your tongue'll reach that far without your stirring to tell 'em.
Nance raising her pail threateningly.
What?
I'll not deceive ye. I'm well nigh dying for a glass of ale.
You'll die before you get it out of me. Do you know what today is?
Aye, it's a Friday.
And do you know who's coming back to the farm this very day, after being away ever so many long months?
I know.
My baby, my daughter Hester, that you're not fit to live in the same world with.
Well, I came into the world afore her, so that's her lookout. First come, first served is my motto.
And on a day like this you think of nothing but ale swilling. You're not a man.
Yes, I am, and I've been one for 50 year or more.
Your heart's made of pewter, and your blood's made of beer, and your brains are nothing but hops. So get out of my sight, or the air will be tainted with you, and not fit for my baby to breathe.
John appears at the stable door.
Well, if your daughter takes after her mother, there'll be a tidy bit of conversation going on hereabouts.
Get out, Joel. Do what you have to do and don't be rude.
You mind your own business, John Royal.
To Joel.
Joel, you've got to go to the railway to fetch up my baby and her boxes, so keep your eye on the clock, for it's near the hour now.
I'll keep my eye on the clock. I'm dead on that job.
Slouches off up left.
I was well nigh losing my temper with the vagabond.
She takes iron pail from under table and goes to pump. John steps forward and works the handle for her.
You're very polite, young man. A deal too polite for a good workman.
She takes the iron pail to table and commences to scrub the wooden pail vigorously.
Don't say that, Mrs. Butterworth. I hope I shall please you in the long run. I'm a new hand on a farm.
Aye, and you're a bit of a mystery to me. You're the first man I ever took without a character. Where you came from, heaven above knows. But I'll give the devil his due. You've been in my house 4 days, and you haven't stole anything, as yet.
No, not even a kind word from you.
Hey, don't you be too quick, young man. A sharp tongue is an edged tool, and makes ugly scratches.
Aye, you're right there.
Advancing.
Shall I do your scrubbing for you?
Nay, not you. You'll soil your hands.
John looks at his hands.
They're white enough still, don't fret yourself.
John seats himself by the pump, takes out a short ready-loaded clay pipe, lights it, and smokes complacently.
I guess you were a clerk, or a writer, or a nothing at all before you came to this part of the country, eh?
John puffing the smoke.
Maybe.
You've not worked with your hands, that's clear.
Perhaps not.
And like enough your head's not overstrong.
Like enough.
Perhaps you got into some scrape that drove you out of your own part of the country?
Perhaps so.
A clean scrape or a dirty one, who knows?
Aye, who knows?
Nance angry at his coolness.
What brought you into this country?
Looking for work.
It's not many farmers that would take a man without knowing his story.
That's true.
What led you to my farm?
John rising coolly.
Well, they told me you had such a hard heart and a bitter tongue that you were glad enough to find a stranger who would work for you.
Nance dropping her scrubbing brush.
Did they?
Aye, they did.
Well, you don't call that working, do you? Smoking a beastly clay pipe as black as your own history, maybe. Haven't you got a job to do?
I'm mending some harness, but I haven't finished it.
Why don't you finish it?
Because my back aches.
Your back aches. Your back is broad and big enough.
Well, the bigger the back, the more there is of it to ache. There. I beg your pardon for losing my temper.
Going to the stable door.
Shall I put the trap to bring your daughter up from the station?
No, she'll walk, and Joel will lift her boxes.
But she has travelled a long distance and may be tired.
Look here. I want no hints from you or any like you. My daughter is my private business. She's not part of the farm for you or any man or woman on the farm to bother your head about. My baby is all I have left in the world that is precious, and I don't allow a soul to meddle between me and her.
Joel enters it back from left.
I've been keeping my eye on the clock, and the train'll be there in a quarter of an hour.
Should I go with Joel then, and lend him a hand with the boxes?
No.
Supposing they are too heavy for him to carry?
Then he'll drop 'em. You finish your job.
John going into stable.
Do as you please.
Do as you're told.
Exit John into stable. Nance takes up the pail she has been scrubbing. To Joel.
You get down to the station as fast as your legs can take you.
Without so much as a drop of ale?
Nance going up to the dairy door under the shed left.
If you're dry, you can have a basin of skim milk. You can water it. There's the pump.
Exit carrying wooden pail into dairy right.
Well, if there's a class of man that's put on and downtrod, it's the agricultural labourer.
Going off towards left.
Lor, here's a suit of black coming through the gate, as much like old Mother Charlie's raven as anything I ever saw. Why, it looks like a parson. If he preaches to me, I'll hit him over the head with a rake.
Mr. Owen Silverdale enters up stage right. He is a young man dressed in a clerical style, neatly in black, and is sleek in appearance and meek in manner. He wears an eyeglass and carries a book under his arm and a small umbrella in his hand. His manner is affectedly bland. Silverdale to Joel.
I say, my man, is this Butterworth's farm?
Aye, this is Butterworth's farm.
Is it really? Is Miss Hester at home?
No, she ain't.
Isn't she really? When can I see her?
Well, as a general rule, when you take that glass out of your eye, I should think. I tell you, she ain't at home.
Where is Mrs. Butterworth?
In the dairy.
Really? Will you fetch her?
No, I'm damned if I will. I've got a job that I'm dead on, so good morning.
Goes up to right and then turns round to Silverdale.
I say, Mr. Pastor, are you a teetotaler?
No.
No more ain't I.
Aren't you really?
Now look here, I'll not deceive you. I'm dropping for a glass of ale. Now you've ended me in a job that I'm dead on, and I feel mortally inclined to drink your health.
Coming down right center.
Really? Kindly hold that.
Gives book to Joel.
And that.
Gives umbrella.
I will search for a shilling.
Thank ye.
Silverdale producing the shilling and holding it up for Joel's inspection.
I have found one.
Taking umbrella and book from Joel.
Thank you so much. I understand that you are in need of a little refreshment. My friend, had you been very civil, I would have bestowed upon you a small donation. But you have behaved so excessively rudely that I should not give you a 12th part of this shilling, though your bucolic existence depended upon the act.
Returning shilling to pocket.
Must you really go?
Joel looks at him in blank astonishment and indignation, and then walks off up stage right. Silverdale looking round.
Now, where is Hester's mother, I wonder?
Going to stable door, knocking.
Is anyone here?
John appears at the door.
Could I do anything for you?
You really can. I want to see Mrs. Butterworth.
John pointing to dairy door.
I think you'll find her in the dairy yonder. I'm busy myself, if you'll excuse me.
Retires into stable.
Thank you very much.
Thoughtfully looking in the direction of John.
Dear me, I fancy I've seen that face. How strange! Where could it have been?
Nance comes out of dairy, meeting Silverdale.
Hello. Who are you, and what do you want?
I think I have the pleasure of addressing Mrs. Butterworth.
I'm Nance Butterworth, and you are on my premises.
Really, my name is Silverdale, Owen Silverdale. My sister Martha and I are the principals of Silverdale's Academy for Young Ladies at Shrewsbury, at which your daughter Hester has been a promising pupil for the last 3 years. I may consider myself a friend of your daughter's.
Gushingly, holding out his hand.
How are you?
Nance putting her hands behind her.
Your bill is paid, isn't it? Or do you want to leave a tract or something?
Not at all. I have lately had occasion to distribute the prizes at our academy.
Holding up a book.
Now, your daughter left school rather suddenly, without availing herself of a little reward of merit, a small volume of domestic poems, a prize for good conduct. Finding myself in this part of the country, I have given myself the pleasure of placing it in her hands.
It's a pity you bothered yourself.
Not at all. I am, I may say, a little attached to your daughter.
Eh?
As the phrase goes, I have a sneaking kindness for Hester.
Aye, I'll be bound it's a sneaking one.
You are really a little harsh. Mrs. Butterworth, I am a bachelor.
So I should hope. And if you've any charity and goodwill towards poor creatures of my sex, you'll remain so.
Really, I think I should make a fairly good husband.
Nance advancing towards him.
Stop a bit. I don't know that I quite see your drift. What is it?
My dear Mrs. Butterworth, your open-hearted candor is quite refreshing. I am exceedingly fond of your daughter.
Now I understand you. You say my plain talk is refreshing. If so, you shall have a regular feast of it. Look you here, Mr. Silvertongue, or whatever your name is. My daughter is all that is left to me out of a hard, bitter life. I know what marriage is. I've had a wretched experience of it with a drunken, cruel husband, and I mean to spare my Hester the same fate, or any chance of it. She's my baby. These are the only arms she shall ever fly to, and she shall remain my baby till her mother's put under the ground.
You really say so? Dear me.
Aye, I really say so. As for that rubbishing book, you can give it to her if you like, and then you can pack off about your business, or mayhap you'll find your head in the beehive.
Going upstage.
Thank you very much. Is Hester at home?
Lor, man, how should she be? But we're expecting her by the midday train, and so you won't have long to wait, you know. She left her school only yesterday, and it's a weary journey from Shrewsbury. They tell me 150 miles or more.
Left school only yesterday? Do you really say so?
Aye, left school only yesterday. Is there anything strange in that you stand there staring like a puppy with its eyes new opened?
Left school only yesterday.
Well, talking to you isn't scrubbing the dairy bricks. You can take a walk over the farm. You'll find the pigs at the bottom of the kitchen ground. They ought to be glad to see you.
Goes into dairy left. Silverdale puzzled.
Left school only yesterday. Really not. But I happen to know Hester quitted the academy exactly 6 weeks ago. How strange. What has Hester been doing for the last 6 weeks, eh? I don't think my shrewish friend, the female farmer, is quite as cute as she thinks herself. I'll take a little stroll.
As he is going up left, John appears, leaning over the stable door, and calls to him.
I beg your pardon. Do you carry a watch?
Silverdale left back, turning round.
I really think I do.
Referring to his watch.
It is 1:45.
Thank you.
To himself.
Giles should be back from the station now.
Retires into the stable.
Bless me, where have I seen that face? Somewhere, I am sure. The odor of mystery mingles with the perfume of hay upon Butterworth's farm. Hester, unknown to her pleasant, sweet-tempered mother, leaves school 6 weeks ago, and returns to her home to-day. There are 6 weeks to be accounted for, Miss Hester, and to me. 6 weeks, bless me! What a great deal of mischief can be done in 6 weeks!
Looking at the book he carries.
A prize for good conduct. Good conduct, eh? Really now.
Goes off up left, pondering. Joel appears up stage from right, struggling under the weight of a heavy box, and carrying also a bandbox and parcel. He places the luggage on the ground up stage center. Joel wiping his forehead.
This is the driest job I've ever put my hand to. Howsomever, here's the baggage, but I'm blessed if I know where the gal is.
Goes to the dairy door and calls.
I say, missus.
Nance comes out.
Well, where's the child?
I'm mortally durned if I know. The train had been in the station 10 minutes or more when I got there, and there was nothing on the platform but that there luggage.
Why, you fool, you were late.
You're right there, missus, but I'll not deceive ye. I was well nigh dried up for a glass of ale, so I just dropped into the Pig and Herring.
Hester runs on from up stage right. She is a very pretty girl, dressed in a neat travelling dress, with a straw hat and little cape. She carries a travelling bag.
Here I am, Mother. Did you think you had lost me?
She goes to Nance, who puts her arms fondly round her and kisses her.
Ah, my baby.
Joel coming down right.
I went down to the station to fetch you, Miss Hester, but the train come in a bit too early and missed me.
Hester kissing Joel.
All right, Joel. How are you?
Giving him the travelling bag.
Take that bag, Joel. It's full of pretty presents for everybody.
Joel takes bag, goes up stage, and sits on box at back. Nance putting her hand on Hester's shoulders and looking at her.
Oh, baby, you're too smart and gaudy for the life you have to lead. You are a woman now, Hester, and no longer a schoolgirl. And a woman is of little use in this farm till she can turn her sleeves over her elbows and do a man's work for half a man's pay.
And I'll do that, Mother, and I'll never tire at my work, rough or easy.
It's all rough, baby, for such as we are. The world is a pool, my child, in which the poor folks struggle and splash, and eat each other for subsistence, like the fishes do. The surface of the pool is frozen over into a sheet of clear, smooth ice for the rich to skate on, and the great folks glide about over the heads of the poor without a fall or a stumble.
Great folks have their miseries, too, sometimes, just as the squire's daughter broke through the ice at the mill pond last winter and got a ducking.
That was because she had a man's arm round her waist, and the ice wouldn't bear the two. Never have a man's arm round you, Hester, and you'll come to no mischief. So off with your fineries, child, and say good-bye to your lady's life.
Hester taking off her hat and cloak.
I hate an easy life, Mother.
She dresses up the pump with her hat and cloak.
There. That is all that is left of Hester, the fine lady. And now I am nothing but your little farm girl, Mother dear, and don't wish to be anything better. Look, I shake hands with the fine lady, and regret that pressure of circumstances renders it necessary that we should terminate our acquaintance.
She shakes the pump handle warmly.
That is like my baby. But take off those wretched gloves, for I hate the sight of them.
Hester takes off her gloves.
Your mother never wore gloves, nor your grandmother before her.
Come and sit down, Mother.
Nance takes stool from left, and in doing so turns her back upon Hester for a moment. Hester has taken off her gloves, and suddenly looks at her left hand. Aside.
Oh, my wedding ring.
Nance, half turning.
What's the matter, baby?
Hester snatches the ring from her hand and impulsively flings it through the opened stable door.
Nothing, Mother. I've torn my glove, that's all.
And no loss neither.
Hester sits on the basket center, Nance on stool by her left.
Now, Joel, empty the lucky bag of the pretty presents.
Joel comes down, bringing the stool from up the stage right, sits and opens bag.
Dip your hand in, Joel. Here's a pretty thing, and a very pretty thing. And who's the owner of this pretty thing?
Joel dips his hand in the bag and pulls out a baby's shoe, tied up with blue ribbon.
What's that, Joel?
Hester taking it from Joel.
It's a purse, Mother. A new style, something like a baby's shoe. You see, you put the money in there, and then tie it up with a blue ribbon. I think I'll unpack the bag, Joel.
Slips the shoe into the bosom of her dress.
Nay, it's a job I'm dead on.
Takes out a book and hands it to Hester.
It's a church service for you, Mother.
Giving it her.
Thank you, my dear, though it's a sore pity the edges are gilt. The words are bright enough and don't want no gilding.
Turning over the leaves.
You've been reading it, Hester, like a good girl. Here's a leaf turned down.
Oh, yes. I was looking at it in the train.
Nance sternly.
Hester, my girl.
Rises.
Yes, Mother.
Do you know you have turned down a leaf at the marriage service?
Lord, Mother, have I?
Don't study that, my girl, for it's the only part of the book that's dangerous for the unwary. They call it a marriage service. For me it was a marriage slavery.
Sits.
But some people are happy when they are married.
They were smiling faces because they're ashamed to own their bad bargain, just as a fish swims about for years and years with an old hook in his gullet. He may blink and gulp and flap his tail, but the hook's in his inside all the time, and he never forgets the bright summer's morning when he swallowed it. I swallowed your father, my dear, and an uncomfortable sort of a dose he was.
What did he do, Mother?
Why, he drank beer and knocked down skittles half his time, and drank more beer and knocked down his wife the other half. But he's dead and gone, and I mustn't say a word against him. But if ever there was a brute out of a sty or a kennel, he was one.
Shutting up the book sharply.
There. Thank you for the gift, my pet. And we won't look at the marriage service any more.
Puts book in her pocket, rises.
Now, Joel, what else have you in the bag?
I'll see, Miss Esty.
He dips his hand in the bag and produces an infant's feeding bottle. The bottle has no tube and is in the shape of a flask.
Good gracious! What's that?
That?
Bless my soul! It's as much like a baby's bottle as anything I ever saw.
That's my travelling flask for a long journey. It holds brandy.
Pale brandy, I should say.
Or sherry, or milk, or anything refreshing.
Joel puts it to his lips.
Well, all I know is it's mighty weak refreshment.
Put it back, Joel. What is next?
Joel produces a huge pair of slippers.
Those are for you, Joel, to wear after your work is over. I don't know whether they are your size, but they will stretch.
Much obliged, Miss Esty. I'll wet them there shoes this very afternoon with a glass of ale.
What is next?
Joel takes out a pipe case and holds it up.
That is a pipe for Jem Landon, the stable lad.
In the first place, Jem Landon never smoked. In the second, I turned him neck and crop off the farm 4 days ago for being saucy.
It will do for the man in his place. Is there a man in the stable?
Nan's calling.
John Royal?
John appears at stable door.
I am here.
This is my daughter Hester, and she has brought a present for a man that's gone. You can have it if you don't care for another man's leavings.
Taking hat and cape off Pump, John comes out of stable and holds out his hand for the pipe.
Yes, I'll have it.
Mother's kind and doesn't mean to be hard, John. There's the pipe, with my best wishes.
John taking the pipe.
Thank you, Miss Hester. When I smoke it, I'll think of you.
And now, you two men, get that box into the house and up the stair. Hester, you must be dying for some victuals.
I'd rather wait, Mother. I want to look at the horses. Send John back to show me over the stables.
Very well. Come along, men.
Nance goes off up left, followed by Joel and John with the boxes, etc. Hester, after watching them off,
Thank heaven for a moment's relief.
Takes shoe out and kisses it earnestly.
Where is my memory? How imprudent I am. Dear little shoe. What a pity it is that I should have to tell such great big fibs about such a soft, innocent little woolen thing as you. And now, where is my wedding ring? I must hide it in some secure place.
Looking round.
My poor dear wedding ring, I am so sorry. Where could I have thrown you? I remember. In the stable. Oh, supposing a horse has swallowed it. How married he'll feel.
She opens stable door and goes into stable, closing door after her. Mr. Owen Silverdale appears at the back from left.
The vision of a traveling trunk and a bandbox leads me to suspect that the prodigal has returned. Dear girl, I quite long to see her.
Hester sobbing in the stable.
Oh dear, what shall I do?
Silverdale listening.
Really, that sounds like a woman in tears. A long association with an academy for young ladies renders the sound quite familiar to me.
Hester comes out of the stable crying. She does not see Silverdale, who is up the stage.
Oh dear me, I can't find it. And I'm a most miserable girl. Why did I throw it away?
With her handkerchief to her eyes, leaning on stable door.
Oh, my pretty ring, my pretty ring.
Silverdale comes quietly down.
Hester, dear.
Touches her with umbrella. Hester turns and confronts him with dismay.
Oh, Mr. Silverdale.
Silverdale holding up his hand gushingly.
How are you?
Hester sobbing.
I am not at all well.
Silverdale taking her hand.
My poor little sweetheart.
Hester releasing her hand.
Mr. Silverdale, what are you doing at our farm? Have you seen Mother?
Yes, a few minutes ago. A charming woman, your mother. Really charming. So honestly outspoken, and with such an absorbing trust in you, it quite seems to have swallowed up her faith in other people.
Hester coming down right center nervously.
I hope my schoolfellows are quite well, Mr. Silverdale.
Quite well.
Mary Manders had measles when I left. Is she better?
Much better. I really thought at one time that she had transferred the ailment to me, which would have been unfortunate. I have never had the measles.
Indeed, Mr. Silverdale.
No. Have you?
Eh?
Have you?
Have I what, Mr. Silverdale?
Had them.
Had which, Mr. Silverdale?
The measles.
Oh. Mr. Silverdale, what brings you here?
Principally to see you.
Oh, no.
Really, why be astonished? You know how fond I have been of you for months and months. And I am such a faithful man. Where I love, I stick like a plaster, for better or for worse.
Oh, go away from this place, please, Mr. Silverdale. I have told you often and often that I don't like you, that I won't like you, and that I can't be bothered with you. I'm not a flirt.
No, if I thought so, I could not reconcile it to my conscience to pay my addresses to you.
Pointing to stool right center.
Sit down. You must be so tired.
No, I'm not tired.
Yes, you are. You have come a long journey.
No, I have only been a little distance to visit a friend.
Really? I think you are making a mistake, my dear. Your mother tells me you have just arrived from Shrewsbury.
Oh.
She sits helplessly, Silverdale coming close to her and looking down upon her.
When you left school, my dear Hester, 6 weeks ago.
Oh dear, oh dear.
6 weeks ago, you quitted the academy very suddenly and before the expiration of the term to visit your mother, who, you stated, was unwell. So hastily did you leave us that you robbed me of my privilege of presenting you on the day following a little prize.
Holding out book.
A volume of sweet domestic poems, a prize for good conduct.
Well, Mr. Silverdale?
To bring you this little book is one of the objects of my visit.
Hester starting up.
Oh, give it to me and go away, please.
So I will, dear Hester, when you prove to one of the principals of your establishment that this reward of merit has not been forfeited. So I will when you have accounted to me for your actions during the last 6 weeks.
Hester sits again, hopelessly.
I can't. It is no business of yours, and every man should mind his own business.
It is my business, because I like you so much, and I want to know how it is that a young girl I am fond of leaves school unknown to her mother 6 weeks ago, and only arrives home today.
If you like me, why do you harass me so?
Because you won't love me in return. You always were an obstinate girl, Hester, and I mean to break you. Be kind to me. Say one pretty word to me, and you can bury the last 6 weeks, and make your mother innocently walk over their grave. But if you refuse me this favor, I'll split upon you. I'll show your pleasant-voiced, soft-hearted mother that you have been deceiving her, and I'll turn every blade of grass in that meadow into a lash for your pretty little shoulders. Do you hear? I'll love you if you'll let me, and I'll plague you if you won't.
Hester rising and looking at him.
You know I won't love you. How could any woman, in her senses, love a mean little man like you?
So I really am a mean little man, eh? Very well, I'll fetch your dear mother.
He is going. She follows him.
Oh, I didn't mean to make you angry. Don't split upon me, Mr. Silverdale. Don't split upon me.
Oh, I can split upon you then, can I?
Yes. I confess I am deceiving Mother for a little while. Only for a little while. I did leave the academy 6 weeks ago, and I have only come home today. But don't tell tales out of school. Don't you do a thing that every girl in my class would have cut their tongue out rather than be guilty of.
I'll not tell tales if you'll be friends with me. That's all I want, Hester.
Hester, right center, taking his hand.
Oh, thank you, dear Mr. Silverdale, thank you.
Loving you, Hester, is really my only fault. So kiss and make it up.
Kiss and make it up?
Yes, we've had a bit of a row, dear, haven't we? Kiss and make it up.
Hester pointing to the book in Silverdale's hand.
Oh, I see. You want to rob me of my prize for good conduct and put it on your own shelf.
Rousing herself.
Look here. I once boxed your ears at Shrewsbury.
Silverdale raises his hand to his ear.
Yes, you remember it. That's the side. If you ask me to kiss you, I'll box the other side. Or, what is better, I'll get somebody else to do it.
Enter John Royal and Joel at back. John comes down right, Joel left.
You're a sneak that blabs and tells tales, and you are the worst of sneaks because you're spiteful to girls.
To John.
John Royal, you are my mother's servant, and as such, you are bound to protect my mother's daughter.
Pointing to Silverdale.
That person has been rude to me. You are a big man and know a lot of strong words. Tell him what I think of him, do.
Stop a bit. If there's going to be any blood spilt, the missus 'd like to be in on it, I know.
Goes off up left.
Been rude, has he?
John advances to Silverdale, looks him up and down, and then snatches his umbrella from him and flings it away.
So you have been rude, eh?
Snatches book from him and flings it away.
Been rude, have you?
Sir, at the present moment I am not prepared, I really am not, for a muscular encounter. Allow me to call your attention to the fact that you have cast away that young lady's prize for good conduct.
John Center raising his fist.
You reptile!
Hester Wright laying her hand upon John's arm.
Don't strike him. He has to sing tenor in the choir at Shrewsbury on the Sunday afternoons.
Nance enters, followed by Joel left. Nance comes down left center.
Now then, what's the matter here?
A car is the matter here. A fellow that is rude to ladies and who wants to be kicked out.
If there's any kicking out of my place, I do it. So you fall back, John Royal.
John goes up to stable door and leans on it.
Now then, schoolmaster, what's your tale? Out with it.
Don't listen to him, Mother. Don't listen to him.
I will be listened to, because I am here as a representative of truth and right. Mrs. Butterworth, I have some painful communications to make to you. Be seated.
Nance sits on stool left, and Hester on stool right. Silverdale on basket center. Joel stands up left.
These communications relate to your daughter, who, I hope in passing, will continue her studies in geography, always her weak point. Your daughter, I regret to say, Mrs. Butterworth, has not deserved well of the Academy for Young Ladies at Shrewsbury.
What do I care for that? Let my child please me, and she does her duty. The school was my baby's servant, not her master, and was hired to wait on her.
Really? Then of course we are reduced to the simple question, has the child done its duty to its mother?
Hester Wright, aside to Silverdale.
Oh, have pity on me, please, Mr. Silverdale.
Silence, Hester.
Your daughter, Hester, whose English grammar, I may remark, will require careful watching, has, I am pained to have to say, brought discredit upon her school.
What? My child brought discredit? My child?
Pray hear me out. The real object of my visit I have hitherto concealed from you. I have travelled many weary miles to endeavour to persuade your daughter, who I trust, by the by, will continue her pianoforte practice, to persuade your daughter to confess everything to you. This she has refused to do, and for the credit and fair name and fame of the Academy, I am compelled to reveal all.
Hester starting up.
He doesn't tell the truth, Mother. Don't listen to him.
Silence, Hester.
Hester sits again.
Mrs. Butterworth, when did your daughter arrive home?
Within the last hour. You know that well enough, man.
And when did she quit our academy?
Yesterday.
Have you any proof of that?
Proof? Against my child?
Yes, really, proof.
I've her own word. Her letters written to me from Shrewsbury. The last came the day before yesterday.
Taking it from the bosom of her dress.
Here it is.
What does she say about leaving school?
Nance takes her spectacles out of her pocket, puts them on, and reads.
I leave school on Tuesday morning and shall... My glasses are dull and I can't see through them.
Handing letter to Silverdale.
You read it.
Shall I really? Certainly. You must really watch her handwriting. Too many flourishes.
Reading.
I leave school on Tuesday morning and shall be with you, if everything is well, on Wednesday. How I long to see you and my dear home! All the joints here are so fat and underdone. So on.
Returning letter to Nance.
Now, Mrs. Butterworth, I think I can open your eyes.
Stop a bit before you speak. Don't you say more nor less than the truth. I'm a bit soft-hearted about my baby. I am hard as the stones to everything else in the world, and if you speak against her, I shall have to be hard to her too. Be careful.
Laying her hand on her heart.
Or you'll hurt me.
You really pain me. Notwithstanding, I am compelled to tell you, dear Mrs. Butterworth, that Hester finally quitted the academy more than 6 weeks ago.
More than 6 weeks ago? What has she been doing? Where has she been since?
Ah, that is a little mystery, but I fancy—
Mother, dear, I can tell you—
Be silent.
De Silverdale.
Well, sir?
I really fancy I can furnish a slight clue. On 2 occasions during the last 18 months, I have met your daughter at a spot about 3 miles from the academy, a place called the Lime Trees, walking arm in arm with a young gentleman.
The same man each time?
The same person. I was not seen by them, and I kept the circumstance to myself.
Was it your duty to the parent of a child to do that?
I don't know, really, but I held my tongue for the good of the academy and for the sake of the young ladies to whom I am attached.
Nance rising.
Hester?
Mother, won't you listen to me?
Yes, when you answer my questions. Tell me, when did you leave your school? The school that I've scraped my money together to pay for.
6 weeks ago, or a little more.
And did the schoolmaster see you in the place called the Lime Trees, walking with a young gentleman?
Yes, Mother, I dare say he did.
You were walking with a young gentleman there?
Yes, Mother, I was.
Silverdale shrugs his shoulders and crosses right. Nance to Joel.
Joel!
Ease, missus.
Fetch the small tin box that stands under the window seat in the parlour.
Ease, missus.
Goes off left. Hester rising and going to Nance.
What are you going to do, Mother?
I'm going to start you afresh in life, a long way from where I am or where I shall ever be.
Goes into left corner.
No, Mother, you mustn't send me away till I've told you everything.
Crossing to Nance. Pointing to Silverdale.
This fellow is a sneak and a coward. He would have been a sweetheart of mine, but I've hated the sight of him, and I've told him so. I boxed his ears once in the playground before all the girls, and he owes me a grudge for it, and wants to pay me out.
You can't say but what he has told the truth, and I don't want you near me any more.
You don't know that I've done wrong?
I know that you've deceived me on your own showing. I know that you've told me lie upon lie.
Mother, if you'll let me kneel to you, as I used to do when I was a little girl, I'll tell you all my faults.
I don't want to know them. I know that something has come between you and me, and whatever it is, it has robbed a child of its mother, and the mother of her child, for you and I shall part this very day.
I'll not leave you. I will be your baby, as I have always been. I came home to tell you everything, but I knew I had been wrong, and I was going to tell you slowly, a word a day, as it were, so that I shouldn't hurt you more than I could help.
Hester tries to embrace Nance, who shakes her off, and crosses to table left.
You came home to fool me, but you shan't do it.
Right crosses left to table. Joel enters from left, carrying a small tin box. He comes down between Hester and Nance. Joel coming down center and giving box to Nance.
Here's the box, missus.
Nance takes it and places it on table left. She takes a bunch of keys from her pocket and proceeds to open it. Hester seizing Joel's arm.
Joel, I want to speak to you.
She leads Joel down right and speaks to him in an undertone. Silverdale crosses to Nance.
This is a most unfortunate affair. It really is. Need I wait?
Aye, that you need.
Silverdale goes up.
I'll have something to say to you by and by.
Hester, aside to Joel.
Dear Joel, you've known me ever since I was a little mite of a girl. Don't you remember, Joel? You used to nurse me.
Aye, and mortal heavy you were.
I'm heavier still now, Joel, especially about the heart. But you like me, don't you?
Why, of course I do. You give me a kiss a little while back.
And I'll give you another, if you'll do me a service, dear Joel. Run, as fast as your legs can carry you, to old Mrs. Chorley's, you know, the little red cottage near the railway station, with the raven in a cage outside the door. Say that you come from me, Hester, and that you are to bring back an answer.
Taking baby's shoe from the bosom of her dress and kissing it.
Take this. She'll recognize it. And mind, bring back an answer. Will you run, Joel, for my sake? For the sake of the child you have dandled on your knee?
Aye, I'll run, Miss Esty. I'll run till I well nigh drop for a glass of ale.
He goes off hastily upright. Nance left, who has opened the box and taken out of it a small old pocket-book and a little bag of money.
Hester?
Yes, Mother?
Before we part, I want to give you this money. It's all I have, and I'm sorry it's so little. There are some banknotes in the pocket-book and a little gold and silver in the canvas bag. And now you can go.
Puts her hand in the tin box and takes out a little faded paper packet.
Look here. Here's a ringlet of yours, cut off when you were a baby. My baby's hair.
Slight pause, sitting at table. The packet drops from her hand, and she sits on stool left and covers her face with her hands.
No, Mother. I'll not take a penny of your money, for I don't want for means to keep me or to help you. Mother, I'm married.
Nance looks up. Nance rises.
You're married?
I've been married more than a year, Mother.
Nance sits again.
It was very wrong, but I fell in love frightfully, and I knew you would never consent, and we both felt that we couldn't live without each other.
Who is he?
He's a gentleman, Mother. But he has a small income, large enough to maintain us, and to defray any little incidental expense. And he's so good-looking and affectionate.
Nance, clenching her hands.
I should like to have him near me now. What is he?
He's nothing. He was in the civil service.
That's where he learned his manners, I suppose.
And he came down Shrewsbury way to fish.
I'll be bound he did.
And I chanced to be on the banks of the same stream, and in leaning over the water to see my face, I slipped and put my foot in it.
Aye, you've put your foot in it.
And he would insist on my taking off my wet shoe, and he would dry it with his pocket handkerchief, and he would make me wear his big clumsy boot all the way home. And then we laughed, because it was so funny. And, oh dear, it might have happened to anybody.
Goes out left center. Silverdale at back, leaning on the pump.
Miss Butterworth.
That's not my name, and you've just heard me say so.
Pardon me, but where's your wedding ring?
Hester looks at her left hand.
What do you mean?
I see Miss Butterworth doesn't wear a wedding ring, but I suppose it's all right.
Where is your wedding ring?
Hester dismayed.
I've lost it.
Lost it?
Oh dear, that's really very singular.
John comes down right center, holding the ring in his hand.
Here it is. You threw it to me into the stable, and I caught it.
Hester running to him.
Ah, Jack, dear.
John putting his arms round her.
My darling Hester,
Good gracious me!
Nance starts up.
What?
Hester taking John's hand.
This, mother dear, this is the gentleman I have married. John Royal is my husband.
Silverdale aside.
I thought I recognized the man's face. That's the fellow I saw under the lime trees at Shrewsbury.
Yes, Mrs. Butterworth, I am to blame for everything, believe me. My own excuse is that I am a good husband, and shall always remain one.
Putting wedding ring on Hester's finger.
There is your wedding ring, Hester. Never take it from your hand again, dear.
What have you come here for? To triumph over me?
Oh, don't think of that. When the time arrived for my wife to return home, I came to you that you might get accustomed to the sight of me, and perhaps find out that I am not the worst fellow in the world. It was Hester's plan, and I hope it has not altogether failed.
Crosses to Nance.
Come, mother, look on the bright side of things. You shall not lose your daughter, and such as I am, you shall gain me. I'll work honestly for you, and I'll put my money into your land and make Butterworth's farm a model for the county.
Nay, John Royal, if I wouldn't give my daughter to you, you may be sure I won't sell her.
Nance sits.
Our paths lie wide apart.
Joel enters it back right, carrying an infant. He comes down right.
Here you are, Miss Esty. I brought the answer.
Hester snatches the baby from him and kisses it. Hester, timidly to Nance, gradually going to her.
Mother, John and I have got a baby. It is 4 weeks old and is so intelligent. He's a boy, Mother, and we're going to make him a farmer.
Coming to Nance.
Will you look at him before we leave you? Just one little look, Mother. Mother?
She kneels and places the child on Nance's lap. Silverdale aside it back.
The young lady has accounted to me for the interval of 6 weeks. I really think that I can be of no further use, so I will go quietly.
He goes off at back right unobserved. Nance looks at the baby and then kisses it.
Hey, he's a fine boy.
Hester kneels down by Nance's side, and the two women rock the baby and kiss it alternately.
He's so good, too, Mother. He never cries, at least very seldom. See my dimple in his chin, Mother?
Nance looking at Hester.
Aye, he's got your eyes too, baby. But I'm doubtful about his nose.
Hester rising.
It's John's nose, isn't it, John?
John rubs his nose.
Mother, dear, if we are to go, will you give baby back to me, that we may take him away?
Holding out her arms. Nance hugging the baby.
Nay, I can't give him up. I'm hard and cruel and sour, but I can't let my baby's baby go.
Hester putting her arm round Nance's neck on her left.
Then are we to stay, Mother?
Aye, John and you. Where's that schoolmaster chap?
John and Joel look round for Silverdale.
Why, he's gone.
Goes up stage and looks left. Joel, who has been sitting right.
Oh, he saw the look in my eye, and he sneaked off.
Music.
Well, better to go quietly. We'll think of him as an ugly dream, a nightmare that we wake up in the morning to forget. Hester, do you forgive me?
Of course, Mother.
Goes to her.
John.
John comes to her on her right. To John.
Do you forgive me?
John bending down and kissing her.
Of course, Mother.
No more mystery, children.
No.
Then I'm a disagreeable, cross-grained, happy old woman. But when this baby grows up to be a man, he shall never guess what I have been, for I'll make him believe that I'm the kindest, lovingest, best grandmother in the world.
The curtain falls slowly. End of Hester's Mystery by Arthur Wing Pinero.
Sweet and Twenty by Floyd, Dell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Helen Egerton, the young woman, read by Jen Broda.
George Brooke, the young man, read by Mike Manalakis.
The Agent, read by Todd.
The Guard, read by Tricia G.
Narrator, read by Kelly Taylor. Sweet and Twenty, a comedy in one act by Floyd Dell. Scene: a corner of the cherry orchard on the country place of the late Mr. Bogley, now on sale and open for inspection to prospective buyers. The cherry orchard, now in full bloom, is a very pleasant place. There is a green painted rustic bench beside the path. This scene can be effectively produced on a small stage by a backdrop painted a blue-green color, with a single conventionalized cherry branch painted across it, and 2 three-leaved screens masking the wings, painted in blue-green with a spray of cherry blossoms. A young girl, dressed in a light summer frock and carrying a parasol, drifts in from the back. She sees the bench, comes over to it, and sits down with an air of petulant weariness. A handsome young man enters from the right. He stops short in surprise on seeing the charming stranger who lolls upon the bench. He takes off his hat.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, you needn't. I have no right to be here either.
He, coming down to her.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I thought perhaps you were playing truant, as I am.
Playing truant?
I was looking at the house, you know, and I got tired and ran away.
Well, to tell the truth, so did I. It's dull work, isn't it?
I've been upstairs and down for 2 hours. That family portrait gallery finished me. It was so old and gloomy and dead that I felt as if I were dead myself. I just had to do something. I wanted to jab my parasol through the window pane. I understand just how the suffragettes felt, but I was afraid of shocking the agent. He is such a meek little man, and he seemed to think so well of me. If I had broken the window, I would have shattered his ideals of womanhood, too, I'm afraid. So I just slipped away quietly and came here.
I've only been there half an hour, and I've only been in the basement. That's why our tours of inspection didn't bring us together sooner. I've been cross-examining the furnace. Do you understand furnaces?
He sits down beside her.
I don't.
Do you like family portraits? I hate 'em.
What? Do the family portraits go with the house?
No, thank heaven. They've been bequeathed to the Metropolitan Museum of Horrors, I understand. They're valuable historically, early colonial governors and all that sort of stuff. But there is someone with me who takes a deep interest in such things.
He, frowning at a sudden memory.
Didn't I see you at that real estate office in New York yesterday?
Yes, he was with me then.
He, compassionately.
I thought I remembered seeing you with him.
She, cheerfully.
Isn't he just the sort of man who would be interested in family portraits?
He, confused.
Well, since you ask me,
Oh, that's all right. Tubby's a dear, in spite of his funny old ideas. I like him very much.
He, gulping the pill.
Yes.
He's so anxious to please me in buying this house. I suppose it's all right to have a house, but I'd like to become acquainted with it gradually. I'd like to feel that there was always some corner left to explore, some mystery saved up for a rainy day. Tubby can't understand that. He drags me everywhere, explaining how we'll keep this and change that, dormer windows here and perhaps a new wing there. I suppose you've been rebuilding the house too?
No, merely decided to turn that sunny south room into a study. It would make a very pleasant place to work. But if you really want the place, I'd hate to take it away from you.
I was just going to say that if you really wanted it, I'd withdraw. It was Tubby's idea to buy it, you know, not mine. You do want it, don't you?
I can't say that I do. It's so infernally big. But Maria thinks I ought to have it.
Explanatorily,
Maria is...
She, gently.
She's the one who is interested in furnaces, I understand. I saw her with you at the real estate office yesterday. Well, furnaces are necessary, I suppose.
There is a pause, which she breaks suddenly.
Do you see that bee?
A bee?
He follows her gaze up to a cluster of blossoms.
Yes, there.
Affectionately.
The rascal. There he goes.
Their eyes follow the flight of the bee across the orchard. There is a silence in which Maria and Tubby drift into the limbo of forgotten things. Alone together beneath the blossoms, a spell seems to have fallen upon them. She tries to think of something to say, and at last succeeds.
Have you heard the story of the people who used to live here?
No. Why?
An agent was telling us. It's quite romantic and rather sad. You see, the man that built this house was in love with a girl. He was building it for her as a surprise, but he had neglected to mention to her that he was in love with her. And so in pique, she married another man, though she was really in love with him. The news came just when he had finished the house. He shut it up for a year or two, but eventually married someone else, and they lived here for 10 years, most unhappily. Then they went abroad, and the house was sold. It was bought, curiously enough, by the husband of the girl he had been in love with. They lived here till they died, hating each other to the end, the agent says.
It gives me the shivers. To think of that house, haunted by the memories of wasted love. Which of us, I wonder, will have to live in it? I don't want to.
She, prosaically.
Oh, don't take it so seriously as all that. If one can't live in a house where there's been an unhappy marriage, why, good heavens, where is one going to live? Most marriages, I fancy, are unhappy.
A bitter philosophy for one so...
Nonsense! But listen to the rest of the story. The most interesting part is about this very orchard.
Really?
Yes, this orchard, it seems, was here before the house was. It was part of an old farm where he and she, the unhappy lovers, you know, stopped one day while they were out driving and asked for something to eat. The farmer's wife was busy, but she gave them each a glass of milk and told them they could eat all the cherries they wanted. So they picked a hatful of cherries and ate them, sitting on a bench like this one, and he fell in love with her.
And didn't tell her so?
She glances at him in alarm. His self-possession has vanished. He is pale and frightened, but there is a desperate look in his eyes, as if some unknown power were forcing him to do something very rash. In short, he seems like a young man who has just fallen in love. She, hastily.
So you see, this orchard is haunted, too.
I feel it. I seem to hear the ghost of that old-time lover whispering to me.
She, provocatively.
Indeed. What does he say?
He says, I was a coward. You must be bold. I was silent. You must speak out.
She, mischievously.
That's very curious, because that old lover isn't dead at all. He's a baronet or something in England.
He, earnestly.
His youth is dead, and it is his youth that speaks to me.
She, quickly.
You mustn't believe all that ghosts tell you.
Oh, but I must, for they know the folly of silence, the bitterness of cowardice.
The circumstances were slightly different, weren't they?
He, stubbornly.
I don't care.
She, soberly.
You know perfectly well it's no use.
I can't help that.
Please, you simply mustn't. It's disgraceful.
What's disgraceful?
She, confused.
What you are going to say.
He, simply.
Only that I love you. What is there disgraceful about that? It's beautiful.
It's wrong.
It's inevitable.
Why inevitable? Can't you talk with a girl in a cherry orchard for half an hour without falling in love with her?
Not if the girl is you.
But why especially me?
I don't know. Love is a mystery. I only know that I was destined to love you.
How can you be so sure?
Because you have changed the world for me. It's as though I had been groping about in the dark and then sunrise! And there's a queer feeling here.
He puts his hand on his heart.
To tell the honest truth, there's a still queerer feeling in the pit of my stomach. It's a gone feeling, if you must know. And my knees are weak. I know now why men used to fall on their knees when they told a girl they loved her. It was because they couldn't stand up. And there's a feeling in my feet as though I were walking on air, and...
She, faintly.
That's enough.
And I could die for you and be glad of the chance. It's perfectly absurd, but it's absolutely true. I've never spoken to you before, and heaven knows I may never get a chance to speak to you again. But I'd never forgive myself if I didn't say this to you now. I love you, love you, love you. Now tell me I'm a fool. Tell me to go. Anything. I've said my say. Why don't you speak?
I've nothing to say except that well...
Almost inaudibly.
I feel some of those symptoms myself.
He triumphantly.
You love me!
I don't know. Yes, perhaps.
Then kiss me.
She, doubtfully.
No.
Kiss me.
She, tormentedly.
Oh, what's the use?
I don't know. I don't care. I only know that we love each other.
She, after a moment's hesitation, desperately.
I don't care either. I do want to kiss you.
She does. He is the first to awake from the ecstasy.
It is wicked.
She, absently.
Is it?
But, oh heaven, kiss me again.
She does.
Darling.
Do you suppose anyone is likely to come this way?
No.
He, speculatively.
Your husband is probably still in the portrait gallery.
My husband?
Drawing away.
What do you mean?
Thoroughly awake now.
You didn't think...
She jumps up and laughs convulsively.
He thought poor old Tubby was my husband.
He, starting up at her, bewildered.
Why, isn't he your husband?
She, scornfully.
No, he's my uncle.
Your uncle?
Yes, of course.
Indignantly.
Do you suppose I would be married to a man that's fat and bald and 40 years old?
He, distressed.
I beg your pardon. I did think so.
Just because you saw me with him. How ridiculous.
It was a silly mistake. But the things you said, you spoke so realistically about marriage.
It was your marriage I was speaking about.
With hasty compunction.
Oh, I beg your...
My marriage?
He rises.
Good heavens! And to whom, pray, did you think I was married?
A light dawning.
To Maria? Why, Maria's my aunt.
Yes, of course. How stupid of me.
Let's get this straight. Are you married to anybody?
Certainly not. As if I would let anybody make love to me if I were.
Now don't put on airs. You did something quite as improper. You kissed a married man.
I didn't.
It's the same thing. You thought I was married.
But you aren't.
No, I'm not married. And you're not married.
The logic of the situation striking him all of the sudden.
In fact...
He pauses, rather alarmed.
Yes?
In fact, well, there's no reason in the world why we shouldn't make love to each other.
She, equally startled.
Why, that's so.
Then shall we?
She, sitting down and looking demurely at her toes.
Oh, not if you don't want to.
He, adjusting himself to the situation.
Well, under the circumstances, I suppose I ought to begin by asking you to marry me.
She, languidly, with a provoking glance.
You don't seem very anxious to.
He, feeling at a disadvantage.
It isn't that, but, well...
She, lightly.
Well, what?
Dash it all, I don't know your name.
She, looking at him with wild curiosity.
That didn't seem to stop you a while ago.
He, doggedly.
Well, then, will you marry me?
She, promptly.
No.
He, surprised.
No. Why do you say that?
She, coolly.
Why should I marry you? I know nothing about you. I've known you for less than an hour.
He, sardonically.
That fact didn't seem to keep you from kissing me.
Besides, I don't like the way you go about it. If you'd propose the same way you made love to me, maybe I'd accept you.
All right.
Dropping on one knee before her.
Beloved.
An awkward pause.
No, I can't do it.
He gets up and distractedly dusts off his knees with his handkerchief.
I'm very sorry.
She, with calm inquiry.
Perhaps it's because you don't love me anymore?
He, fretfully.
Of course I love you.
She, coldly.
But you don't want to marry me. I see.
Not at all. I do want to marry you, but...
Well?
Marriage is a serious matter. Now don't take offense. I only meant that, well...
He starts again.
We are in love with each other, and that's the important thing. But as you said, we don't know each other. I've no doubt that when we get acquainted, we will like each other better still. But we've got to get acquainted first.
She, rising.
You're just like Tubby buying a house. You want to know all about it. Well, I warn you that you'll never know all about me, so you needn't try.
He, apologetically.
It was your suggestion.
She, impatiently.
Oh, all right. Go ahead and cross-examine me if you like. I'll tell you to begin with that I'm perfectly healthy and there's no TB, insanity, or socialism in my family. What else do you want to know?
He, hesitantly.
Why did you put socialism in?
Oh, just for fun. You aren't a socialist, are you?
Yes.
Earnestly.
Do you know what socialism is?
She, innocently.
It's the same thing as anarchy, isn't it?
He, gently.
No, at least not my kind. I believe in municipal ownership of streetcars and all that sort of thing. I'll give you some books to read.
Well, I never ride in streetcars, so I don't care whether they're municipally owned or not. By the way, do you dance?
No.
You must learn right away. I can't bother to teach you myself, but I know where you can get private lessons and become really good in a month. It is stupid not to be able to dance.
He, as if he had tasted quinine.
I can see myself doing the tango. Grr.
The tango went out long ago, my dear.
He, with great decision.
Well, I won't learn to dance. You might as well know that to begin with.
And I won't read your old books on socialism. You might as well know that to begin with.
Come, this will never do. You see, my dear, it's simply that I can't dance, and there's no use for me to try to learn.
Anybody can learn. I've made expert dancers out of the awkwardest men.
But you see, I've no inclination toward dancing. It's out of my world.
And I've no inclination toward municipal ownership. It's out of my world.
It ought not to be out of the world of any intelligent person.
She, turning her back on him.
All right, if you want to call me stupid.
He, turning and looking away meditatively.
It appears that we have very few tastes in common.
She, tapping her foot.
So it seems.
If we married, we might be happy for a month.
Perhaps.
They remained standing with their backs to each other.
And then the old story. Quarrels.
I never could bear quarrels.
An unhappy marriage.
She, realizing it.
Oh.
He, hopelessly turning towards her.
I can't marry you.
She, recovering quickly and facing him with a smile.
Nobody asked you, sir. She said.
He, with a gesture of finality.
Well, there seems to be no more to say.
She, sweetly.
Except goodbye.
He, firmly.
Goodbye, then.
He holds out his hand. She, taking it.
Goodbye.
He, taking her other hand. After a pause, helplessly.
Goodbye.
She, drawing in his eyes.
Goodbye.
They cling to each other and are presently lost in a passionate embrace. He breaks loose, stamps away, then turns to her.
Damn it all, we do love each other.
She, wiping her eyes.
What a pity that is the only taste we have in common.
Do you suppose that is enough?
I wish it were.
A month of happiness.
Yes.
And then wretchedness.
No, never.
We mustn't do it.
I suppose not.
Come, let's control ourselves.
Yes, let's.
They take hands again. He, with an effort.
I wish you happiness. I'll go to Europe for a year. Try to forget me.
I shall be married when you get back, perhaps.
I hope it's somebody that's not bald and fat and 40, otherwise...
And you, for goodness sake, marry a girl that's very young and very, very pretty. That will help.
We mustn't prolong this. If we stay together another minute...
Then go.
I can't go.
You must, darling. You must.
Oh, if somebody would only come along.
They are leaning towards each other, dizzy upon the brink of another kiss, when somebody does come. A short, mild-looking man in a derby hat. There is an odd gleam in his eyes. The intruder, startled.
Excuse me.
They turn and stare at him, but their hands cling fast to each other. She, faintly.
The agent.
The agent, in despairing accents.
Too late. Too late.
No, just in time.
Too late, I say. I will go.
He turns.
No, stay.
What's the use? It has already begun. What good can I do now?
I'll show you what good you can do now. Come here.
The agent approaches.
Can you unloose my hands from those of this young woman?
The young woman, haughtily releasing herself and walking away.
You needn't trouble. I can do it myself.
Thank you. It was utterly beyond my power.
To the agent.
Will you kindly take hold of me and move me over there?
The agent propels him away from the girl.
Thank you. At this distance I can perhaps make my farewell in a seemly and innocuous manner.
Young man, you will not say farewell to that young lady for 10 days, and perhaps never.
What?
They have arranged it all.
Who has arranged what?
Your aunt, Miss Brooke, and...
To the young woman.
Your uncle, Mr. Edgerton.
The young people turn and stare at each other in amazement.
Edgerton? Are you Helen Edgerton?
And are you George Brooke?
Your aunt and uncle have just discovered each other up at the house, and they have arranged for you all to take dinner together tonight, and then go to a 10-day house party at Mr. Edgerton's place on Long Island.
Grimly.
The reason of all this will be plain to you. They want you two to get married.
Then we're done for. We'll have to get married now whether we want to or not.
What? Just to please them? I shan't do it.
George, gloomily.
You don't know my Aunt Maria.
And Tubby will try to bully me, I suppose, but I won't do it, no matter what he says.
Pardon what may seem an impertinence, miss, but is it really true that you don't want to marry this young man?
Helen, flaming.
I suppose because you saw me in his arms. Oh, I want to, all right, but...
The agent, mildly.
Then what seems to be the trouble?
Oh, you explain to him, George.
She goes to the bench and sits down.
Well, it's this way. As you may have deduced from what you saw, we are madly in love with each other.
Helen, from the bench.
But I'm not madly in love with municipal ownership. That's the chief difficulty.
No, the chief difficulty is that I refuse to entertain even a platonic affection for the tango.
Helen, irritably.
I told you the tango had gone out long ago.
Well, then the mashisha.
Stupid.
And there you have it. No doubt it seems ridiculous to you.
The agent, gravely.
Not at all, my boy. I've known marriage to go to smash on far less than that. When you come to think of it, a taste for dancing and a taste for municipal ownership stand at the two ends of the earth away from each other. They represent two different ways of taking life. And if two people who live in the same house can't agree on those two things, they'd disagree on 10,000 things that came up every day. And what's the use for two different kinds of beings to try to live together? It doesn't work, no matter how much love there is between them.
George, rushing up to him in surprise and gratification, and shaking his hand warmly.
Then you're our friend. You will help us not to get married.
Your aunt is very set on it. And your uncle, too, miss.
We must find some way to get out of it, or they'll have us cooped up together in that house before we know it.
Rising and coming over to the agent.
Can't you think up some scheme?
Perhaps I can, and perhaps I can't. I'm a bachelor myself, miss, and that means that I've thought up many a scheme to get out of marriage myself.
Helen, outraged.
You old scoundrel.
Oh, it's not so bad as you may think, miss. I've always gone through the marriage ceremony to please them, but that's not what I call marriage.
Then what do you call marriage?
Yes, I'd like to know.
Marriage, my dear friend, is an iniquitous arrangement devised by the devil himself for driving all the love out of the hearts of lovers. They start out as much in love with each other as you two are today, and they end by being as sick of the sight of each other as you two will be 20 years hence, if I don't find a way of saving you alive out of the devil's own trap. It's not lack of love that's the trouble with marriage. It's marriage itself. And when I say marriage, I don't mean promising to love, honor, and obey, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do you part. That's only human nature to wish and to attempt, and it might be done if it weren't for the iniquitous arrangement of marriage.
George, puzzled.
But what is the iniquitous arrangement?
Ah, that's the trouble. If I tell you, you won't believe me. You'll go ahead and try it out and find out what all the unhappy ones have found out before you. Listen to me, my children. Did you ever go on a picnic?
He looks from one to the other. They stand astonished and silent.
Of course you have. Everyone has. There is an instinct in us which makes us go back to the ways of our savage ancestors, to gather about a fire in the forest, to cook meat on a pointed stick and eat it with our fingers. But how many books would you write, young man, if you had to go back to the campfire every day for your lunch? And how many new dances would you invent if you lived eternally in the picnic stage of civilization? No, the picnic is incompatible with everyday living, as incompatible as marriage.
But
marriage is the nest-building instinct, turned by the devil himself into an institution to hold the human soul in chains. The whole of marriage is told in the old riddle. Why do birds in their nests agree? Because if they don't, they'll fall out. That's it. Marriage is a nest so small that there is no room in it for disagreement. Now, it may be all right for birds to agree, but human beings are not built that way. They disagree, and home becomes a little hell. Or else they do agree, at the expense of the soul's freedom stifled in one or both.
Yes, but tell me.
Shh.
Yes, there is the nest-building instinct. You feel it, both of you. If you don't now, you will as soon as you are married. If you are fools, you will try to live all your lives in a love nest, and you will imprison your souls within it, and the devil will laugh.
Helen, to George.
I'm beginning to be afraid of him.
So am I.
If you are wise, you will build yourselves a little nest secretly in the woods, away from civilization, and you will run away together to that nest whenever you are in the mood. A nest so small that it will hold only two beings and one thought, the thought of love. And then you will come back refreshed to civilization, where every soul is different from every other soul. You will let each other alone, forget each other, and do your own work in peace. Do you understand?
He means we should occupy separate sides of the house, I think. Or else that we should live apart or only see each other on weekends. I'm not sure which.
The agent, passionately.
I mean that you should not stifle love with civilization, nor encumber civilization with love. What have they to do with each other? You think you want a fellow student of economics. You are wrong. You think you want a dancing partner. You are mistaken. You want a revelation of the glory of the universe.
Helen, to George, confidentially.
It's blithering nonsense, of course, but it was something like that a while ago.
George, bewilderedly.
Yes, when we knew it was our first kiss and thought it was to be our last.
The agent, fiercely.
A kiss is always the first kiss, and the last, or it is nothing.
Helen, conclusively.
He's quite mad.
Absolutely.
Mad? Of course I am mad. But...
He turns suddenly and subsides as a man in a guard's uniform enters.
Ah, here you are. Thought you'd given us the slip, did you?
To the others.
Escaped from the asylum he did a week ago, and got a job here. We've been hunting him high and low. Come along now.
George, recovering with difficulty the power of speech.
What's the matter with him?
Matter with him? He went crazy, he did, reading the works of Bernard Shaw. And if he wasn't in the insane asylum, he'd be in jail. He's a bigamist, he is. He married 14 women. But none of 'em would go on the witness stand against him. Said he was an ideal husband, they did. 14 of 'em. But otherwise he's perfectly harmless. Come now.
The agent, pleasantly.
Perfectly harmless, yes. Perfectly harmless.
He is led out.
That explains it all.
Yes, and yet I feel there was something in what he was saying.
Well, are we going to get married or not? We've got to decide that before we face my uncle and your aunt.
Of course we'll get married. You have your work and I mine, and...
Well, if we do, then you can't have that sunny south room for a study. I want it for a nursery.
The nursery?
Yes. Babies, you know.
Good heavens!
Curtain. End of Sweet and 20 by Floyd Dell.
Heirs of Slavery, A Little Drama of Today by Katherine Tillman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Hero, a Negro youth attired as an American citizen. Read by Thomas Peter.
Father Time, an old man leaning on his staff with an hourglass in his hand. Read by Alan Mapstone.
History. A tall, beautiful woman in a robe of purple velvet, with a crown upon her head and an Aladdin's lamp in her left hand. Read by The Story Girl.
Miriam, Jewish maiden in national costume. Read by Trisha G.
Gladiator, a Greek in a Greek garb. Read by Andrew Gauntz.
Virginia, a maid in ancient attire. Read by T.J. Burns.
Anglo-Saxon digger, a man in workman's garb of early English period, yoke around his neck and spade in one hand. Read by Son of the Exiles.
Slave woman, a beautiful Negro woman in a costume of rich, fantastic colors. Read by Avai.
Poesy. A slender girl in a robe of delicate pink and green, flowers in her hair, and a scroll in her left hand. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Art. A girl in dark crimson robe, cream-colored girdle, and roses, which she carries in her left hand. Read by Sonia.
Chorus of singing girls. White robes with long flowing sleeves. Wreaths upon their heads. Read by Devorah Allen.
Stage directions, read by David Purdy. Heirs of Slavery, a little drama of today. Scene, a beautiful wood. A rustic seat appears in the background. Soft music is heard in the distance. Enter Hero.
Tired out with life and colour-blinded men, I'll rest me in the shade of this attractive glen, and think what brought me to this restful place, and of the woes of my unhappy race. Born of a race of slaves, my father paid our ransom, and us freemen made. And when great Lincoln signed the black man free, we northward came to breathe true liberty. And upward ever have we struggled since, our world of snarling critics to convince man's merit on no colour's shade depends. And here and there we found some honest friends. Up from the depths and studious nights I've come. No loud acclaims proclaimed my welcome home. The little children cry me on the street, and taunting words my tingling ears must greet. In market-place, in courts, and all byways, the Negro hater damns my gates of praise. In every way our foe this thought would teach, manhood in highest forms above the Negro's reach. Then why should I contend when all seems vain? I'm down. Why struggle sore to rise again? My state, my hue, my race, all keep me back from equal chance with others on life's track.
Hero sinks down on seat and falls asleep. Enter Father Time.
Hot-blooded youth must have some time to cool. I'll patience have with this misguided fool, and flag his spirits with historic wine, till lights upon his struggling soul shall shine.
Time stamps on ground. Enter History.
History, thou glittering torchlight of the age, my idle whims must for the time engage. Show to this youth of sunny Afric race what other nations have been made to face. Discouraged by his seeming sad young fate, teach him himself at proper worth to rate, disadvantages proudly to despise, and to the utmost heights, in spite of all, to rise. For I have been ere since existed man, and e'en before, and I know his race can prove to the world, despite their lowly birth, of one blood hath God made all nations of the earth.
Thy wish my law, O Father Time. Man's history in every clime I keep alone, and he shall see some other heirs of slavery.
History rubs lamp. Enter Miriam.
Upon the Nile we have laid our pretty boy, our little Moses, of our hearts the joy. Oh, woe to us, proud Egypt's daily scorn! Oh, woe that e'er an Israelite was born! Abused and scourged, with backs kept raw, we now must make bricks without straw.
Miriam goes out weeping. Enter Gladiator.
Alas, that I, a freedom-loving Greek, must now of shameful ignominy speak. Rome's wretched slave, I at Nero's behest must stake my life, strength against strength must test. Mid scenes of slaughter all my days are sped. When shall I reach the realms of the dead? The gods attend my unpropitious life, and grant this day may end its bloody strife.
Gladiator goes out. Enter Virginia.
A slave! O Venus here! I'm Marcus's slave. O dark the hour that birth unto me gave! O Father, haste Virginia's cries to hear. O haste thee, and relieve Virginia's nameless fear.
Virginia rushes out. Enter Saxon.
Neath Norman yoke the Anglo-Saxon bend, their homes, their lives upon their lords depend. Sad to relate, for oxen equal all the value of the life of an unhappy thrall.
All gone, my children gone, and I am left alone, all auctioned off for gold. May curses deep untold fall on this slavery's cursed mart that tears me from my own apart.
Slave woman goes out weeping. Enter Poesy.
I inspired song of Miriam's heart, when Jordan's waters rolled apart. I guided David's gracious song, and dwelt with patient Job's full long. From classic hills of Greece and Rome, Homer and Sappho's strains have come. In England Shakespeare's soul I filled, till he the passing years had stilled. Longfellow and Whittier well I loved, their poet hearts 'gainst wrong I moved. And I have not forgotten thee. The Negroes' harps of minstrelsy shall ring with strength throughout the land, till laurel-crowned thy poets stand.
Poesy remains standing over Hero. Enter Art, who scatters roses over Hero as she speaks.
Egypta, Rome, and mighty Greece, the fabled land of golden fleece, their marble pillars, temples grand, despairing joy of every land, the painting of old masters great, the works of men ancient and late, are due to Art's inspiring love. And now thy petty fears remove, I love thy bright warm-hearted race, and high over all thy name shall trace.
Art steps behind Poesy. Enter chorus of singing girls, who form a circle around Hero and chant.
Arouse, O youth, from thy slumber deep. Too long have ye lain in enchanted sleep. Arouse to conquest, great and vast. Arouse, for thou the power hast.
All leave. Hero starts up and yawns.
In faith, I've had a long and curious dream, for it somehow to me in sleep did seem I saw Semitic slaves 'neath Hamite rule. Romans and Greeks I saw in slavery school. And much do I despise my childish speech. If we to loftiest heights aspire to reach, we must both toil and suffer. 'Tis the way all nations conquered in the heated fray. Allen and Douglas shame my sorry plight. To Saint and Dumas star my gloomy night. Resolved am I no little part to play. Upon our night must dawn a fairer day. I'll do my best, proving where'er I can, despite his skin, a man is but a man.
Curtain falls. End of Heirs of Slavery, A Little Drama of Today by Katherine Tillman.
In 1999, A Problem Play of the Future by William Churchill De Mille. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
Jean, a New York woman, read by Wendy Katz Hiller.
Rollo, her husband, read by Thomas Peter.
Florence, their friend, read by Tricia G.
Stage directions, read by Todd. Scene, Jean's apartment in New York. Time, early evening, October 1999 A.D. Scene, a handsomely furnished apartment. Door to bedroom, right. Door to hall, left. Sofa, up left. Hat rack, back left, with Rollo's cap hanging on it. Small table right, with easy chairs right and left of it. Ashtray, match safe, and sewing basket, filled with the usual fittings, on table. Other furniture as desired, hangings, etc. Discovered. At rise, Rollo is discovered, seated in an easy-chair left of table. He is a man of about 30, dressed in evening clothes, with large bows on his patent leather pumps. He has been sewing. He is folding up a small garment, presumably for a child. Takes another, in the process of making, from the basket. Business of using emery, putting on thimble, knotting thread. Sews quietly. Jean, from inside room right.
Rollo!
Yes, dear.
What time is it?
Rollo, looking at watch on wrist.
7:45, dear.
Pause, during which Rollo sews quietly on.
Rollo!
Yes, dear.
Did you sew that button on my coat?
Of course, dear.
Pause. Rollo continues to sew quietly.
Rollo!
Yes, dear.
Where's my cigarette case?
Under the bed, dear.
A growl from the bedroom.
The baby was playing with it, and I didn't like to ask Patrick to look for it. He's so touchy this week, and the housework has been heavy.
Jean emerges from the room right. She is a small woman of 32, in evening dress, wrap over arm. Jean, above table.
Housework heavy, eh? Well, what the devil do I pay that boy Patrick for?
Crosses to sofa, throws wrap on it.
It's very hard to get anyone for domestic service, Jean. The boys all prefer the department stores.
Jean, crossing above right table.
They're getting too damned independent.
Rollo shocked at damned.
You must have had a hard day downtown, dear.
Yes, business is rotten.
Lighting a cigarette.
I'm getting tired of waiting for that wave of prosperity. Ha! Last year everyone said, wait for 1999, the tariff will reduce the price of food.
Yes, and the cost of living will go down.
Well, 1999 is almost over, and we're still waiting.
Don't be discouraged, dear. I'm sure times will be better. But I've been economizing.
Showing the garment he has been sewing.
See? I've almost finished little Rollo's.
Yes, Rollo's getting to be quite a big boy now, isn't he? Let's see, how old is he?
11 months.
So he is, but I'll be late.
Crossing to sofa.
You going out?
Yes, some of the girls at the club.
Oh. You promised to take me to see Bernhard and Ophelia.
Did I?
He nods.
Well, I'm sorry, dear, but a matter of business came up, and anyhow, Bernhard's getting old.
Yes, but this is her farewell performance, and...
Now, for heaven's sake, Rollo, don't worry about it. I say I can't take you, and that's all there is to it.
Well, you never spend an evening at home anymore. It's been weeks since we've had a cozy chat together.
That's the New York life. I can't help it. A woman's got to see other women. She has to keep in touch with the world, and the club is the place where...
Rollo, bitterly. Jean turns away, bored and annoyed after first words.
The club. Always the club. And what about me? Your husband. I have no club to go to. I sit here, night after night, waiting for you to come home. If you do come home, waiting trying to pretend I'm not lonely. But I am. I am lonely, Jean. Lonely and unhappy.
Sinks, crushed, in chair. Breaks down and hides face in hands. Jean, under her breath.
Hell.
To Rollo.
Now look here, Rollo. Don't be unreasonable. You've got the child to amuse you.
Ha! Unreasonable. I suppose it's unreasonable to want to see something of my wife. Unreasonable to ask some return for the freedom I gave up when I married you. That's always the way. The man gives everything. The woman nothing.
Jean, crossing thoughtfully to left, turns, crossing halfway back to right, looking at Rollo closely.
Rollo, are you sure you have given up everything so completely?
What do you mean?
Jean, crossing further right, looking fixedly at Rollo.
I mean Florence. She's been coming here a good deal lately.
Rollo, tossing his head defiantly.
Well, what of it?
Only this. Your name and hers have been connected too often. It's been going around the club that since she made her money, but I won't repeat the rumors.
Rollo, trying to conceal his agitation.
Why shouldn't you? Unless you believe them.
Jean, down to Rollo, looking into his eyes.
No, I don't believe them. But be careful, Rollo. Everyone knows you cared for her once.
Crossing left.
Ha! A schoolboy fancy. But if it were true, if I still cared for her, well, why shouldn't I? It's a man's right to have a certain amount of attention. It's for you to be careful, Jean, not to drive me by your neglect to the point where I must turn elsewhere for sympathy.
Turns away and seats himself.
That's all.
Jean, crossing back of table, extinguishing cigarette on stand on table.
It's useless you're making a scene.
Angrily crossing back of table to chair right of it, stands.
We've been all over this before.
Rollo turns pleadingly to Jean.
Your child hardly knows its mother, Jean, and...
Coquettishly.
Tell me, have I lost my beauty? Am I less attractive now than when you married me?
Jean, bored, stands right of table.
No, of course not. Why can't you understand that married life can't be one long honeymoon? I'm no different from other women.
Leans over table to Rollo, patting cheek.
You're morbid. That's what the trouble is.
Rollo, bitter sarcasm.
Morbid? Well, why don't you go? Whatever happens, don't be late for the club.
Jean, irritably, crossing up left across front to sofa, picks up coat.
Very well.
Opens door, pauses, over shoulder.
I'll try to be home early, but don't wait up for me.
Turns and exits left. Rollo sits looking into space, then his eyes fall on the little garment, and he buries his face in it. The doorbell, off stage, rings left. Rollo, excited, half whisper.
Florence.
Chokes back sobs. Recovers with a defiant toss of head. Rises. Goes to mirror, back center. Florence knocks on door left. Rollo hurriedly removes traces of his grief, arranges tie, smooths hair. Florence knocks again.
Come in.
Florence opens door, stands revealed. Florence is a handsome woman of about 30, wearing evening dress. Rollo, up center, starts at sight of her.
Florence.
Florence, coming in and rushing toward him from door.
Rollo!
Rollo starts away from her, shrinks back towards chair left of table.
What's the matter?
You shouldn't have come.
Florence, standing, in suspense at left.
Why not?
Rollo, in frightened gasp.
She has begun to suspect.
Who? Your wife?
Rollo nods.
Yes.
Sinks in chair left of table. Florence starts, annoyed rather than dismayed. Then, resolutely,
Well, it had to come sooner or later. You're not happy. Rollo.
Rollo, voice choked with emotion.
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm quite happy.
Breaks down and sobs.
Oh, I know you say you are, but I can see. She neglects you.
Rollo looks at her in dumb assent.
And I've come tonight to tell you that things can't go on like this.
Rollo, faintly.
Like this?
Yes, it was all a mistake. You should have married me, but of course I was poor.
Rollo turns to protest.
But...
Oh, I'm not blaming you. A man must marry a woman who can make him comfortable. And if Jean had treated you well, I'd have taken my medicine like a woman. But she hasn't, and in spite of all our care, rumor has begun to connect our names.
Rollo, broken and sobbing, face in hands.
That is why you mustn't come here any more.
Florence, crossing to beside Rollo's chair, left of table.
And what will you do with your life?
Rollo bows head on table. Florence crosses to behind his chair.
No, if rumor has begun to work, then the time has come to justify it.
Standing behind chair, puts arms around Rollo's shoulders from back.
You know I love you, dear.
Draws Rollo into her arms.
There's never been any other man in my life. Why should we both lose life's happiness because of a foolish mistake?
Rollo, brokenly turning to Florence.
Don't tempt me, Florence. I'm not myself tonight. I'm unstrung. I can't fight you.
Breaks away from embrace.
I ought to order you to leave my house after what you said.
Florence, standing back of Rollo's chair.
But you won't, Rollo. You won't. And the reason is...
Draws Rollo back into her arms.
That you know I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
Breaking away from embrace.
But you're so strong, and I'm only a man.
Bows head in hands, miserably. Florence sits on arm of Rollo's chair.
That's not it, dear. You love me.
Rollo attempts denial.
Yes, you do. And you're wasting your life trying to deny that love. But it won't be denied. It's nature calling upon us to right the wrong that has been done her. Come.
Rises and takes Rollo's hand. Helps him to feet. Leads him to left.
Come, let me take you away. We'll go to Italy until the fuss has blown over.
Rollo breaks away from her, over to chair right of table. Florence is left standing thwarted near door left.
No. Oh, go, please. Please go.
Sinks in chair right of table. Florence stares fixedly at Rollo. Dramatically crosses back of table to Rollo seated in chair right of table. Seats herself on arm of chair.
When I go, you'll come with me.
Rollo turns from her. Lays head and hands on table.
You've never seen Venice, have you, dear?
Rollo, rapturously.
Venice.
Yes, we'll see it together.
Cheek to cheek.
And out there, in our gondola, with the lights and music around us, and the wavelets lapping underneath, we'll dream away these last dead years until there's nothing left but the present, ourselves, and love.
Rollo, closing his eyes in ecstasy.
It would be beautiful, but...
Leans away from Florence's arms.
And you've never known love. How could you when I had the key to your heart? But we'll unlock love's treasure chest and read life's meaning in each other's arms.
Rollo, raising clasped hands pleadingly.
And you love me and protect me?
leans head trustingly against Florence. Florence, tenderly, sweetly, caressing Rollo's hair.
Always, always.
Half rising.
I'll shield you with my life.
Rises, holds Rollo's hand.
Come, dear, come.
Leads Rollo left. In passing table, Rollo's hand touches little garment. He stops. Stung to realization, agonized at parting. Shows garment to her. She turns away. He sinks into chair left of table, to which he staggers. Buries head in hands in little garment, which he still retains. Florence crosses to him. Takes garment gently away from under face. Rollo gasps sob as she draws it out. Florence crosses back of table and drops it on it. Back to Rollo in chair.
Come, dear, come.
Helps him to rise. They take a few steps. Pause. Stand at arm's length. Then, as if hypnotized, slowly fall into each other's arms. As they stand thus clasped, Jean throws open the door, left, on the threshold, horrified. Rollo sees her first, breaks away from Florence's arms. Florence, with back to Jean, but realizing who it is.
Jean!
Jean, about to strike, then controlling herself, in a tense, unnatural, calm voice.
Well.
Florence, controlling herself, holding Rollo's hand protectingly as Rollo crouches, in fear, beside chair left.
There's nothing to be said. You see how it is.
Jean, grimly.
Yes, I see.
Quietly.
I trusted you, Florence.
Florence drops her eyes.
And I trusted him.
Forgive my saying so, Jean, but a man needs more than trust. You could have prevented this, but now it's too late.
Yes, it's too late.
Starting towards her.
Damn you!
Rollo, throwing himself between.
Jean!
Jean throws him to the floor.
Don't touch me!
Takes step as if to strike him as he lies there. Controlling herself, standing over him.
How long have you been her master?
Rollo, with a moan, grovels on the floor. Florence, crossing to Jean and stepping over Rollo.
Don't blame him, Jean. I swear I never touched his lips till tonight.
Jean stares at her doubtfully.
Oh, I tried, but your neglect has finally done what my love alone would have failed to do.
To Rollo on floor, half kneeling.
Come, Rollo.
Jean throws Florence away from Rollo, gets between her and Rollo.
Yes. Go with her. That shall be your punishment. Go with her. I won't prevent you. Soon your beauty will fade, and she'll tire of you. And then you'll begin to sink. And then the life of shame. And then the river.
Pointing to floor.
Now go.
Crossing front to right of table. Florence crosses to coat, gets cigarette case from it, seats herself on arm of sofa, contemptuously listening, cigarette in hand. Rollo, bitterly, half crawling across floor to chair left of table.
How easy it is to be just, with your woman's justice. You say I've broken my marriage vow. Well, what of your own? You promised to love and protect me, and you haven't done it. It's the old story. One law for the woman, another for the man. Oh, I know what you'll say. Custom. Always custom. One member of the household must be pure and spotless. Yes, but why must it be the man? Tell me that. Why must it be the man?
Jean turns to Rollo. Stern contempt.
Civilization decrees it, and custom demands it. The laws of society were not made by you or me. They are stronger than we are.
Lifting two fingers on high.
Because they are founded on wisdom and logic.
Rollo, in broken, passionate appeal.
Yes, but it's pretty hard on a man who makes one false step to be damned forever, cast out as a thing unclean, while you women can go your own way, committing sin after sin, and no one thinks the worse of you.
Jean, scoffing and bitter.
Ha! The usual paltry excuses. The cry of the libertine forever seeking to justify his crime. I've told you, I'm through with you. Now go.
Rollo rises pleadingly to Jean, who stares and points to door, unforgiving. Rollo staggers blindly, sobbing, over to hat rack, takes cap, suddenly remembers the child, looks to bedroom door right, goes frantically across stage to Jean standing hard at table.
But our child, you'll let me see.
Jean, extending arm, barring his way.
You are not fit. Go!
Rollo starts back as if struck. Then, sobbing, goes to Florence, waiting for him with extended hand. She leads him out. He goes off ahead of her. She pauses at door, turns head to Jean, gives a contemptuous laugh over shoulder, exits. Jean stands in front of table, staring at vacancy. Puts hand back of her to table. Touches little garment, starts, clutches it, staring at it in terrified misery.
Our child. My poor little fatherless boy. What can I tell him when he asks where his father is? For now, I shall never be sure that Rollo was his father.
Stands sobbing, face buried in little garment. Curtain. End of In 1999, A Problem Play of the Future by William Churchill De Mille.
Retained for the Defense by John Oxenford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Mr. Motley de Windsor, read by Adrian Stevens.
Mr. Whitewash, read by Caveat.
Mr. Ferguson, read by Alan Mapstone.
Thwaites, read by Larry Wilson.
Pawkins, read by Algie Pug.
Agatha de Windsor, read by Elise D.
Narrator, read by David Lawrence. Scene, a drawing room fitted up for an evening party. To the left, a card table. Doors, center and left. Thwaites, who has finished lighting candles in chandelier at back, center, steps back to survey the effect.
Now that's what I call the real thing, the clean grit. The position of that bouquet is such that none but the purest taste could conceive. Those camellias, chastity itself. A fine combination. Cutting the turnips and carrots to make ornaments for the cold tongue. Choosing the bouquets at Covent Garden Market. Mildly tempering the brilliant light of wax and gas with the soothing hue of flowers. I have brought all my arts to bear upon this worry. The party who is a greengrocer in the morning is the only perfect waiter in the evening.
Enter Agatha, center.
So, Thwaites, the room appears quite ready.
Yes, Miss Agatha. Without exaggeration, I may venture to say we are all lit up.
My father has not returned.
No, Miss Agatha, he has not. Since he left the house at 2 in the afternoon, I haven't the slightest notion where he has gone.
Indeed.
Laughing, sits, left center.
No, though I did my best to ascertain. Are you going far, sir? Says I. He stares, and he makes me no answer. Shall you be long, sir? Says I. He stares again, and again he makes no answer. Because, sir, says I, there's the party this evening. I know that better than you do, says he, for I shall have to pay for it. Just like him, Miss Agatha.
Agatha, aside, vexed.
Really, Pa must have a regular footman. These trade people whom he engages as occasional waiters don't understand subordination a bit.
I hope you admire those bouquets, Miss Agatha. Them camellias are quite the thing, I flatter myself. All my taste. You'd be called tomorrow the lady of the camellias.
Most offensive.
Rises and turns aside.
Now, I thought I had said something very pretty, but she don't look pleased.
No one has arrived, of course?
Oh, on the contrary, Miss Agatha, I'm sorry to differ from you, but I rather think one has arrived, and is coffeeing in the back parlour. Here he is, too.
Enter Whitewash, centre.
Mr. Whitewash, as I'm alive. No occasion to announce you, sir.
Ah, my dear Mr. Windsor, excuse me if I stopped a minute to refresh myself with the diamasti of your choice mocha instead of flying upstairs, but you see, a cause in which I was retained came on late, and I was obliged to exert myself a good deal, abnormally, if I may use the expression. In short, I was regularly knocked up.
Don't think of apologies. As it is, you are the first in the room. So you have had another brief today. I hope you have been victorious.
One of my most brilliant triumphs. I actually outshone myself.
Thwaites listens.
A rascal had stolen a watch from a gentleman's pocket and hid it in his umbrella.
Oh, watch in an umbrella. Come, that's not bad.
Huh?
Looks half offended, then continues without noticing Thwaites.
There is not the slightest doubt the scoundrel was guilty. Indeed, he had such a face that innocence would have been a positive fraud upon nature. But, I got him off. A weeping jury declared he was not guilty.
Capital.
Which it is capital. Just like you, sir.
White draws Agatha aside.
I say, this person, rather familiar.
Yes, I know. I'm quite annoyed. He's our greengrocer. Pa jokes with him in the morning when he buys the vegetables, and now he's come to wait in the evening. You don't understand his position at all.
I think I'll take the liberty of dropping a hint. I say, Mr.
Thwaites at your service, sir. Cards ain't common our business, but my address is...
Of your address, Mr. Thwaites, I have not the slightest doubt, but I would speak a word with you.
And I'll listen if you talk for an hour. If I take up the newspaper, is it to read about politics? No. About plays? No, I should rather think not. About pictures? Bother no. I look to see if Mr. Whitewash has been saying something for some poor devil in the Central Criminal Court. That's my intellectual treat.
White, flattered.
Indeed. Really, my dear Mr. Windsor, we should do wrong to check this diffusion of intelligence amongst the masses.
Enter De Windsor, centre.
Here he is he? The dear boy. I must shake him by the hand.
Rushes forward and grasps Thwaites by the hand.
Eh? Ha! You're not Whitewash. Ridiculous. I'm always making myself ridiculous. I have too much heart. You feel what I mean, Whitewash?
Shakes his hand violently.
You feel what I mean?
Most acutely.
Wringing his hand.
I'm so glad you are here before the others. Leave the room, Thwaites.
Thwaites lingers, moving at back to centre.
I can now disburden my heart. As I said, I'm all heart.
Thwaites advances, centre.
Leave the room, Thwaites.
Thwaites goes up and moves chair from right to centre.
This moment is the most important. Zoons, Thwaites, will you leave the room?
Thwaites, aside, going up, centre.
That's the man of money. Give me the man of mind.
Exit, centre. Left, De Windsor, coming to centre.
Now look, I hesitate no longer. I shilly-shally no longer. I follow the dictates of my heart, and my heart tells me to... Come here, Whitewash. Come here, Aggie.
Joins their hands.
consider yourself as my son-in-law.
Really, this is very sudden, Pa.
Of course it is. I'm always sudden. I'm a creature of impulse. But do you dislike the arrangement?
I did not say that, Pa.
Didn't say that, Pa? Then why don't you speak out? Wear your mind in your face, as I do, or as my young friend here, with whom I want to speak a few words in private. So, go and see how they are getting on with the coffee.
Right, and don't forget that you are engaged to me for the first set, and the polka, and the lancers.
Of course, she won't forget. Run along, child.
Exit Agatha, Centre.
Now I can give vent to my feelings. Whitewash, you've done it. I was long making up my mind, but now you've done it. You are one of the men I like.
Shakes his hand violently. They sit.
My dear sir, I am most happy.
Wringing his hand.
Of course you are. Look you, it's only now that I like you. This very morning I weighed your merits with those of Tom Tango of the Stock Exchange, who you know has a sneaking kindness for my girl, and the balance was considerably in Tom's favour. He's a better-looking fellow than you, and his conversation is more agreeable. Then, what's a lawyer? Said I, a creature all brains and no heart. No heart, sir. But now I'm changed. My views are more enlarged, more expansive. I have been...
Dining out?
No, I have been in the Central Criminal Court during the cause, the Queen v. Pawkins.
Ah, I see. You heard my speech in the defence. It was not bad, was it?
It was noble. It was glorious. While I looked upon that poor man in the dock, and I heard you enunciate his virtues and expatiate on the largeness of his small family, he assumed in my eyes the sanctity of a martyr.
You don't say so.
Perhaps you noticed that among the persons in the court, one wept aloud, very aloud?
I did. The policeman turned him out, I believe.
True. Some brutal occurrence did take place. I was the man that wept, sir. You are the man that made me weep. You touched my heart, sir. You touched my heart.
Aside.
Really, a most sensible old gentleman.
Lingering at the door, I learned that the prisoner was acquitted. So I walked home, and I said to myself, Whitewash is my destined son-in-law. I, as a manufacturer of fancy soap, remove physical impurities from the skin. Whitewash effaces the blots that calumny has cast upon innocence.
Innocence?
Of course. No one knows better than you that the poor persecuted being was innocence itself.
White, coolly.
Oh, yes, yes.
What delight you must have felt in restoring him to his weeping wife and those 5 small children.
Wife? Children? Oh, I believe I did use the expression.
But there's a further pleasure in store for you. You know I always follow the dictates of my heart. Well, my heart told me that society owed that poor persecuted being a reparation, and was bound to declare that he had not forfeited his social position. In a word, sir, I've invited him to my ball this evening.
White rises.
Here? To your house? A fellow with the taint of the dock fresh upon him?
A taint that he did not merit. A taint that you so nobly removed.
Rises. Aside.
Oh, this is an old fool.
Enter Agatha, Centre, and down, left.
Oh, Papa, they are nearly all assembled in the other room.
Come along, then. Come along, that I may introduce you as my son-in-law. Come, defender of persecuted innocence.
White, to Agatha.
Mind the first set, the lancers, the...
Come along.
Taking his arm, exit De Windsor and Whitewash. Centre. Off, left Agatha, looking around.
Very foolish of my aunt not to fasten her bracelet better. It can't be here. I don't believe she has been in this room. Tut-tut.
Goes up right. Enter Thwaites, left.
Mr. Pawkins.
Enter Pawkins, left. He bows on all sides as if the room were full of company. Exit Thwaites.
Why, I'm blessed if there's a soul here. It's very inconsistent bowing to two strings of nobody.
Pawkins suddenly sees Agatha right.
Oh, I beg pardon, miss. Perhaps you may think it's like my impudence. But is the governor in?
The governor?
Yes, the governor here. Not my governor. No, bless you. He's been under hatches long ago. I want Mr. I've got his letter somewhere. Mr. He's something in the fancy soap line.
Oh, my papa, Mr. De Windsor.
Him's it. So he's your papa, is he? Well then, I say you do him credit. I say it before your face, and I wouldn't mind saying it behind your back.
Aside.
A singularly vulgar person, but Pa does pick up such strange friends in the city.
Before we go any further, I should like to settle one point. I picked up this here gimcrack thing on the staircase.
Producing bracelet from his coat pocket, Agatha, right, catches it from his hand.
My aunt's bracelet. My dear sir, a thousand thanks.
Exit Agatha, centre.
1,000 thanks. My dear sir, too. Uncommon pretty behaved young person. A child will take a deal of whipping afore he gets up to that point of good manners. A shilling slipped in one's hand would have given a finishing touch to the compliment, but one can't have it all one's own way. Then her pretty smile were worth more nor a shilling, a precious sight. Ah, bless her heart! She had known fast enough that the man who picks up bracelets and gives them to the right owner ain't exactly the sort of article as prigs watches.
Re-enter De Windsor, centre, and down left.
Really a charming scene, most exhilarating.
Sees Pawkins, right.
Eh? Why, he's here at last. Pawkins, the persecuted.
Shakes his hand violently.
My dear sir, I'm delighted to see you.
Pawkins wringing his hands.
Thank you, but draw it a little mild.
Mr. Pawkins, you are one of the men I like.
Same to you, sir. You are Mr. De Fancy Soap Line, sir?
De Windsor.
Well then, sir, 2 minutes ago I told the young woman she was a credit to you, and now I don't mind telling you you're a credit to the young woman.
Aside.
Somewhat coarse, but frank and genial.
You sent me a sort of note, sir, as the saying is, asking me to come here, but it strikes me there's some mistake.
Not in the least, Mr. Pawkins, not in the least. Take a seat.
Pawkins sits right after pulling down umbrella, right.
That's all right then. At all events, I brought the tongs in my pocket.
The tongs? Rather a singular proceeding. And the shovel?
No, get out with you. I mean the curling irons.
I begin to comprehend, Mr. Pawkins. You are a hairdresser.
No, that's where you put your foot in it. I ain't a regular hairdresser for a nobby concern like this. I cuts a little in the common way, but I am chiefly in the easy shaving line.
I understand. You keep a hair-cutting saloon frequented by gentlemen only.
I calls it a shop, sir, but if you calls it a saloon, it's very kind on you, and I'm much obliged, and if you calls my customers gentlemen, they ought to be very much obliged to you, too.
Ha! I wish he had been a little higher in the social scale, but no matter. His wrongs have been extraordinary. Society owes him an extraordinary reparation. Mr. Pawkins, I trust Mrs. Pawkins and the children are quite well.
Mrs. Pawkins and the children? Ha, ha, ha! Them's as well as can be expected.
I see. A recent increase in the family.
Recent, gammon! Why, there ain't no Mrs. Pawkins. There ain't even a young un.
Bless me! I'm sure Whitewash talked about small children.
Whitewash runs in centre from left.
Mr. De Windsor, sir. Egad, the rascal's in full conflab. Sir.
pushes himself between Pawkins and De Windsor, centre.
Why, I'm blessed if here ain't my professional gentleman.
Ah, sir, Mr. Whitewash is your true friend.
No mistake about that. No, Mr. Whitewash, I'm a poor man, but if there's any way of showing my gratitude...
There's an extremely cheap way. Make some excuse and take yourself off as fast as your legs can carry you.
Ah, he is indeed a friend.
Crosses to centre.
Look here, Mr. What's your name? There I stood reading the bill of the Royal Victoria Theatre, something about Will Watch, the bold smuggler, when, as it was done a purpose, someone smuggles a watch into my umbrella.
Yes, we all know about that. The story is exceedingly plausible, and I have told it already, much better than you can, in the presence of this gentleman.
They lugs me about. They takes me off against my will.
Well then, now indulge in the free exercise of your will by taking yourself off.
Some of the company pass across at back of centre doors, from left to right.
Stop a bit. Though I mostly sticks to the easy shaving line, I've a mind as can soar to the higher branches. That here head of hair is uncommon well got up. The one with the pearls, I mean. Just allow me to have a look, Governor. I'll be back in a twinkling.
Exit centre.
Exuberant, unsophisticated creature.
Oh, perfectly unsophisticated. I only wish he had not fixed on the only headdress in the room that gives a notion of positive value. No, I must not hesitate any longer. Look here, my dear sir, you are a man of heart. I may say a noble creature, and it's one of the specific weaknesses of noble creatures, to fancy everyone else as noble as themselves. Now, suppose this favourite of yours, this Pawkins, were really a little light-fingered. Suppose the dazzling brilliancy of one of your tablespoons caused him to forget the distinction between meum and tuum. Under these painful circumstances, what would you say?
I should say that you were the most lying humbug I ever clapped my eyes on.
Heyday! Why?
Why didn't you stand up before the judge and jury and bellow out your belief in that man's immaculate virtue? Did you not clap your hand on your heart and declare that our country might be proud of such a citizen, and St. Giles in the Fields proud of such a parishioner? Did you not cause me to blubber aloud till I was turned ignominiously out of court, as a charity boy is kicked out by a beadle? And am I to understand that all that rhodomontade, followed by that expulsion, was for the sake of a pickpocket? Abominable! Disgusting!
But surely you understand, my dear sir, that's when one speaks professionally.
Sir, no one has business to tell lies, professionally or not. A man should always speak what he thinks. I follow the dictates of my heart, and I always speak what I think. My heart is in my heart, and my heart is in my mouth.
What a complicated piece of anatomy you must be.
I say, my heart is in my mouth.
Then I wish you would swallow it and say no more about it.
Yes, I dare say you think that is a very good joke, but what I'm going to tell you is no joke. If Pawkins is a thief, you shan't have my daughter, and Tango shall.
Monstrous!
Not at all. I give you my girl because I regard you as a noble defender of persecuted innocence. But if persecuted innocence turns out to be low pilfering scoundrel, I naturally retract.
But, my dear sir, the doctrine you so strangely maintain is diametrically opposed to the very principles of British jurisprudence. It is one of the high privileges of our blessed country, and of several others, that even the vilest and meanest criminal is allowed a professional defender in the courts of justice.
Sir, it is one of the high privileges of our blessed country, and of several others, that a man need not give away his daughter where he don't like.
But, sir, by virtue of my profession I am positively bound to.
Well, I don't say you're not. But an honest man, sir, should have nothing to do with clients that don't come into court with clean hands.
My dear Mr. De Windsor, borrow a little wisdom from your own business. If everybody had clean hands, what would become of the soap trade?
Go and defend every pickpocket, forger, coiner, housebreaker in London. I don't want to hinder you. I only say that I won't give my daughter to a man who makes respectable people blubber till they are shoved out of court, on purpose to defeat the ends of justice.
Then, sir, I suppose because he furthers the ends of justice, you could give your daughter to the hangman.
I shall not condescend to answer an argument so obviously sophistical. I only repeat what I said before. If Porkins is a thief, you shan't have my daughter.
Aside.
Reason is wasted on this old blockhead. I must try another tack. Ah, you have just passed nobly through the ordeal. Just to sound you, I hinted at the remote possibility of Porkins's guilt. But he is in point of fact, as we both know, innocent as the babe unborn. Did not the jury say so? However, ta-ta for the present, sir.
Aside.
I must look out, egad. I was only retained as the rascal's counsel, but I find I am his bail.
Exit center.
I'm sure he spoke of 5 small children. No, decidedly, this legal morality won't suit me. No barrister for me. Decidedly a stock jobber.
Enter Thwaites, center from right.
Please, sir, the parties which is in the t'other room can't get on without you.
I'm coming. Bull and bears have the day.
Exit center and off right, followed by Thwaites. Re-enter Whitewash, dragging Pawkins by the collar, from left center.
Come now, I say, draw it mild. You'll spoil my best coat. I only took it out of purpose to come here.
Pawkins, we are alone. Pawkins, as your professional adviser, you are bound to tell me everything. Pawkins, when you came here, what was your intention?
Why, I comed here in the hope of doing something in the way of business.
Business, indeed. Why, there are all the streets in London open to your ingenuity, and you must pick out the residence of my father-in-law?
Take stage to right. Pawkins following him up.
Well, I didn't know as your father-in-law. And if it is, what's the odds? This here Mr. Summit in the fancy soap line sends me a hen white, and so I comes with the tongs in my pocket. Well, it turns out he don't want the tongs, but he's taking a liking to me. That aren't no fault of mine, is it? I never tries to be extra agreeable.
Returns to center of stage.
Perhaps the miserable wretch has commenced already. What have you been doing with yourself?
Why, I've been looking at them silver gimcracks on the sideboard, and I says to myself, my eyes, if one of them 5 thingamabobs, as don't seem no use here, belongs to me.
Unhappy train of thought. Allow me for a moment.
Puts his hand in the tail pocket of Pawkins' coat.
What are you about?
Professional.
Well, I always heard you lawyers was tidy uns for putting your hands in people's pockets.
Pulls out tongs.
What's this? A spoon?
You're a spoon yourself. It's the tongs.
For a wonder, he speaks the truth. Now, Mark, I'm your professional adviser, and I advise you to be off as soon as you can.
Well, I don't mind. I've seen all there is to be seen, and it aren't half so good as Skittles. Between you and I, the governor here seems to have laid out a precious sight of money for very little fun.
Enter De Windsor, right center, and down left.
Go. Cut short your moral reflections and go.
Pushing Pawkins toward center.
Why, Mr. Pawkins, what's the cause of this singular hurry?
Pawkins returns to center.
Well, I don't know. You see, I felt I was somehow in the way like. Nobody says nothing to me, and I say nothing to nobody.
Besides, an affair of the most pressing importance.
Very pressing, indeed. Humbug. You'll stop supper, my dear Mr. Pawkins.
Oh, well, if there's anything in the way of victuals a coming, that alters the view of the case.
The supper will be served in silver plate. In silver.
What? Real silver? Like that, out there? Don't bother yourself, Governor. I'll stop.
Ha, ha. I've tickled my trout.
The old gent is playing against me, that's certain.
Re-enter Thwaites, center, with a tray of ices.
Thwaites!
Thwaites, coming down, left center.
At your service, sir.
Thwaites hands tray to Pawkins, who first takes an ice, then a spoon, and eats during the following scene. De Windsor, drawing Thwaites aside, left.
You observe that person?
Yes, sir. I don't think him much cut, sir.
If that man steals anything, you shall have a couple of sovereigns.
No.
Spread out the plate as much as you can. Give him every opportunity.
White, right, beckons Thwaites to him at back.
Here, waiter.
Thwaites, going to whitewash at back, right center.
Yes, sir.
If that fellow with the ice leaves the house without stealing anything, there's a £5 note for you.
To Thwaites. De Windsor walks round and round Pawkins, with handkerchief dangling from his pocket, during dialogue.
The deuce!
And do your best to keep the plate as much out of his reach as possible.
Can't be done, sir. Can't be done. Governor orders the contrary.
I can't make him out.
Here, Pawkins, my good fellow, how do you like your ice?
First rate. Beats the Penions all to shivers.
Ha-ha! But now you have finished it, you have no occasion for the spoon.
Takes it. Thwaites, on the other side, takes empty glass from Pawkins, and exits center.
I can't make him out.
I'll stick to him like a leech.
Enter Agatha, center from left and down right.
Mr. Whitewash, have you forgotten your engagement, the first quadrille? Oh, fie, they are waiting.
I'm sure I beg 1,000 pardons, but you see, just at the moment...
Pockets the spoon.
I can't make any on 'em out.
White, whispers to Pawkins.
If so much as a salt spoon is missing, you are a dead man.
Exeunt Whitewash and Agatha, center.
I say, Guv'nor, about our young friend here, when he's on the spree like, as he is now, don't you think he's a bit cranky? Do you think all's right here?
Touching his head.
If I behaved like that to my young woman, wouldn't there be a row neither?
Ah, the card table. A trap I didn't think of. I say, Mr. Pawkins, have you any objection to a hand at cards?
Not a bit on it.
Of course, you'll play écarté?
Of course I don't. I never heerd on it.
Well, cribbage?
I knows nothing of cribbage.
Piquet?
Eh?
Piquet.
Piquet? I knows nothing about piquet. I was very nigh being sent to pick oakum.
Well, what shall we play? Suppose we cut for £1 a game.
£1? Come, I was thinking of a fourpenny bit, but there's nothing like pluck, I say. I hopes you keeps your temper when you loses, for I give you fair warning. I shan't let you go till I got something out of you.
Affected candour, but it won't do.
They go up to table, left. De Windsor takes cards out of drawers of table, and they sit. De Windsor left, and Pawkins right, and they begin cutting the cards, staking money as they play.
Well, if you are a-going it, you are...
Plays again. Aside.
Governor can't be coming the old soldier. Oh, it's a do, and no mistake. I must have an eye on this old bird.
Enter Whitewash, center from left.
Thank heaven I'm free again. What, cards? The devil.
Steals up to table and whispers to Pawkins.
Lose.
Eh?
Lose, I say.
Hang it, I have.
De Windsor sees Whitewash, aside.
Oh, I see the rascal's had his cue.
There, I shan't play any more. You've got your free bob, and if you ever catch me at it again, it'll do you good.
Rises and goes forward, aside to Whitewash.
One good turn deserves another. I'll give you an hint. Don't let the old governor there get you down to cards. He's a downy un, he is.
Let me see.
Rings money on table.
No, nothing wrong. I have not caught him yet.
Enter Thwaites, center from left, announcing.
Mr. Ferguson.
Enter Ferguson, center from left. De Windsor goes up to centre door to meet him.
It's a gent as knows more about me than I want.
Goes across to right for umbrella.
Ah, the owner of some stray pocket handkerchief. Make a rush at the door.
Pawkins crosses to left downstage.
Bolted, by jingo.
This last stroke will finish me.
De Windsor coming down right centre.
Allow me, my dear Mr. Ferguson, to introduce you to my intended son-in-law.
Fergus down right.
Sir, allow me to congratulate you on your very interesting position.
Mr. Whitewash, sir, is one of the brightest ornaments of the legal profession, and this gentleman is one of his most ornamental clients.
Very much delighted.
Bowing to Pawkins.
Heyday. He is certainly a party who has taken me by surprise.
What do you mean?
I mean that a certain party, a friend of mine, found that party...
Pointing to Pawkins.
In his cupboard at 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right. You are quite sure of your man?
Oh, perfectly.
Aside.
Seeing that the friend was myself.
Goes up a little. De Windsor rubs his hands.
Capital, capital. Tango wins the day.
White, seated left centre.
Father-in-law looks pleased. That's unlucky.
Rises.
Come here, my orator. Come here, my Cicero. I've a bit of news for you. Tango will have my daughter. Ha, ha, ha.
Pokes Whitewash in the ribs.
What, sir, you are a man of heart who have given your word to me?
Yes, if Pawkins turned out all right, but he don't. He don't. Ha, ha, ha.
Mr. de Windsor, allow me to remark that an innocent man's character is not to be impugned without sufficient ground. Come here, Pawkins.
Whispers to him.
Brazen it out. Pawkins, a malignant slanderer, says you are a fishy, but you ain't, are you?
Not as I am aware on.
Then, most respectable Mr. Pawkins, what were you doing in a certain cupboard at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Ah, the case is desperate, and a desperate effort must be made.
Agatha and several guests enter from left centre and form an audience, right.
Listen, all parties present.
Well, talk away and make the best of it.
Look at the face of this worthy man. Pawkins, get into the dock.
Places him on chair left, and turns another chair round to lean on, etc.
Examine every lineament.
On chair left.
Come, you do make one look such a fool.
Believe me, this excellent man is one of those rare natures that are seldom to be found. Ask the independent electors of Marylebone whom they would place in the van.
I've been in the van.
Whom they would place in the van as the staunchest champion of their interests. They will answer, Pawkins, ask the poor.
White takes tongs from his own pocket.
Them's my tongs.
White throws them on table.
Ask the poor, the suffering poor, whom they regard as their kindest benefactor. They will answer, Pawkins.
Aside to him.
Cry.
I can't. I say, ain't you pitching it rather too strong?
They say we were found in a cupboard at 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, we admit the trivial fact. We were in the cupboard.
No.
Though we have every high virtue, we are still but human. We have hearts not altogether unsusceptible to female beauty.
Ferguson comes forward, right, in great agitation.
Do you now persist in asking why we were in the cupboard? Well then, we were there for the sake of one of the fair sex.
But, sir, there is a husband.
Now he's done it.
A husband? Do you call that a husband? As Mr. Justice Blesswell remarked in the great divorce case of Martha versus Bangwife, such a wretch is not worthy the name of a husband. A man who indulges in large potations, comes home at little hours, and is limited in his notions of crinoline.
Bangs chair during speech, then turns it and sits.
He'll smash that here chair.
But, sir, I'm the husband.
White rises and goes to Pawkins.
That's awkward.
Yes, it is awkward.
But we won't flinch. Mr. De Windsor, I must say your society is not the most select.
Pulls chair from under Pawkins. Fergus crossing to left and collaring Pawkins.
And now, you villain, you destroyer of my domestic peace, what have you to say for yourself?
Why, I cannot say nothing while you goes on choking me like that.
Ferguson lets go.
Oh, that's better. Well then, I didn't have no thoughts about Mrs. Ferguson. Mrs. Ferguson didn't come up to my ideas of female beauty.
Snaps his fingers.
That's for Mrs. Ferguson. If you will tear from me the secrets of my art, I come arter Jemima, Mrs. Ferguson's young woman. There now, ye knows all about it. I've told the truth, and I can shame. Ferguson.
Thwaites comes forward left.
So, Mr. Pawkins, it was Mrs. Ferguson's Jemima, was it? Are you aware, sir, that I pay my attentions in that quarter? Are you aware that I'm Thwaites?
Are you indeed? Who says you ain't? There ain't no advantage in being Thwaites, as I sees. I don't want to be Thwaites. You're one of them swells as takes out a young woman on a holiday and grumbles at the expense all the blessed way there and all the blessed way back. You prepares the halfpenny boat to the penny, and you prefers walking to hither. Thwaites, you ain't the favoured man, so drop Miss Jemima. I don't say what I'll do if you don't, but just take an hint, and drop Miss Jemima.
Agatha and De Windsor come forward right.
Really, Papa, this is an extremely vulgar scene at our party.
Disgustingly so, my dear, but join the guests and make the best of it.
Agatha retires up. White comes forward centre.
Well, father-in-law, I hope you are satisfied now.
Mr. Pawkins, I have an apology to make to you. You'll think it very absurd, but I scarcely know how to express it. But I actually took you for a thief.
You ain't the first, else I shouldn't have been tried at the whole Bailey this morning. Look ye, a feller chucks a watch into my umbrella.
Yes, we know all about that. Besides, you are completely cleared.
Perfectly. Your character is as cloudless as a fine day in July, and I am about to give you the most convincing proof of my confidence.
He's going to ask me to shave him.
I have long been looking out for a man of indubitable integrity to act as my cashier. I keep nearly the whole of my fortune locked up in a strong box, so I may as well give you the key now.
About to give key, Whitewash hastily comes between them. White, centre intercepting.
No, what are you about? A thief, a common pickpocket.
Ha! Victory! You admit it, do you?
Retires to guests right.
Caught by all that's unlucky.
Come, I say, master, this here won't do. When I looks black, you makes me white, and when I'm whitened, you makes me black. I've a jolly good mind to...
Oh, go to the devil.
Enter Thwaites, centre from left, with a letter. Thwaites to Whitewash.
Please, sir, a known party, as calls himself your clerk, has brought this.
Gives letter to Whitewash. Whitewash opens letter at first with indifference, but proceeds to read with eagerness. De Windsor, Agatha, and Ferguson come forward right.
My dear, this matter is settled. You shall be the wife of Mr. Tango.
Ma, Papa, how shocking.
Fergus coming down right.
I beg your pardon? You don't mean Tom Tango of the Stock Exchange?
Yes, I do.
Then you haven't heard the news. He was declared a defaulter this very afternoon.
The devil! One swindles, another tells lies. Where can I find an honest man?
White rises, having been seated while reading letter.
Here.
Leading Pawkins forward.
Look at that face and read that letter.
Gives it.
The sum and substance of it is this. A notorious pickpocket has just been arrested and retains for me the defence, confessing that he threw the watch into Pawkins's umbrella.
Does he? Then there's some good in the wagabone after all.
Well, as a barrister who twaddles is better than a stock jobber who waddles. Here's my daughter.
Joins the hands of Whitewash and Agatha.
Ah, very good. Joins hands and gives a paternal blessing. All right and proper. But what good comes to me on it all? It strikes me you are a rum lot, you are. This here venerable party,
De Windsor,
asks me to his house, gives me a house, which doesn't agree with me, and does me out a free bob at cards. Here's another chap,
Ferguson,
as talks as if he had gooseberries in his mouth, and tries to stop my windpipe. Then here's a sort of costermonger in disguise,
Thwaites,
as interferes with my young woman. And here,
Whitewash,
here's the worst villain on 'em all. Ladies and gents, if I'm in any trouble touching your goodwill, him's the party you must pitch into. 'Cause why? Don't you see? He's retained for the defence.
That won't do. I haven't had a refresher.
Haven't you? Then take your refresher there.
Points to audience.
That's my refresher. Give me them here parties on my side, and hang me if I want any defence at all.
End of Retained for the Defence by John Oxenford.
Lady Geraldine's Speech by Beatrice Harraden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Dr. Alice Romney, a medical woman. Read by Devorah Allen.
Lady Geraldine Boleyn, Dr. Alice Romney's school friend. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Miss Gertrude Silberthwaite, an eminent artist. Read by The Story Girl.
Miss Nora Bailey, a professor of literature. Read by T.J. Burns.
Miss Hilda Crowninshield, a famous pianist. Read by Jen Broda.
Miss Nellie Grant, a typist and shorthand writer. Read by Avayi.
Jane, a maid. Read by Skirbo.
Stage directions read by Todd. Scene: Dr. Alice Romney's drawing room in Nottingham Place. It is her fortnightly Suffrage at Home day. She is seated at her writing desk near the window. She is of middle stature and has a strong, capable face. Enter maid with card.
A lady asks specially to see you. I said you were engaged until 3 o'clock, but she insisted.
Dr. Alice, looking at card and smiling.
Show her in, Jane.
Enter hurriedly, shown in by maid, the Lady Geraldine Boleyn.
Oh, my dear, how good of you to see me. I hope I am not interrupting any operation. Not that I suppose you perform operations in drawing-rooms, but I had to see you instantly, whatever you were doing. I've dashed up purposely from Eastbourne. The fact is, Alice, I've got myself into a most awful hole. You will help me out, won't you? You always have helped me out of my difficulties. Nothing more than you ought to have done, considering how I used to come to your rescue over your French compositions in the dear old Cheltenham College days. My word, you were bad at French, weren't you?
Dr. Alice, nodding.
Yes, and I'm not much better now. Languages were always a trial to me. I used to think you were a perfect wonder over them.
So I was, so I am still. Don't let there be any mistake about that. Well, now to business. As I told you, I've got myself into a most fearful scrape. The worst in my life. Absolutely the worst.
Geraldine, Geraldine, what on earth have you been up to? Are you never going to learn discretion?
Apparently never. There's no doubt that I have committed a terrible indiscretion. I have compromised myself with, well, I hardly like to tell you, with the Woman's National Anti-Suffrage League.
Dr. Alice, brightening up.
Is that all?
Isn't it enough in all conscience? I'm at my wits' end. I haven't slept for nights, for years. Look at how drawn my face is. And if I'm not careful, I shall begin to look clever. Yes, I've gotten into the toils of the National Anti-Suffrage League. I've been made into a president or vice president or honorary secretary or supporter of something of the sort, and I have to take the chair at a large meeting at the Imperial Hall next week and make a speech, and use all the anti-suffrage arguments on this wretched sheet of paper. Where is it?
Looking for it in her muff and satchel.
Ah, here it is. It's like a nightmare to me. Every time I try to look at it, all the letters seem to chase each other off the paper, and there's only a blank left, like my brain. If you won't help me, I shall perish. I know I shall.
But my dear Geraldine, I'm a suffragist, a suffragette, a militant. You've come to the wrong person.
Lady Geraldine, coaxingly.
I've come to my old school chum, as if being a suffragist or an anti-suffragist could make any difference to that eternal fact.
No, you're right. Well, what do you want me to do?
I want you to write my speech for me and coach me up in it. There, don't look so disagreeable. You're so handsome when you're pleasant, and so hideous when you're cross. Ah, that's better. Now, here are some of the arguments. As I told you, I tried to glance at them, but failed. So I haven't really gone into the details. I haven't really gone into the matter at all between you and me. But...
Suddenly recollecting herself.
I felt strongly, on general lines, that it was impossible for me to take the responsibility of being in favour of woman's suffrage.
How well you roll those words out. Someone has made you learn that sentence by heart. But I felt strongly, on general lines, that it was impossible for me to take the responsibility of being in favour of women's suffrage. I must say I wonder you dare take the still greater responsibility of being against it.
Lady Geraldine, waving her hand in dismissal of Dr. Alice's remark.
Come now, Alice, do begin. We're wasting time. Allow me to conduct you to your desk. Here's paper, and here's your stylo. And here am I, waiting on you as usual. Oh, you can make as much fun of me as you like, and lecture me as much as you like. I was always good-tempered, wasn't I? I don't mind what you say to me, as long as you help me with my speech.
Why don't you go and get an anti-suffragist friend to do this for you?
My dear girl, don't be ridiculous. With a few notable and unreachable exceptions, all the anti-suffragists have my sort of brains. How can we possibly help each other? Do begin. I'm losing my patience with you.
But you have heaps of splendid men amongst you. Go to them.
Certainly not. It's one thing to sing small about your sex, but quite another thing to sing small about yourself, except to a dear old school chum who used to be a regular old brick, but evidently isn't one any longer. I never dreamed that you would fail me. What on earth shall I do? I shall make an awful fiasco and disgrace myself and my cause, and it will be your fault. You wouldn't wish to see me humiliated, would you? And surely you wouldn't wish my cause to be disgraced. You've always said causes saved one. Those have been your very words, Alice. Causes saved one. It did not matter what they were.
Nothing could ever save you. You're spoiled through and through. Here, give me the precious arguments. Sit down by the fire and don't chatter for a minute or two, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Lady Geraldine, taking up her skirt and dancing round a little.
Aha! I knew she would come round. These grim people are always the easiest to deal with. Be sure and write clearly, dear. I never could read your handwriting.
She dances into a chair and sits primly up, twiddling her fingers. A pause.
I think you might begin in this way. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here tonight to explain to you some of the weighty reasons which have decided me, after much anxious thought and study, to become a determined opponent of woman's suffrage.
Excellent! Sounds as if I'd studied the question for untold centuries, doesn't it?
Then I think you'd better touch at once on the unwomanliness of the whole movement, and the danger to the home. And you might enlarge on the harem theme.
The harem theme? What's that? I don't remember that on the list. Not that I remember anything.
It is not called that. It's called the immense indirect influence now possessed by women. To me, personally, a most degrading influence. After that, you might beat the imperial drum.
The imperial?
The door opens. Enter, unannounced, Miss Gertrude Silberthwaite, an eminent artist. She is charmingly dressed and has an engaging personality.
Ah, busy, I see, Dr. Alice. I'm rather early. Shall I go away and come back in half an hour or so?
No. Sit down by the fire with my friend, an old school friend. I'm throwing together a speech for her. She's a new hand. I don't mind you talking, as long as you don't talk to me.
Lady Geraldine and Gertrude Silberthwaite, who have already greeted, settle down together.
Dr. Alice has a most enviable gift of concentration. She can study the most abstruse subject under any conditions whatsoever. So she is helping you with your first speech. Well, you couldn't have anyone better to help you. She's so splendid at arranging the arguments in their most forceful fashion. Shall you be nervous?
Lady Geraldine, uneasily.
Yes.
Well, we all have to go through that. But it's worthwhile for the sake of the cause, isn't it?
Lady Geraldine, doubtfully.
Yes.
I'm just painting Dr. Alice's portrait. A difficult face. So handsome when she's pleasant, and so ugly when she's disagreeable.
That's exactly what I say. My very words a few minutes ago. Then you are an artist, a portrait painter. May I ask your name? I am so interested in pictures.
Silberthwaite.
Lady Geraldine, enraptured.
Gertrude Silberthwaite. You don't mean it. I am proud and delighted to see you. I have always wanted to meet you, but one never comes across you anywhere. I always heard you were a recluse.
Gertrude Silberthwaite, smiling.
I'm not by nature a society bird. And moreover, I haven't much spare time. None, in fact. But the suffrage movement has brought us all professional women out of our libraries and studios and all our other hiding places. We had to take our share in it, or else be ashamed of ourselves. I really do think it is a wonderful movement, don't you? And quite apart from anything to do with the vote itself, it is so splendid coming in intimate contact with a lot of fine women all following different professions or businesses. That's one of our advantages over the anti-suffragists, isn't it? They have no means of understanding personally the inner meaning of the whole movement. I'm sorry for them, aren't you?
Lady Geraldine, fervently.
Yes, for some of them.
Do you know I'm planning to paint a suffrage picture for next year's Academy? A group of representative suffragist women. Ellen Terry for the drama, Mrs. Garrett Anderson for medicine, Mrs. Ayrton for science, Miss Elizabeth Robbins for literature, Christabel Pankhurst for politics, and...
Enter Miss Nora Bailey, a professor of literature and a brilliant lecturer. She is particularly fresh-looking and has a fine, enthusiastic face with eyes far apart.
What, Dr. Alice busy? Making out prescriptions? Ah, no, I see you haven't got the prescription look on your face. A letter to the Prime Minister, perhaps. A love letter to the Home Secretary. A valentine to the Governor of Holloway. Who can tell? Anything may happen in these days.
Gertrude Silverthwaite, laughing and beckoning to Bailey.
Don't talk to her, Miss Bailey. She's concocting a speech. Come and talk to us instead. You do look in splendid form this afternoon. What have you been doing?
I've just given the best Chaucer lecture I've ever given in my life. And the class was magnificent. Heavens, what a difference it makes when you know you have your class with you.
Chaucer, how interesting. I haven't heard his name mentioned since I was at school. Do tell me something about him.
Nora Bailey, quoting with animation.
His stature was not very tall. Lean he was, his legs were small. Hosed within a stock of red, a buttoned bonnet on his head. His beard was white, trimmed round, his countenance blithe and merry found. I wonder whether Chaucer would have conceded us the vote. I have my doubts. But I have no doubt about Shakespeare, none. I can't conceive it possible that he who gave us Portia, Hermione, Cordelia, Rosalind, Beatrice, Imogen, and all his other splendid women of brain, education, and initiative would have withheld us grudgingly the rights of full citizenship? I intend to die in the belief that he would have been on our side. I'm sure he's on the platform at all suffrage meetings, calling out inaudibly, "Votes for women!"
Turning to Lady Geraldine.
Don't you agree with me?
I've never thought of it.
Nor have I, but I dare say she's right.
Of course I'm right. What a pity the Prime Minister hasn't got Shakespeare's mind. There's no denying he hasn't, is there?
Lady Geraldine, pensively.
I suppose there isn't.
You appear to be in some doubt.
Oh, no, not about that. But I was just wondering.
Enter Miss Hilda Crowninshield, a famous pianist.
Ah, here's Hilda Crowninshield. Hurrah!
Hilda Crowninshield, greeting them all.
Here I am, just back from a concert at Manchester. Good afternoon, Dr. Alice. Busy, I see.
Turning to Gertrude Silverthwaite.
What is she doing? Shall I disturb her if I try the piano?
Oh, dear no, she's only writing a speech. As long as you don't talk to her, you may introduce the whole of the Queen's Hall Orchestra into this room, and she won't turn a hair.
Good. I want to run through the 2 little Brahms pieces I promised to play this afternoon. If the piano is very much out of tune, and there are more than 5 or 6 notes broken, I shall have to choose some other things, that's all.
She sits down at the piano. Lady Geraldine, who has been exceedingly stirred by her arrival, goes up to her. Lady Geraldine, excitedly.
Miss Crowninshield, I must speak to you. I cannot tell you what your playing means to me. I'd rather hear you than anyone in the world. I don't know what you do to me. When I hear you play, I feel myself capable of everything great and good.
Hilda Crowninshield, greatly pleased, and touching her gently on the hand.
Thank you. Then you must be passionately fond of music?
Passionately. It is the language I understand.
Hilda Crowninshield, beginning to touch the notes.
Ah, not so bad. And I declare Dr. Alice has had it tuned. I never expected such luck. Yes, I can play 1 or 2 of Brahms' intermezzi, and perhaps a Chopin waltz. Perhaps even a bit of Grieg.
She addresses herself to Lady Geraldine.
Yes?
Yes, yes. How good of you to come and play at Dr. Alice's.
Good? Why, I love playing to my suffrage comrades. I'd do anything for them. Play the trombone if they wanted it fearfully.
She begins Brahms' first intermezzo. After she has been playing for a little while, enter Nellie Grant, a typist and shorthand writer. She carries, slung over her shoulder, a bag with one remaining copy of Votes for Woman. She looks extremely fatigued. Hilda Crowninshield glances up and leaves off playing and joins the others.
Why, my dear child, you look worn out, thoroughly at the end of yourself. Let's ring for tea for her immediately.
They ring for tea.
Tired, but very proud, Miss Crowninshield. I've had a most successful day. Sold all my Votes for Women, except one solitary copy, and had some useful little talks with lots of people. One man bought 6 copies. He said he had been an anti until yesterday, when he went to an anti-meeting, and that converted him.
Bravo!
Runs to the piano and plays a few bars of the waltz from The Merry Widow. They laugh, clap, and dance a little.
I really do think the aunties are our best friends.
Why? I don't quite understand. I should have thought they were very formidable foes.
Oh, dear, no. You needn't have any fears about that. You see, with a few exceptions, they can't speak. They haven't had the practice. They haven't learned how to hold an audience.
But when they have learned, what then?
Even then, they can't be formidable. Remember for your comfort that they haven't got an irresistible champion as we have.
Lady Geraldine, entirely mystified.
An irresistible champion?
She means the spirit of the age.
Lady Geraldine, smiling blankly.
The spirit of the age?
And lots of them haven't gone into it. I know they haven't. One of them brought me the anti-suffrage petition to sign and told me quite frankly, when I advanced some arguments in favor of women's suffrage, that she had not gone into it, but that she wanted to get as many signatures as quickly as possible for that petition, which was sent in yesterday, 7 miles long or 7 feet high, I forget which. They may get signatures, whole villages of signatures, but they can't really hope to influence people if they haven't taken the trouble to influence themselves, can they?
No.
Don't give them one anxious thought. They'll soon fold their tents like the Arabs and as silently steal away.
Hilda Crowninshield, who is still at piano, improvises and sings softly.
The night shall be filled with music, and the cares which beset the day shall fold their tents like the Arabs, and as silently steal away.
Tea is brought in. Lady Geraldine, who has been slowly gathering herself together for a declaration of faith.
I have something to tell you all. You've been taking it for granted that I'm a suffragist. Well, I'm not. I'm an anti-suffragist.
Great heavens, how delightful. I've been longing to meet one face to face. No one brought me the anti-suffrage petition.
Do tell us your name. Who are you?
Geraldine Boleyn.
Nora Bailey, turning to the others.
Why, of course. Lady Geraldine Boleyn. She's going to take the chair on the 15th at the Imperial Hall. Surely I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's quite right. And as I couldn't manage my speech, I came to my old school friend in my distress. I know it sounds absurd, but it's true.
Dr. Alice looking up for the first time from her desk.
Idiot, why did you give yourself away? I could shake you.
Alice, I simply couldn't have held out a moment longer. I couldn't have gone on pretending by my silence that I was one of them.
Dr. Alice getting up from her desk and turning fiercely to her comrades.
You mustn't betray her. I wouldn't have her betrayed for worlds. She's very dear to me. She has always been wonderfully good to me, though she has been a great nuisance at times and has given me a lot of trouble, and has always made the most unreasonable demands on me, and, well, I've liked it. She's my oldest and dearest school friend, and we plotted all sorts of mischief together in the happy old days, and if that isn't a sacred bond, then nothing is. Nearly all the pleasures I had in my holidays came through her. I should never have known all the sweet pleasures of the country but for her. Joys which abide with one forever when other things have passed out of one's life. I can't and won't have her humiliated. If I hadn't helped her over her speech, she would have probably made herself ridiculous, and I couldn't have stood that. I had to help her. And I shall always have to help her. If she becomes an anarchist and takes the chair at an anarchist meeting, I shall have to write her speech for that, too. Promise me you won't give her away.
Of course. Our word of honor.
They all stretch out their hands to Lady Geraldine and make a charming group round her.
There's nothing, however, in our oath to prevent us from laughing a little, is there? Oh, and to think I shan't be able to go and heckle you. I can't heckle Dr. Alice's old school friend. And I bought a ticket surreptitiously, and with the utmost difficulty.
As I told you, I've never seen a real anti-suffragist before. Do let me paint your portrait. Side face would be best, I think. I'm not quite sure, though. No, it must be full face. Yes, full face.
Do tell me if it's true that there's going to be a No Votes for Women paper with a Union Jack on the cover. I shall be jealous.
Hilda Crowninshield, taking Lady Geraldine's arm.
Don't you dare tease her any more. Votes or no votes, she and I speak the same language, don't we?
Well, now for the speech, Geraldine. I've quite enjoyed this little job. I'm rather pleased with it. I think I've brought in all the points. Degradation of womanhood, degradation and disintegration of entire empire, dominant female vote in all matters concerning the army and navy, our relations with foreign powers, with our colonies, and with India, physical force argument. Women have to safeguard the past and the future, and it is the men's work to look after the present. I don't myself know what that means, but it sounds well. Absolute denial that the vote will improve the economic position of women. Indirect influence of women quite sufficient. Emphatic, nay, passionate insistence on your own brainlessness, that is very important. A few passing allusions to us suffragists as obscure vulgarians. I think you might almost call us uneducated. Yes, uneducated and obscure vulgarians. That also sounds well. And as there's so little to say, it must sound well, my dear girl, or else the cause perishes. Ah, yes, and you mustn't forget to refer to yourselves as so-called traitresses to the sex, so-called survivals of the Dark Ages, because that will elicit respectful sympathy. And be sure and mention that you have joined the Territorial Nursing Corps. I forget its name, but that's near enough. Have you joined it, by the way?
Lady Geraldine, who is standing all this splendidly.
No.
Then do so at once, because that's a piece of subtle cleverness. You disclaim physical force, and yet are preparing indirectly to defend your country. There now. Haven't I been a brick? Haven't I wiped out forever the obligation of those French compositions?
Lady Geraldine, with spirit but good temper.
No, that obligation could never be wiped out. And besides, this service doesn't count. Do you know what I'm going to do with this speech? Look.
She throws it into the fire.
Well, of all the ungrateful, aristocratic little wretches!
Lady Geraldine, with increased spirit and charm, turning to the others.
Do you know what I'm going to do next? I'm going home to think.
Impossible. You've never done such a thing in your life.
Shame, Dr. Alice. It's never too late to sin. To think.
Lady Geraldine, smiling at her.
I should love to come to one of your lectures. May I?
Of course you may.
Lady Geraldine, to Gertrude Silverthwaite.
And will you really paint my portrait?
Of course I will. Full face, and when you're thinking.
Lady Geraldine, to Hilda Crowninshield.
The same language. Votes or no votes?
Yes, yes.
Lady Geraldine, to Nellie Grant.
Will you let me have your last remaining copy of your paper?
Here it is, Lady Geraldine. A present from us all.
Thank you. Goodbye, all of you. Goodbye.
She goes to the door. When she has reached it, she turns round to Dr. Alice. There is a roguish look on her face.
Alice, how long do mumps take?
Oh, about 2 or 3 weeks.
Very infectious, aren't they?
Highly.
I believe I've got them already. Afraid I shan't be able to take that chair. Goodbye.
She goes out. They look after her for a moment. Dr. Alice fiercely.
Mind, if you betray my school chum, I'll never speak to you again.
Betray one of our own, Dr. Alice? For she's one of our own already. Before many weeks are past, she'll be selling votes for women in a blinding snowstorm in the merry month of May.
Nora Bailey, raising her teacup.
Her health.
They drink her health. Curtain. End of Lady Geraldine's Speech by Beatrice Harraden.